What if the legends that haunt the shadows of history are more than mere whispers? What if they bleed into reality? Could the wildfires of chaos burn a path through time, resurrecting the primal terror of the wolf Garou? Zeus and Lycaon carved their names in blood, but their origins are a riddle wrapped in a curse. What happens when gods and beasts collide in the blood-soaked tapestry of fate? The moon hangs heavy, pregnant with nightmares, and stars blink like the eyes of the damned. In a world where werewolves prowled ancient forests, Lycaon dared to taunt the divine. He served a feast of flesh to Zeus, mocking the very pantheon of Olympus. What is a god to do? Laugh it off, or unleash a storm of retribution? Spoiler, things get messy. In the blink of an eye, that feast turned into a banquet of carnage. The wolf within Lycaon was born not from a bite, but from divine fury, a transformation steeped in the blood of betrayal. When the sun sets, do you hear the howls of the cursed? They echo through the ages, a chilling lament for the lost souls caught in an eternal hunt. What if your ancestry was a twisted game of fate, a lineage steeped in blood and betrayal? Picture two figures, one cloaked in the majesty of the lightning god, the other a man turned beast, forever hunting the shadow of his own sins. Each night, the woods tremble under their weight, the echoes of their past whispering secrets you were never meant to hear. Zeus, a god torn between vengeance and mercy. Lycaon, a man wrestling with the beast that blooms within. Their tale spins a web of treachery and grotesque humor, dark as a raven's wing. What is it like to feast with legends, only to find yourself part of their grotesque narrative? Lycaon learned the hard way, the gods play for keeps, and when the stakes are eternity, nothing is off the table. Can you smell the blood? It drips from the pages, mingling with the scent of fear. The wolf Garou didn't just spring from the soil, it rose from the ashes of divine wrath. A wolf cursed to walk among men, forever haunted by the spectre of Zeus's judgment. Picture a world where every moonrise signals the hunt, where laughter mingles with the howls of hunger. Was it a prophecy or a punishment? What's the difference when chaos reigns? History is a fickle mistress, and she has a twisted sense of humor. Are you ready to confront the truth lurking in the shadows? This isn't just a tale, it's an invocation, a call to the wild that lurks just beneath the surface of civilization. Each word, each sentence, pulls you deeper into the abyss, where laughter and terror entwine in a macabre dance. This isn't a story, it's a reckoning. Once you step into the orbit of Zeus and Lycaon, there's no turning back. The hunt is on, and the night is alive with the echoes of ancient laughter, forever echoing in the dark. The moon hung low, swollen with anticipation, casting a ghostly pallor over the jagged outline of the mountains. The scent of damp earth mingled with the metallic tang of blood. It was a night for shadows, a night for secrets, where the whispers of ancient gods curled through the trees like smoke. I stood there, heart racing, breath caught in my throat. Something primal flickered under my skin, a gnawing hunger that felt inherited, as if the very essence of my ancestors pulsed within me. In the distance, a howl pierced the stillness, a raw, haunting cry that sent shivers rippling through my spine. The sound was familiar, echoing legends half remembered. My brother, Thaddeus, had always been captivated by those stories. He would recount them by the fire, eyes alight with feverish passion. But that night, with the moon watching in silence, the stories transformed into visceral truths. The legends haunted me now, their weight pressing deep into my bones. I remember Thaddeus, his voice echoing in my mind like the distant howl, the curse of Lycaon. For his hubris, Zeus turned him into a wolf, a beast of the night, forever thirsting for flesh. I had laughed it off back then, dismissing it as myth. I remember feeling invulnerable, blissfully ignorant of the shadows lurking just beyond the firelight. But here, tonight, the air crackled with a tension that felt alive, teeming with the remnants of ancient rituals and blood-soaked offerings. A shudder ran through me. The night was too quiet, too still. I turned to my sister, Iantha, her face pale under the moonlight, eyes wide and glistening with unshed tears. She was the dreamer in our family, weaving tales of love and destiny with delicate fingertips. But now, the weight of her dreams had transformed into nightmares. "Do you hear that?" she breathed, voice trembling, as if she feared the words themselves would summon something dark from the depths. But I didn't need to hear the growls that reverberated through the air. I felt them, clawing at the edges of my sanity. The lines between man and beast blurred, and I could feel the pull of something ancient, something that wanted to break free. I could smell the fear radiating off Ian, sharp as the scent of fresh blood. In that moment, I wanted to scream, to shake her to wakefulness, to drown out the truth lurking within our family's bloodline, a lineage woven with madness and the moon's curse. We had spent our lives tangled in the folklore of our ancestors, but now it felt as if the very fabric of our reality was unraveling. I remember waking from dreams where fur sprouted from my skin and teeth sharpened like daggers, where the world became a cacophony of scents and sounds. Ian had her dreams, too, filled with love and longing, yet tonight, all those dreams felt like a cruel joke. As the howls grew closer, a primal fear ignited within me. Thaddeus had taken to the woods, drawn by something beyond comprehension. He was searching for the thrill of the hunt, the adrenaline that coursed through his veins like fire. But what if it was the hunt that found him instead? What if he became the very monster of law? The thought clawed at my insides, raw and unfurling like a wounded beast. I rushed forward, desperate to find him, my heart pounding in rhythm with the echoing howls. Each step was heavy, laden with the weight of unspoken fears. The trees loomed like specters, their branches clawing at the sky. "Thaddeus!" I called, my voice barely a whisper, swallowed by the night. A rustle. A shadow flitted across my vision, but it was gone before I could catch a breath. Ian followed closely, her hands trembling, whispering prayers to gods whose favor we had long forgotten. But no deity would come to our aid tonight. We were alone, trapped in our family's fate. I remembered the stories of the moon, how it hung high, indifferent to the fates of mortals. I remembered the stories of Lycaon and his fate, the eternal punishment of the beast within. The forest opened up, revealing a clearing bathed in silver light. And there he was, Thaddeus. But he wasn't alone. Shadows danced around him, flickering like fireflies, but they were anything but innocent. They were hungry, wild, calling to him, whispering promises of power and brutality. I watched, heart in my throat, as he stepped forward, drawn to the darkness like a moth to flame. "Thaddeus!" I shouted, my voice cracking under the weight of desperation. It was a futile cry, echoing into the night, and yet I felt it ripple through the air, a tether to a brother I feared I would lose forever. His head snapped up, eyes gleaming in the moonlight, fierce and feral. "You don't understand," he roared, the words twisted by something bestial that clawed its way to the surface. The transformation was slow, agonizing, a metamorphosis that felt like a curse, a betrayal of human form. Ian gasped beside me, and I reached for her, but it was too late. The tension snapped like a taut string, and the primal howl erupted from Thaddeus's throat, a sound that reverberated through the clearing, echoing the legend that had haunted our family. The moon hung high, watching, judging, as the beast within him surged forward, a creature born of myth and darkness. And as Ian clutched my arm, our hearts pounding in frantic unison, I realized with a bone-deep certainty, this was not merely a tale of transformation, but a reckoning of our very souls. What did it mean to be human? What did it mean to embrace the darkness? The answers danced just beyond our reach, shimmering in the shadows, as the echoes of our family history whispered ominously in the night. In that moment, we stood on the precipice of our destinies, caught in the gripping embrace of myth and madness. The world felt like it was spiraling into chaos. I could feel the abyss rippling beneath us, ready to swallow us whole. We were trapped, ensnared in a web spun by the ancients, where the line between myth and reality blurred, where the shadows grow fangs, and the night becomes a canvas for ancient bloodlines to rewrite their tales. And when the moon reached its zenith, the truth would claw its way into the light. Tonight would change everything. The sky crackled as if the heavens themselves were ready to split apart. A storm rolled in, dark clouds twisting and churning like angry spirits. Lightning danced across the horizon, illuminating the tremors of dread that coursed through the air. I stood there, heart pounding like a war drum, watching the world tremble beneath the weight of impending chaos. The gods were restless. Zeus, the king of gods, loomed larger than life, a figure of both awe and terror. He was a storm incarnate, every flash of lightning a reflection of his fury, each clap of thunder a reminder of his dominion. I felt the deep rumble in my bones, the electric anticipation that something monumental was about to unfold. The clouds hung heavy with secrets that whispered through the winds, beckoning me closer to an epic confrontation. Then there was Hera, his wife, her beauty a cruel paradox to the sharpness of her heart. She stood at the precipice, eyes ablaze with frustration and betrayal. Once, she had been the queen of Olympus, a goddess adorned with grace and power. But today, she was a woman scorned, her spirit on fire, her love twisted into something dark. Her voice, laced with venom, echoed against the storm. You think you can play with the fates, Zeus? You think you can toy with hearts like they are mere pawns on your chessboard? The tension crackled, electric, as I watched them collide. Zeus, with his unyielding arrogance, the glimmer of his power igniting more than just the skies. Hera, scarred by his betrayals, her anguish morphing into a fierce resolve. They stood on the brink of destruction, their love a battlefield strewn with the debris of broken promises. The air thickened with unshed tears, each drop a memory, their laughter once echoing in the halls of Olympus now transformed into a haunting silence. I remember when you were just a boy, Hera spat, her voice like ice, when you would sneak into my garden, charm in those innocent eyes. What happened to that, Zeus? Where did my love go? The shadows deepened around them, the night closing in like a vice. Zeus's face hardened, transforming under the weight of her words. Swells of anger rose within him, the storm answering to his fury. You think love can bind me? I am the thunder, I am the very essence of chaos. His voice rolled like the clouds above, and I could feel the ground tremble beneath his feet, the world shuddering under his might. You wear your pain like a crown, but you are nothing without me. He lifted his hand, and the lightning struck, a jagged bolt illuminating the scene, a stark reminder of his uncontested power, yet beneath it all, I sensed the cracks. Even gods can bleed, and in that moment, I caught a glimpse of the loneliness that draped over him like a cloak. The weight of eternity pressed down, a ceaseless burden, and the thrill of conquest became a hollow echo. In the distance, I glimpsed Prometheus, a mere mortal caught in the chaos of divine passions, a tragic figure of defiance. Once a titan, now shackled to the earth by the very gods he had defied. His heart a tempest of empathy for Hera, yet his own suffering was stitched into the fabric of his being. You can't keep this up, Zeus, he shouted, his voice a desperate cry against the storm. Every bolt you unleash only reinforces your isolation. Do you not see? Your power is your prison. His words hung in the air, a challenge that echoed in the rumbling heavens. Zeus turned, fury snapping at Prometheus like a coiled serpent. What do you know of power? You who chose to gift mortals with fire? You think that makes you a hero? That fire was a gift, Prometheus exclaimed, stepping forward, undeterred. But your lightning? It is a curse. You wield it like a child with a sword, not realizing the destruction you leave in your wake. The storm paused, a breath held in the fabric of the universe. Hera's gaze flickered between the two, her heart a battlefield. Chains bind you both. You to your power, him to his punishment. Do you not see the irony? The clouds thickened, swirling ominously above us, a cosmic audience to this drama, this tragic play of gods and titans. The wind howled, carrying their emotions in sighs and gasps, hints of betrayal, love twisted into something grotesque, the longing for connection drowned in despair. I remember, I murmured under my breath, feeling the weight of their struggles reverberate within me. I remember when love felt like a sweet embrace, not a dagger at my back. And as I said those words, I felt the world shift, the air thickening with possibilities and regrets. Hera stepped forward, her heart pounding in sync with the storm, her voice now soft but searing with pain. You, Zeus, wield power while I wield love. But love is not a weakness, it is a force that can move mountains. Zeus's gaze softened for a fleeting moment, the king stripped bare of his arrogance, revealing the man, a man who longed for connection but feared vulnerability. The storm raged on, but now it felt like a reflection of their hearts, battling fierce winds of passion and betrayal, the rain a cascade of tears long overdue. With each breath, I drew closer to their tempestuous world, feeling every heartbeat, every sigh. The universe pulsed around me, and I knew this was just the beginning. This was no simple clash, it was a symphony of emotions, each note resonating deep within, drawing me into the chaos. I watched as the storm raged, Zeus and Hera locked in their struggle, the shadows around them whispering secrets of the past and the future. A confrontation was brewing, an emotional climax that would shatter everything, their love, their power, their very identities. The lightning flashed again, illuminating the darkness, and in that blinding light, I felt the weight of their choices, the burden of their hearts. Would love conquer? Would power drown it? As I stood there, held captive in this moment, I couldn't help but wonder if the storm was merely a reflection of something far greater, the eternal struggle of humanity itself. The moon hung low, casting a silver veil over the Arcadian hills, whispering secrets to the night. A shrill scream pierced the stillness, echoing through the trees like a message from the underworld. It was a sound of terror, raw and unfiltered, and it belonged to a child, one of many. I remember the echo of her voice, the way it shattered the tranquility, a harbinger of chaos looming in the shadows. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and the unshakable feeling of dread. Lycaon stood at the threshold of his great hall, heart racing, the weight of 1,000 souls pressing down upon him. King. Father. Monster. Each title was a chain, binding him tighter to his fate. His breath caught in his throat as he felt the tremor of his kingdom in turmoil. The flickering torchlight illuminated his features, revealing a man caught between the worlds of God and beast, a reflection of the broken promises that haunted him. I remember the laughter, the way it danced through the halls before the shadows came, he whispered to no one. Memories, fragments of a paradise lost, filled his mind, swirling like autumn leaves in a tempest. The warmth of his children, their eyes bright with innocence, was a stark contrast to the darkness now creeping into his heart. At that moment, he felt it, the stirring of something primal, a hunger that gnawed at his insides like a feral beast. The stories of the past whispered in his ears. They spoke of great kings fallen to madness, of power corrupting even the purest of hearts. He could almost hear the laughter of the gods, mocking his every choice. Would they visit their wrath upon him tonight? Across the hall, his eldest son, Nyctimus, stood frozen, a statue carved from despair. The boy's shoulders were slumped, the weight of his father's legacy crushing him. He was a mirror reflecting Lycaon's own failures, a reminder that every decision carved a path into the future. "Father," he said, voice trembling, "if they come for us, what will we do?" His eyes were dark, clouds swirling with fear and uncertainty. Lycaon turned, searching his son's gaze for the flicker of hope that had once danced there. "We fight," he replied, though the words felt hollow and brittle. They were trapped in a cage of their own making, a fortress built on blood and sacrifice. But in his heart, a whisper grew louder, more insistent. The gods wanted a demonstration, a sacrifice to sate their insatiable hunger. And for them, the line between man and beast blurred, danced dangerously close to oblivion. The memory of the oracle's words haunted him, "Beware the wrath of Zeus. He watches, always." As the shadows deepened, a figure appeared at the entrance, cloaked in darkness. It was Callisto, once a cherished friend, now a spectre of betrayal. Her face was pale, a ghost of the vibrant woman she had been. "Lycaon," she gasped, breathless, "they're coming. You must flee." Her eyes flickered with a wild flame, a mixture of fear and something far more dangerous, desperation. "Flee?" He laughed bitterly, the sound echoing against the stone walls. "I am king. I do not run like a coward." But deep inside, the gnawing fear twisted like a knife. He felt her gaze pierce through him, seeing the cracks in his facade, the broken man behind the crown. "I remember when we were young, when laughter filled our days," Callisto said softly, almost pleading. "But it is the night that binds us now, Lycaon. You cannot escape it." Her words hung in the air, a solemn reminder of the innocence that had slipped through their fingers like grains of sand. In that moment, anger flared within him, a burning desire to shake off those chains, to reclaim his power. "You think I am afraid?" he spat. "I will show them what it means to cross me." But as the words left his lips, a tremor shook the ground, and the air grew thick with the scent of sulfur and smoke. The gods were approaching, their presence palpable, a wave of energy that crackled like lightning. Nyctimus stepped forward, fear etched across his face. "Father, this is not a battle we can win. It is madness." "Madness?" Lycaon echoed, but the word felt foreign. His heart pounded like a war drum, each beat a reminder of the choices he had made, the sacrifices he had offered. As if summoned by his defiance, the doors burst open, revealing a nightmare painted in shimmering gold. The figures of the gods stood before him, tall, imperious, their eyes glowing with a fierce intensity. They were the embodiment of chaos, beauty mixed with terror. They were the storm that would swallow him whole. Lycaon felt his breath hitch, panic rising like bile in his throat. "What do you want?" he demanded, though the words trembled, betraying the fragility of his resolve. The air crackled with energy, the gods exchanged glances, amusement dancing on their lips. "You have tested our patience, Lycaon. You sacrificed, and now it is time for us to take a sacrifice of our own." He could hear Nyctimus's heart shatter, the boy's fear palpable as he clutched his father's arm. "No, please," the boy whimpered, tears pooling in his eyes. And in that moment, Lycaon felt the weight of his son's despair, an anchor that threatened to drown them both. "Do you truly believe you can outwit the gods?" Callisto whispered, her voice a haunting echo. "You are but a man, and they are eternal." The realization hit him like a thunderclap. He was standing at the edge of an abyss, a precipice where his choices could either save or damn them all. And in that brief, horrible second, everything coalesced, the fear, the anger, the love. Lycaon understood then that this was not a fight against the gods but a reckoning with his own humanity. The confrontation loomed, an unending twilight stretching before them as the air shimmered with the promise of chaos. The gods, the darkness, the sacrifice, they all swirled together, a storm of emotion that would change the course of their lives forever. And just as the first echo of thunder rumbled in the distance, Lycaon finally understood the true battle was not against the gods above but within the fragile heart of man. The night had only just begun. A howl cuts through the night, raw and hollow, echoing against the hills like a lament for lost souls. The moon hangs heavy, a ghostly witness to the turmoil below, its pale light spilling down upon a scene steeped in darkness. In the heart of a clearing, Lycaon stands, breaths ragged, heart pounding like a war drum in his chest. Sweat glistens on his brow, fear and despair intertwining like old lovers, circling him, pulling him into the abyss. He remembers his father's face, twisted in fury, and the scent of charred wood that lingered from the pyre, a stark reminder of the cost of betrayal. "Father," he cries out, voice cracking like dry earth. A fool's cry, for his father is long gone, swallowed by shadows and secrets. He can still hear the echoes of his laughter, feel the weight of his disappointment, it clings to him like a shroud. The memories rise like smoke, twisted, curling, suffocating. They whisper of expectations unfulfilled and a lineage of madness that stretches back through generations, a lineage stained with blood. "Lycaon!" The voice is urgent, slicing through the fog of his thoughts. Callista, his sister, emerges from the trees, her eyes wide like saucers, reflecting the moonlight and terror. She is a flame flickering in the wind, caught between dread and determination. In her hand, she clutches a dagger, its blade glinting ominously. "They're coming for us!" Panic seeps into her words, sharp as glass. "We must flee, or we'll be devoured by the sins of our blood." He shakes his head, a futile gesture. The ground beneath him feels alive, throbbing with a pulse that mirrors the chaos in his heart. "But what about the legends?" he whispers, the weight of ancient tales pressing down on him like a tombstone. The stories they grew up with, tales of gods and wolves, of carnage and transformation, what if they were true? What if he was not destined for glory, but for a fate as twisted as the roots of the tree surrounding them? "Lycaon!" Callista's voice rises, fierce and unyielding. "We can't let their myths define us. We are not our bloodline." But even as she speaks, doubt lingers in the air, thick and choking, wrapping around them like a noose. Would they ever escape the shadow of their ancestry? Would they ever be free from the weight of those who came before? In the distance, the rustle of leaves becomes a symphony of dread, a drumroll of approaching doom. The night is alive, the winds carrying whispers of the past, and in those haunting murmurs, Lycaon feels the presence of something ancient and predatory. A chill creeps up his spine, the very essence of his lineage is closing in, relentless and unforgiving. I remember, his voice falters, trembling against the tide of memories. I remember the stories of the gods punishing the wicked. I remember the fate of those who dared defy them. The words spill from his mouth like a confession, a warning. He thinks of the curse, the blood of a wolf running through his veins, of the whispers that tell of transformation, of becoming the very beast that haunts his nightmares. Don't you dare give in to that fear. Callista's voice is a lifeline, grounding him amidst the chaos. Her fierce spirit lights a fire in his heart. Remember the tales of defiance of those who stood against fate. We forge our own path, Lycaon. We are not bound by our lineage. But even as she speaks, the forest darkens, shadows stretching and twisting. There's a terrible beauty in the night, a sinister allure that makes Lycaon's heart race with conflicting emotions. Desire and dread collide within him, a battle as old as time. The moon, he breathes, staring upwards, transfixed. It watches, waiting, the night feels alive, its gaze heavy, piercing through him, revealing all his fears and flaws. What if we are merely pawns in a game played by the gods? What if we can never escape? I refuse to believe that. Callista's voice cracks like thunder, jolting him from the depths of his despair. We are more than legends, more than blood. We are the architects of our fate. But the howl returns, closer this time, a chilling reminder of what awaits. The air thickens with tension, the forest holds its breath. In that moment, the world narrows to just the two of them, hearts racing, breaths mingling in the cold air. They stand on the precipice of something vast, fear, hope, and the weight of their lineage pressing down upon them, an invisible chain binding them to their past. A figure breaks through the trees, tall, ominous, draped in shadow. Lycaon's heart stutters. "Father," he whispers, disbelief clawing at his insides. The figure's eyes glow like embers in the dark, piercing through the veil of years, igniting memories both tender and twisted. But it's not his father. It's a spectre, a harbinger of all that came before, eyes full of sorrow and rage. You carry the burden of your blood, Lycaon, it intones, voice like gravel. You cannot escape your fate. Nor can you escape the hunger that lies within. Lycaon staggers back, the weight of those words crashing into him, suffocating. Callista stands firm, her dagger raised, a beacon of defiance amidst the encroaching shadows. "We do not fear you," she cries, voice fierce enough to shatter the darkness, yet trembling with uncertainty. And so the confrontation begins, not with swords drawn, but with hearts laid bare, the raw intensity of bloodlines clashing in a silent war. The spectre looms, whispering tales of old, of blood soaked in sin, of a lineage cursed beneath the gaze of the stars. In that instant, the cosmos seems to hold its breath, the air crackles with the weight of 1,000 untold stories, echoes of dreams long forgotten. Past, present, and future collide, forming a kaleidoscope of emotions that swirl around them, threatening to unravel. Clocks tick in the distance, each second a reminder of the weight of time. Shadows dance, mocking, as the true battle unfolds, not against the spectre, but within themselves. Would they succumb to the darkness, or rise above the chains of history, forging a new legacy from the ashes of the old? With every heartbeat, the tension mounts, the air thick with uncertainty, a promise of the storm to come. The night is alive, and with it, the echoes of 1 billion lives, the legacy of Lycaon, of Callista, of all who danced with their demons in the moonlight, united against the shadows that threatened to consume them whole. The battle is far from over, a tale yet unfinished, a legend waiting to be written upon the canvas of the stars, forever looping back, unbroken and unyielding. The air hung thick with an uneasy silence, a silence pregnant with dread, as Lycaon stood in the dim light of his banquet hall. The flickering candles cast monstrous shadows that danced on the stone walls, twisting and turning like the thoughts that spiraled in his mind. Outside, the night wrapped the world in its cold embrace, but inside, warmth radiated from an extravagant feast laid before him. The roast meats glistened, fruits glowed in a riot of colors, and goblets brimmed with rich, dark wine. It should have been a celebration, yet an unshakable tremor coursed through him, a warning from the deepest recesses of his being. I remember that night, the way the laughter of the guests felt like a distant echo, hollow and empty. Faces lit with mirth, yet eyes darting, glancing toward the heavy oak doors as if expecting the arrival of something far worse than any mortal. Perhaps they sensed it too, that something was amiss, as if the universe itself had pulled back its curtain to reveal a stage set for horror. And there was Callista, radiant and defiant, aflame against the encroaching darkness. She stood beside him, her beauty catching the light with every movement, but it was her spirit that captivated him. Yet now, that spirit seemed dulled, her laughter forced, like a songbird trapped in a cage. She caught his eye, and the fleeting sadness in her gaze twisted like a blade in his heart. "What's wrong, Lycaon?" she asked, her voice a whisper, yet it felt like thunder in the charged atmosphere. "You look as though the fates themselves are at your heels." "It's nothing," he replied, but the lie sat heavy on his tongue. He felt the weight of 1,000 regrets, the burden of an emperor whose heart had turned to stone. Callista deserved more than the shadows that clung to him, more than feasts that tasted of ash. Across the table, the boisterous laughter of Damasus rang out, full-bodied and bright, but with an edge that felt jagged, like glass. He was the embodiment of excess, overflowing with charm and a hunger for life that had become grotesque. The wine flowed freely, and every toast seemed to echo with a sinister undercurrent. Damasus raised his goblet, eyes glinting with something akin to madness. "To our host, the great Lycaon. May the gods bless us with their favor." The room erupted in a cheer, but Lycaon felt the chill deep in his bones. I remember the way his heart raced. It was not just the wine or the food, it was something darker, an instinct thrumming like a drum in the depths of his soul. He could almost hear the whispers of the gods, their laughter mingling with the clinking of goblets, mocking him. They knew. They always knew. The shadows loomed larger as he tried to shake the feeling. The gods were watching, measuring, waiting for him to tip the balance. "Another joke, Damasus," Callista said, but her smile was brittle, like the first crack in glass before it shatters. "What do you think the gods will think of our little feast?" Her voice wavered, and Lycaon felt a pang of guilt. Had he brought her here to this darkness, this feast steeped in foreboding? Damasus laughed again, the sound echoing against the stone walls, but it faltered. For a moment, the glimmer of madness flickered in his eyes, replaced by something far more terrifying, a hunger, an insatiable craving that had long since twisted into something monstrous. "Why should we care? Let us feast as though we're above the whims of the gods." And therein lay the crux of it all. The hubris of man, the arrogance that had led to this very moment. Lycaon felt the dread coil tighter around his chest, a serpent of impending doom. He could taste the bitter tang of fear on his tongue, a stark contrast to the lavish banquet that lay before him. The laughter decayed into a silence that felt like a scream. As if compelled by some unseen force, his gaze drifted toward the heavy doors that led to the outside world. And then it happened, the doors burst open, and there stood a figure cloaked in darkness. A silhouette, barely human, yet undeniably divine. Lycaon, the figure spoke, voice resonating through the hall, reverberating against the stone like the tolling of a bell. "The gods have come to judge." Every heartbeat drummed in his ears, a frantic percussion marking the end of revelry. Callista's hand gripped his wrist tightly, fear threading through her fingers like ice. "What does this mean?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper, a tremor of disbelief. "It means they know," he breathed, the weight of impending doom pressing down like 1,000 stones. "They know what we've done." The figure stepped into the flickering candlelight, revealing a face both beautiful and terrifying, a visage that could only belong to a god. "You feast while the world suffers, Lycaon. You mock our gifts, and now you must answer." Damasus, still caught in the euphoria of wine-soaked revelry, laughed again, but this time, it held no mirth. "What can they do to us? We are gods ourselves." But even as he spoke, Lycaon could see something crack in Damasus' bravado. The laughter faded, the shadows seemed to stretch longer, thicker. The other guests shifted uncomfortably, eyes wide with dawning horror. I remember the way the room felt as though it were closing in around them, the walls breathing, the shadows dancing with malicious glee. The feast had changed in an instant from a celebration to a reckoning, and the ghosts of their choices whispered in the air, circling like vultures. Callista's grip tightened on his wrist. "Lycaon, please. We can make this right." Her voice was a thread, fragile and fraying. He looked into her eyes, and in that moment, he saw everything, the love, the fear, the desperation to escape the fate that loomed before them like an unshakable ghost. But what could he do? The night drew closer, and the clock ticked louder, each second an echo of their past sins. He was trapped in a web of his own making, and the gods were coming to collect. The figure raised an arm, and the shadows whispered louder, weaving tales of ancient fear and impending doom. "You will know what it is to taste the divine, Lycaon, but first, you must face the judgment of your actions." And suddenly, the feast became a banquet of horrors as vision blurred and reality twisted. The table trembled, the candles flickered wildly, and all that they had feasted upon became a grotesque reminder of the monstrous banquet that lay within each of them. The laughter turned to screams, the shadows pulsed with life, and in that moment, Lycaon knew, nothing would ever be the same again. The moon hung low, a gnarled eye surveying the chaos below, its luminescence fractured by the swirling tendrils of smoke that clawed at the sky. In the heart of the city, a market square lay in disarray, vendors abandoning their carts, the scent of roasted lamb mingling with fear. The night was thick with unease, an electric pulse that quickened the blood and made the hair on one's neck stand on end. A scream, raw and desperate, shattered the silence, echoing off the ancient stones, leaving behind a void that curled like smoke. Myra stood frozen, her heart a drum in her chest, the sound echoing in her ears as shadows danced around her. There was something haunting in the air, something heavy and foreboding, like the prelude to a cataclysm. She could almost taste the tension, a metallic tang that lingered on her tongue. The crowd surged, bodies colliding, panic infecting the throngs like wildfire. She was one pulse in a sea of chaos, her breath hitching as she searched for a familiar face, a flicker of safety in the tumult. And then she saw him, Aiden, emerging from the haze, his expression a mix of determination and fear. He was the kind of boy who made the mundane magical, the one whose laughter could light the darkest alleys. But tonight, he was different, haunted by shadows that weren't his own. His eyes darted around, wild and searching, as if he too sensed the encroaching dread that hung over them. "Myra," he called, his voice breaking through the cacophony like a beacon. She stumbled toward him, arms outstretched, but even as their fingers brushed, a jolt of electricity separated them, a world of unspoken fears crackling between them. "We need to get out of here." But she couldn't leave, not yet. Something was wrong, and deep down, she felt it, a tugging sensation, a whisper of fate that held her in place. She glanced at the darkened alleyway where the scream had originated, a place swallowed by shadows and the unknown. "Aiden, wait! We have to see what happened." His eyes widened, a mixture of disbelief and caution swirling within. "Myra, don't! You don't understand. They're saying a god walks among us." A shiver ran down her spine. Whispers had circulated through the taverns, tales of deities disguised as mere mortals, walking in the guise of men. Of Zeus, who could strike down the heavens or shatter the earth with a flick of his wrist. The stories had always seemed distant, mere fables to amuse drunken patrons, but now they felt dangerously real, clawing at the edges of her sanity. "Do you believe it?" she breathed, the question a thread that bound them together in this fragile moment. Aiden hesitated, the shadows shifting behind him, like specters that hungered for something more than mere mortals could offer. "I don't know," he murmured, his voice laced with fear. "But if that's true, what if he's here? What if he's watching us right now?" The words hung in the air, a palpable weight that settled between them. In that instant, time seemed to warp, the seconds stretching into infinity. Every heartbeat felt like a countdown, the air thickening with an unseen pressure. Myra's mind raced. What if Zeus truly was among them? What would he want? What sacrifice would he demand? Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the other side of the square, the sound of wood splintering, steel clashing against steel. The crowd surged backward, a wave of bodies cascading toward them. Myra's heart raced, the air was electric with panic, each breath a struggle as they were swept away, pushed into the jaws of chaos. "Myra!" Aidan shouted, but his voice was lost in the storm. She turned, desperate to find him, her heart a live wire, pulsing with fear, longing to reach out, to hold on, to tether her soul to his. In the midst of the frenzy, she spotted a figure cloaked in shadows, a silhouette so striking it froze her in place. He stepped forward, the crowd parting as if drawn by an unseen force. A man with eyes like storm clouds, dark and consuming, stood before them. His presence was magnetic, a gravity that pulled at her very essence. This was no ordinary man, he was a tempest, a flicker of something divine cloaked in the guise of humanity. The air crackled around him, charged with an energy she could hardly comprehend. And in that heartbeat, she felt the tether, the irresistible pull of fate. She took a step closer, drawn as if by strings of the cosmos, her instinct screaming, danger. The man locked eyes with her, an unearthly connection sparking between them, a recognition that transcended reality itself. In his gaze, she saw the weight of centuries, the echoes of divine judgment, and the burden of power. Aidan's voice broke through the fog, frantic and pleading. "Myra! Please, don't go to him." But she was already moving, the world around her dissolving into a blur of sound and fury. She reached the figure, and the moment their eyes met, the air exploded with intensity, a collision of worlds. The city around them faded, and for a breath, they were alone in a galaxy of stars, a cosmic dance where time held no dominion. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper, trembling with a mix of fear and awe. "I am everything and nothing," he replied, the words twisting in the air like smoke. "I am the storm and the calm. I am Zeus in disguise." The truth settled over her like a shroud, chilling and exhilarating, a weight pressing against her chest. But before she could grasp the enormity of it, the chaos roared back to life, a reminder that the world was still burning around them. She turned, searching for Aidan, but the crowd had engulfed him, leaving her stranded in this moment of divine revelation, vulnerable and terrified. She stood at the brink, caught between realms, knowing that everything they had feared was real, and yet, the question spiraled within her. What would he ask of her? What sacrifice awaited her in this dance with a god? As the city erupted in chaos, the only thing she knew for certain was that this was only the beginning, a prelude to something greater, something darker lurking just beyond the horizon. In this twisted fate, nothing would remain unscathed, and the echoes of their choices would resonate through eternity, binding them in an unbreakable, terrifyingly beautiful bond. The air thickened with unspoken promises, and as the night deepened, the stars bore witness to the unfolding drama that would change their lives forever. The moon hung in a shroud of clouds, its light a mere whisper against the restless shadows of the ancient grove. A heavy silence enveloped the forest, as if even the trees held their breath, waiting for the storm to break. In the heart of this stillness, Lycaon stood, his heart pounding with a rhythm of defiance. Tonight, he would challenge the gods. Tonight, he would show them that faith could be twisted into a weapon, sharper than any blade. He could see the flickering flames of the altar in the distance, a beacon of light that seemed both inviting and foreboding. It was strange, really, how something so sacred could feel so wrong. He could hear the whispers of his ancestors in his ears, a cacophony of doubt and fear. Do not anger them, they warned. Do not test the heavens. But Lycaon, with his blood igniting his veins, felt invincible, a titan against the mighty. How foolish, he thought. How utterly human. Seated around the altar was a gathering of men, their faces illuminated by the fire's glow, eyes wide with a mix of awe and horror. They were his brothers, but they looked at him as if he were a ghost, a shadow of what they once knew. Why had he brought them here? He could almost hear their thoughts, bouncing off the trees like errant arrows. What madness drives him, they wondered. But could they not see? This was more than madness. This was purpose. This was power. And yet, in the midst of this fervor, there was a flicker of doubt that gnawed at the corners of his mind. Could he truly challenge Zeus, the king of gods? He remembered the stories, the thunderous roars that echoed through the heavens, the lightning that split the sky. He felt small against that raw power, a mere mortal with a heartbeat that seemed too loud, too desperate. He clenched his fists, reminding himself why he had come. They would not see him cower. They would not see him break. Lycaon. A voice cut through the tension, warm and familiar yet laced with apprehension. It was his brother, the one who had always held him back, his anchor in the storm. You cannot do this. You are playing with fire. Fire is what I seek. Lycaon shot back, fury igniting his words. For too long, we have bowed to their whims, praying for scraps, begging for mercy. Tonight, we feast on their arrogance. The tension in the air thickened, a palpable thing that wrapped around them like a serpent. Lycaon's heart raced, each beat a reminder of the stakes. He could feel the eyes of the gods watching from above, their judgment weighing down like an anvil. He moved closer to the altar, the flames licking at his skin, their warmth a stark contrast to the chill of fear creeping along his spine. He grabbed a knife, its edge glinting in the flickering light, a promise of blood and sacrifice. We will prepare a feast worthy of the heavens. We will show Zeus that we are not to be trifled with. As he raised the knife, the air crackled with energy, a prelude to the chaos that was to come. He saw the faces of his brothers, torn between loyalty and horror, their expressions frozen in a moment of indecision. You will regret this, one of them whispered, but the words barely registered above the pounding in his ears. The moon, now fully revealed, cast an eerie glow over the grove, illuminating the impending doom that swirled like smoke around Lycaon. And then, he heard it, a voice like thunder, resonating through the trees, shaking the very ground beneath his feet. Why do you defy me, Lycaon? The voice was a storm, a gale that swept through the hearts of men, leaving only fear in its wake. Lycaon's breath caught in his throat. He turned, the knife trembling in his grasp, and there stood Zeus, a figure of raw power and righteous fury. His hair flowed like lightning, his eyes crackling with the energy of 1,000 storms. Lycaon felt the weight of his own challenge crashing down like a wave, threatening to drag him under. He had summoned the wrath of a god. I do not fear you. Lycaon shouted, his voice cracking, the bravado slipping through his fingers like sand. You should, Zeus replied, a chilling calmness settling over the grove. You think you can mock me with your pitiful offerings? Your flesh, your blood, mere playthings in the grand design. Lycaon's breath quickened, the truth piercing through the haze of bravado. This was no mere argument, this was a reckoning. The stakes were higher than he had ever imagined. He felt the air grow heavy with despair as he realized he had crossed a line that could not be uncrossed. I remember, he whispered, his voice faltering, stories of men who challenged the skies and fell. The echoes of those tales resounded in his mind, men transformed into beasts, their pride the very chains that bound them to their fate. Do you? Zeus boomed, taking a step forward, the ground trembling beneath his feet. Then why do you challenge me? Do you wish to become one of those stories? A cautionary tale, a ghost haunting the edges of memory. Lycaon stood frozen, caught between fury and fear, between man and beast. He felt the pull of darkness, the desire to become something more, something primal. But at what cost? He saw the faces of his brothers, terrified yet hopeful, searching for a leader in their time of despair. Your faith is misplaced, Zeus continued, his voice a thunderous whisper, for you seek power not to protect but to destroy. What will you gain from this madness? A moment of silence, thick and suffocating, held them captive as Lycaon stared into those eyes, blue like the depths of the ocean, stormy like the skies before a tempest. He felt the weight of his own soul, heavy with the burden of choice. Would he stand? Would he fight? Or would he fall, lost to the shadows of his own hubris? And in that moment, as the flames danced wildly, the air thick with the scent of betrayal and hope, the fate of Lycaon hung precariously, like a thread woven into the tapestry of time, ready to unravel at the slightest tug. He felt the cosmos closing in around him, a tightening grip that left no room for escape. The challenge was laid bare, the gods were watching, and the night was far from over. The moon hung low, a gaping wound in the fabric of night, its pale light spilling over the landscape like an omen. I stood there, heart pounding, wind biting at my skin, as the shadows danced around me, a dark shapes flickering in the periphery of my vision. They whispered secrets, age-old tales of curses and transformations just waiting to unfold. I remember the scent of damp earth, the chill clinging to the air, thick with anticipation. I remember the crackle of twigs beneath my feet and the weight of dread settling on my chest like lead. Somewhere in this haunted wood, a curse lay coiled, ready to strike. Lycaon was both myth and man, a cruel king with a heart as hard as the stone underfoot. His laughter, oh, that laughter, echoed in my ears, a haunting reminder of his hubris. Did he think himself above the gods, above the very laws of nature? His arrogance had led him to this night. The night of his undoing. I couldn't help but feel a kinship with him, a flicker of understanding. I too had faced the wrath of the divine. Then there was Callista, her wide, terrified eyes reflecting the moonlight. A mix of fear and fury swirled within her, and I could see the struggle etched on her face. She was more than just a witness, she was caught in the crossfire, a wild card in a game with no rules. I remember the way she clenched her fists, nails biting into her palms, as if she could physically hold on to her humanity. "Don't let it take me," she pleaded, her voice trembling like a fragile leaf caught in a storm. And there was me, a mere observer, yet somehow inextricably linked to their fate. The echoes of my own failures haunted me, a cacophony of whispers urging me to act, to intervene. I had walked this line before, teetering between light and dark, and I knew what awaited those who fell too far into the abyss. A sudden howl ripped through the air, a primal sound that shattered the silence and sent shivers racing down my spine. In that moment, I could see the threads of fate weaving tighter around us, strangling hope as it wrapped around Lycaon's very soul. He had gone too far, risked too much, the gods were watching, and their judgment was swift and merciless. "Lycaon!" I shouted, my voice raw with urgency and desperation. But it was too late, the transformation was already beginning. His body convulsed, limbs elongating grotesquely, skin stretching and pulling like tattered fabric. I felt the air thicken with dread, an electric tension that crackled like a storm ready to break. This was no mere curse, it was a judgment, a horrifying metamorphosis that would strip him of everything, his humanity, his compassion, his very essence. "It hurts," he howled, his voice twisting into something unrecognizable, a sound that tore through the night like a shaft of pain. I watched, horrified and entranced, as the glimmer of madness flickered in his eyes, the last remnants of the king slipping away like sand through fingers. He was becoming something else, something primal and feral, a creature born of darkness and rage. "Help me!" Callista cried, her voice cracking, desperation seeping through the cracks. But what could I do? How could I save him when he had condemned himself? I felt the warm trickle of guilt seep into my veins. His punishment was a reflection of our shared humanity, a reminder that hubris could lead us all to the brink of obliteration. I remember the shadows lengthening, creeping closer, eager to embrace the chaos that surrounded us. The forest itself felt alive, pulsating with the heartbeat of ancient magic, a living entity that feasted on despair. The branches twisted like skeletal fingers, clawing at the sky, pleading for release. And there, amidst the cacophony of transformation, I saw the flicker of Callista's resolve. She stepped forward, determination igniting a fire in her chest, her fear morphing into something fierce and unwavering. "Lycaon," she screamed, as if her voice could penetrate the madness, "you are not a beast. You are a king. Fight this." The words hung heavy in the air, a desperate plea that resonated deep within the soul, begging him to remember the man he had once been. But how could he? How could any of us remember who we were when confronted with the primal pull of the beast within? I felt my own heart racing, teetering on the edge of transformation. The darkness whispered sweet nothings, seducing me with promises of power and freedom. I was terrified of what lay ahead, and yet, I craved it too, a dark fascination that clung to my very being. As Lycaon's features twisted, eyes becoming slits of hungry ambition, I watched despair seep into Callista's resolve. The flicker of hope began to wane, giving way to despair, but still she pressed on, her voice a fragile thread woven through the chaos. "Remember!" It was a mantra, desperate and raw, echoing in the void between us, flailing against the overwhelming tide of transformation. In this moment, I felt the weight of time as if the cosmos had halted, trapping us in its unforgiving grip. The world around us morphed into an ethereal tapestry of fear, pain, and longing, each heartbeat a reminder of what was and what could never be again. The shadows danced like specters, teasing, taunting with glimpses of the end. Lycaon howled, a mournful cry filled with anguish and regret, and I felt the echo reverberate in my chest. I could taste the bitterness, the salt of tears unshed. The transformation was not just physical, it was a stripping away of everything we held dear. It was a reminder that we are all but a breath away from losing ourselves, from succumbing to the darkness that lurks within. A new howl reverberated through the trees, fierce and primal, as the last vestiges of humanity ebbed away from Lycaon. I closed my eyes, wishing it all could stop. When I opened them again, I found myself staring into the abyss, where shadows loomed large and light felt like a distant memory. I trembled, caught in the suffocating embrace of inevitability, as the night deepened around us, the moon bearing witness to our plight. But above the chaos, I could still hear Callista's voice, rising above the din, relentless and unwavering. "You are not lost. You are not alone." The words resonated, striking a chord deep within me. Perhaps there was still hope, perhaps the threads of fate could be rewoven. But time was slipping away, our moments dwindling like falling leaves. And as Lycaon embraced his fate, it became clear we were all part of his transformation, ensnared in the web of his curse. The air crackled with intensity, and I felt the world spinning out of control, a wild carousel of fate, bearing witness to the darkness within us all, waiting to be unleashed. As the shadows closed in and the night deepened, I could feel the walls crumbling, the boundaries between man and beast beginning to blur, pulling us deeper into this haunting abyss. The moon hung low, a spectral lantern casting its silvery glow across the ancient forest, illuminating shadows that danced like phantoms in the night. In that eerie hush, the air thick with looming dread, a howl pierced the silence, a chilling echo that crawled under the skin, igniting the primal fear buried deep within. I could feel it, every muscle in my body tightening, heart pounding like a war drum. It was the sound of something otherworldly, a cry from the depths of darkness that promised no salvation. It was there, in that frozen moment, that I found myself enveloped in the chaos of a world where humanity and monstrosity intertwined. I was standing beside Lyra, her breath shallow, eyes wide with terror, and her fingers trembling like willow branches in a storm. She was the keeper of secrets, a woman burdened by the weight of ancestral knowledge, her ancestors whispering tales of blood and transformation. "They come at night," she whispered, voice quaking. "You can see the glint in their eyes, the hunger. They are not just beasts. They are us." Then there was Marcus, a soldier caught in a war he never wanted to fight. His broad shoulders slumped under the weight of an unending battle, haunted by the ghost of his brother, lost to the night, consumed by dark desires. I watched him, consumed by his own demons as he clenched his fists, knuckles white with anxiety. "I thought I could save him," he murmured, voice cracking like dry branches. "But how do you save someone from themselves?" It was a question that hung in the air like a noose, tightening with every heartbeat. As night deepened, the forest transformed into a labyrinth of shadows, trees whispering secrets older than time itself. The moonlight scattered in fractured beams, weaving through the branches, illuminating twisted faces of ancient spirits. I could almost hear them, a chorus of laughter and lament weaving stories of lycanthropy from across distant lands. A shiver ran down my spine. In Greece, they spoke of the cursed Lycaon, transformed into a wolf as punishment from the gods. In Norse lore, warriors donned wolf skins, shedding their humanity under the full moon, reveling in savagery. It was all connected, a web of fear, power, and the insatiable hunger for freedom. Lyra's hands trembled as she traced the worn pages of a leather-bound tome, her eyes tracing the inked symbols, each marking a tale of transformation and tragedy. "They believed," she murmured, her voice barely a whisper. "They thought becoming a beast would free them. But freedom came at a cost, a price paid in blood and soul, an eternal conflict between light and dark." And then, as if summoned by her words, the howl returned, closer this time, echoing through the trees like a sinister lullaby. It rippled through me, a dark invitation urging us into the heart of despair. I glanced at Marcus, whose jaw tightened, the weight of his brother's memory a spectre that lingered in the shadows. "We have to go," he said, voice low and urgent, but I could see the flicker of doubt in his eyes. The hunt was coming, and with it, the madness of transformation, an insatiable thirst for blood. The forest closed in around us, branches clawing at our skin like accusing fingers, the darkness alive with unseen eyes watching, waiting. I could taste the fear on my tongue, a metallic tang that sent my heart racing. I remembered other nights like this, when horror danced just beyond the edge of reason. Those stories from my childhood, my grandmother's voice wrapping me in a cocoon of safety as she warned me of the creatures that roamed the woods. They may look like us, but they are not. They wear our faces but not our hearts. Lyra inhaled sharply, her gaze fixed on the distant glow of the village, a flickering beacon of hope amidst the encroaching darkness. "We have to warn them," she said, her voice a fragile thread tethering us to sanity. But Marcus hesitated, the conflict raging within him. What if they turn on us? What if the beasts are already among them? His words hung heavy in the air, a bitter truth we all feared to confront. The howl echoed again, closer now, a bone-chilling reminder of our precarious position. Panic surged through me, an electric current of desperation. I felt the pulse of the earth beneath my feet, the rhythm of ancient stories intertwining with our own, each heartbeat a reminder of the thin veil between man and monster. I remembered the tales of the cursed, the legends that spanned cultures, each one echoing the same primal fear. But then I saw it, a glint in the underbrush, movement that sent dread coiling around my heart. My breath caught in my throat as a figure burst forth from the shadows. It was a wolf, its eyes reflecting the moonlight, a mirror of wild hunger and undeniable power. It was then I understood, the line between hunter and hunted had blurred, and fear morphed into something else entirely, a desperate need to survive, to reclaim our humanity in the face of the beast. "Run!" Lyra screamed, but the words were swallowed by the night. I felt the world spin around me, a chaotic storm of adrenaline and terror. We dashed through the trees, branches clawing at our skin, the howls of the pack drawing closer, an eerie symphony of chaos and longing. I remembered the stories of ancient tribes, rituals drenched in blood and moonlight, the thunderous drumming echoing like a heartbeat through the night. They danced, became the wolf, embraced the madness. Each transformation bore witness to the fragility of humanity, the yearning for something raw and wild. But at what cost? The question clawed at my mind, desperate to break free. As we emerged from the forest, the village loomed ahead, flickering lights casting shadows that danced like specters. Would they welcome us, or would the fear of the unknown turn them against us? I felt the weight of 1,000 stories pressing upon my soul, the legacy of fear, the quest for understanding. In that moment, standing at the precipice of the unknown, the world felt infinite with possibility and dread. The air vibrated with unspoken truths, ancient echoes of a past intertwined with the present. And as we took our first step into the village, the moon hung above us, a silent witness to the eternal dance of man and beast, reminding us that in the depths of our fears, we might just find our truest selves, both monstrous and divine. The howl sliced through the stillness, a long, mournful lament that echoed off the jagged cliffs and reverberated in the marrow of my bones. I stood on the precipice, fear coiling tight around my heart like a noose. The sky was bruised with the colors of an impending storm, dark clouds swirling ominously while the sun bled its last golden rays across the horizon. In that moment, I remembered how the shadows of the past danced around me, whispering secrets of betrayal and loyalty, of hunger that gnaw at the soul. Maya's breath was ragged beside me, her eyes wide like saucers, glimmering with the reflection of something deep and primal, a fear that tugged at the edge of her sanity. "They're coming," she whispered, voice trembling like the leaves in the cold wind. I could feel the tension crackle between us, a palpable entity that threatened to break us down, to unravel the fragile thread of our shared existence. She was my sister, my blood, but the darkness that flickered in her gaze felt like the stark promise of betrayal. I reached for her hand, squeezing tightly, that simple contact grounding me as the echoes of howls grew closer. "Stay with me," I implored, though even I felt the weight of my own failure in those words. I remembered the stories, the ones our mother told by the fire, the way she spoke of wolves with reverence and fear, as if they were both guardians and monsters. The wolves are not the enemy, she would say, her voice heavy with emotion. They are the reflection of our own savage nature. But that was before everything changed. Long before Maya's eyes lost their light, before she chose fear over trust. The wolves were not just creatures of the night, they were the harbingers of truth. And the truth? It clawed at the walls of my mind, relentless. I pulled Maya closer, trying to shield her from the chilling winds that carried the scent of damp earth and blood. The trees around us whispered warnings, their gnarled branches twisting like fingers reaching out from the abyss. I inhaled sharply, the air was thick with dread, and I could taste the metallic tang of impending violence. "Do you remember the stories?" I asked, desperate to tether us both back to something solid. The way they spoke of the moon, the transformation. Her eyes flickered with recognition, but the shadows loomed larger, swallowing her memories whole. "They're not the same," she replied, voice cracking like ice underfoot. "We're not safe, Eli. They're hungry." And in that moment, I understood. It wasn't just the wolves that were hungry. It was us, starved for connection, for understanding in a world that had turned its back on us. We were the children of a fading myth, caught between daylight and darkness, struggling to find a foothold in a reality that offered only betrayal. I remembered the stories told by the fire, how the wolves were symbols of loyalty and family, how they roamed in packs, united by blood and instinct. But there was a darker truth woven into those tales, a warning of the beast within. Each howl whispered of a hunger that could tear apart flesh and bone, that could turn love into madness, that could twist a family into a pack of ravening beasts. Maya, I squeezed her hand, feeling her pulse thrumming beneath my fingertips. If we faced them together, her gaze hardened, a fortress built of fear and resentment rising between us. "You still believe in the stories? You think they'll protect us?" She shook her head, a single tear carving a path down her cheek. "You don't understand. In this world, loyalty is a blade that cuts both ways." And with that, the tension snapped. I felt it, the jagged fracture of our bond, the split between the memory of who we were and the stark reality of who we'd become. The wolves were not our only enemy, it was the darkness within us that threatened to devour everything we held dear. The howl erupted again, a primal call that echoed through the night, sending shivers racing down my spine. It was not a mere sound, it was a clarion call, summoning the very essence of our fears to the surface. I could feel their eyes on us, watching, waiting, a pack of shadows draped in the cloak of night, hungry for our secrets, ready to expose the beast within. "Eli, we have to go." Maya's voice was an urgent plea, cutting through the fog of my thoughts. But where could we run? The forest was alive with the rhythm of the hunt, it thrummed with the promise of blood and chaos. In the distance, I caught sight of movement, a flash of silver fur, sleek and deadly, slipping between the trees. My heart raced as the shadows danced closer, and in the pit of my stomach, a bitter truth began to dawn. The wolves were not merely out for blood, they were here to reveal the darkest parts of ourselves, to drag our sins into the light. I remembered everything. The secrets we buried, the betrayals we whispered, the love we twisted into weapons. I looked at Maya, and I saw the fear reflected back at me, the fear of losing each other, the fear of what we might become when the night was at its blackest. And as the howl echoed again, vibrating through the very fabric of our being, I realized that the real beast was not outside. It was the truth we'd been running from, the truth that would force us to confront our own souls, strip away the masks we wore, and finally face the nature of the beast within. So we stood there, on the edge of the abyss, the howl of the wolves rising to a fever pitch, as we braced ourselves for the storm that was about to break. And in that moment, caught between the shadows and the fading light, I knew this was just the beginning. The darkness was coming, and we would have to choose, to fight the wolves or become them. A scream fractures the night, slicing through the heavy air like a blade. It echoes, a haunting melody that bounces off the crumbling walls of the old city. Underneath the wavering glow of a flickering street lamp, I stand frozen, heart thundering against my ribcage, an animal caught in the gaze of something far worse than death, the awakening of primal fear. Shadows stretch long and thin, twisting into grotesque shapes, each one a reflection of the darkness lurking in the corners of my own mind. I remember the silence before. The eerie calm that hung over the night like a shroud. It whispered promises of safety, lulling me into a false sense of security. But now, with every pulse of adrenaline, I feel the truth clawing its way to the surface. It's not just the beast outside that terrifies me, it's the beast within. Across the street, Sarah stands, her breath shallow, eyes wide, filled with a wild mixture of terror and determination. She's always been the fearless one, the one who chased storms and danced with shadows, yet now, she clutches her phone like a lifeline, fingers trembling over the screen as if it can save us from the encroaching darkness. I see the flicker of doubt cross her face, the internal struggle mirrored in the way her shoulders slump slightly, the weight of the world pressing down. "Help is coming," she whispers, though the words taste like ashes. But help doesn't come. It never does. Not when the beast is already circling, prowling in the shadows, waiting, hungry, both for blood and for the weaknesses buried deep within ourselves. I can feel it, its presence like a cold breath on the back of my neck, the raw stench of fear mingling with the dampness of the night. I remember the stories I used to tell myself, that it's just a figment of imagination, a metaphor for my darkest thoughts. But now? Now it feels all too real. And then there's Lucas, standing a few feet away, a pillar of stoic uncertainty. He's always been the thinker, the rational mind in our trio. Yet tonight, I see the cracks forming in his armor. His eyes dart from Sarah to me, searching for reassurance that I cannot provide. "It's just an animal," he says, voice steady but trembling at the edges. "We can scare it away." But his bravado is a fragile thing, easily shattered. One look at Sarah, and I see it, the flicker of disbelief, the haunting question, what if this time it's different? I remember the last time we faced something monstrous. The time we thought we were invincible, that bravery was all it took to conquer the night. But the truth is stitched into the fabric of our memories, woven with threads of fear and regret. I see it in Lucas's eyes, he's lost the battle with himself, battling the shame of vulnerability. I can almost hear the thoughts crashing through his mind, a riptide of self-doubt. What am I? What are we? The beast lunges, a dark blur in the periphery, and I stumble back, breath hitching. It's not just a creature, it's a mirror reflecting our own savagery, the primal chaos that dwells beneath layers of civilization. I feel it clawing its way to the surface, a dark symphony of rage and despair. The dreams I've buried, the memories I've locked away, come flooding back, the echoes of childhood fears, the whispers of abandonment, the feeling of never being enough. I see the same darkness in Sarah's eyes, the same trembling question hanging in the air. What happens when the beast is no longer outside but within? When our own hearts become the monsters we fear? Time distorts, stretching, and warping in the tense silence. I remember the cosmic insignificance of our struggles, how beneath the stars, we are mere specks, a collection of atoms swirling in the void. Yet here we are, fighting the monsters we cannot name, facing the shadows that refuse to fade. I hear the distant howl of the wind, a siren song beckoning us towards the abyss, and I know we are teetering on the edge of something magnificent and terrifying. Lucas takes a step forward, voice rising above the chaos. "We can't let it win," he says, but even he sounds uncertain, as if he's pleading with his own fears rather than the creature stalking us. I want to believe him, to cling to the hope that we can be more than our darkest impulses. But every heartbeat echoes the truth, fear begets fear, and in this twilight, we are all too human, too flawed. Suddenly, the beast lunges again, this time closer, claws glinting under the dim light. My body freezes, every instinct screaming to run, but where? Where do you go when all roads lead back to your heart, back to the very essence of who you are? I realize then that we are not just fighting for our lives, we are wrestling with the darkness within, grappling with the very nature of our existence. I remember the stories of old, of man and beast intertwined in a dance as ancient as time itself. The legends of heroes forged in fire and shadow, of choices made in desperation. Every tale a reflection of our struggle, a reminder that we are both hunter and prey, savior and sinner. And as the beast circles, I see it, its eyes reflecting our fear, our pain, our desires. It is not merely a creature, it is an embodiment of everything we are unwilling to face, every lie we've ever told ourselves. I glance at Sarah, and in that moment, I see her resolve transform into something fierce, igniting a spark of rebellion. We are not alone. The tension snaps, shattering the stillness of the night. We are not just three friends fighting a beast, we are three souls grappling with the chaos of existence. In the heart of darkness, we find our light. And with that realization, I take a breath, ready to confront not just the beast outside, but the one inside. The echoes of the past stretch forward, pulling us into an endless confrontation, a loop of fear and courage, of despair and hope. And the night winds on, the beast prowling closer, but we stand resolute, a fragile unity against the tide of shadows, the duality of man and beast clashing in the silence, a never-ending dance. The moon hung low, a silver eye glaring down upon the twisted woods where shadows danced with malice. The pale light illuminated the tangled underbrush, revealing a figure half reclined against an old oak, breathless and trembling. Isolde's heart thundered in her chest, a frantic drumbeat echoing the chaos brewing within. The air crackled with tension, electric as the night sky, and she could feel it, that sinister pull of the cosmos, tugging at her very core. "I can't," she whispered, shaking her head as if to dispel the tangle of thoughts. But a primal energy surged through her, wild and uncontrollable, beating against her ribs, a beast that stirred, restless and hungry. She could almost taste the metallic tang of fear in the air, sharp enough to cut. A rustle nearby shattered the silence, and she jerked her gaze to the darkness, eyes wide. He was coming. She knew he was. The shadows shifted and morphed, and then, there he was, Liam, skin glistening under the moon's cold embrace, a fire flickering in his blue eyes that turned feral and fierce. The tension crackled as their gazes met, a connection woven with unspoken words, tangled emotions, and a shared curse. "Isolde," he breathed, voice roughened by midnight's chill, "you have to leave. It's not safe." But she couldn't move, fear and longing held her captive. She remembered the stories whispered around campfires, stories that painted the moon as both a mother and a monster, cradling the souls of lost men and women, weaving their fates into the threads of night. Each tale reinforced the weight of her own curse, as if the moon conspired with the darkness to drag them into the abyss. "I won't let you do this alone," she insisted, defiance sharpening her voice. "I'm not running anymore." Liam's expression twisted, a cruel mix of gratitude and despair. "You don't understand what's at stake. The moon, on nights like this, it awakens something deep inside. You can't fight it, you need to run." But the truth clawed at her insides. She remembered the first time it happened to him, the ache of his transformation echoing through her own heart. It was a night like this, the moon full and mocking, when she stood helpless as he writhed in agony, caught between man and beast. The memories were vivid, a tapestry woven from screams and blood, and she could feel them wrapping around her throat, constricting her breath. "No," she cried, as if her voice alone could tether the chaos that threatened to engulf them both. "I refuse to abandon you to the night. I refuse to abandon us." In that moment, the wood seemed alive, thorns of dread creeping closer. The moonlight glinted off something sharp, and fear pulled in her gut, the shadows were shifting again. A figure emerged, grotesquely beautiful, its form twisted and elongated. It was a creature born of the moon itself, and its howl cut through the air, a spine-chilling melody that echoed with the cries of the damned. "Isolde!" Liam yelled, urgency lacing his voice as he stepped closer, protective but trembling with the approaching darkness. "It's here!" The air thickened, suffocating and heavy with the scent of blood and fear. She could feel her own pulse quickening, a symphony of dread and longing playing in unison. Each heartbeat a reminder that the night was not just a canvas painted by the moon, it was a graveyard for dreams unfulfilled. But she couldn't falter. She remembered the nights they spent together beneath the stars, laughter mingling with the rustling leaves, their fingers intertwined, promises made beneath the watchful eye of the cosmos. She had believed they could break free from the chains that bound them to the moon cycle. Yet here they stood, teetering on the brink of a precipice, the abyss yawning wide before them. "I'm not afraid," she shouted, defiant. "Not of you, not of this. If I fall, I'll fall with you." The creature lunged at them, blazing eyes locked onto Liam with a hunger that chilled her to the bone. Time slowed, every moment stretching into eternity. She could see the moon reflecting in its eyes, a baleful luminescence that promised chaos and destruction. Behind her, the weight of history, of countless generations ensnared by lunar curses, pressed against her heart. Isolde! Liam bellowed, a wild desperation igniting his features as he met the creature's charge. His body, once a sanctuary, morphed into a weapon, muscles contorting, bones snapping, a violent symphony of transformation. She felt his pain as if it were her own, raw, visceral. The wolf emerged, fierce and untamed, eyes blazing with a ferocity that mingled with fear and sorrow. And in that moment, she understood the truth: the moon was not merely an antagonist, but a reflection of their inner turmoil, a cold reminder of their humanity clawing against the beast within. The night was not just a backdrop, it was a battleground where love and loss intertwined, where the line between light and dark blurred. As Liam, the wolf, bounded toward the creature, she held her breath, heart racing. There was no safety in this madness. The moon bore witness, illuminating this dance of despair, but she wouldn't look away. She couldn't. The echoes of their struggles reverberated through the night, weaving a tapestry of anguish and passion. "Fight for us," she screamed, her words lost in the din of the chaos as the two beasts collided, her heart splintering with every howl, every clash of claws. Each second stretched, suspended in a world where fear and love battled for dominance. And as she stood there, trembling but resolute, she felt it, the moon's chilling influence wrapped around her like a shroud, urging her to succumb, to surrender. But deep down, a flicker of hope ignited, a spark of defiance blossoming in the darkness. Together, she whispered, the word a silent vow, a promise unbroken, echoing against the moonlit sky. The night would not claim them easily, they would carve their own path through the shadows, even if it meant facing the darkness lurking within themselves. The confrontation drew nearer, and her breath caught, suspended between worlds, between the sweet ache of love and the bitter sting of impending loss. The moon watched, an unblinking witness, as they danced on the knife's edge of fate, locked in a struggle that would either destroy or redeem them, their souls caught in the haunting embrace of lunar influence, forever entwined in the dark. The moon hung low, a sickle of silver slicing through the inky blackness of the forest, where shadows twisted and turned like restless souls in torment. An unholy silence enveloped the trees, a hush that swallowed the world whole. The air was electric, charged with a tension that sent shivers skittering down the spine. I could feel it, the unmistakable pulse of fear creeping under my skin, wrapping around my heart like a vice. "Run!" Sarah screamed, her voice a jagged edge scraping against my senses. Panic radiated from her like heat from a dying star. It was a primal thing, raw and unfiltered, the kind that clawed up your throat and begged to be set free. I didn't know if it was the sight of the creature lurking just beyond the trees or the haunted look in her eyes that propelled me into action. The night was alive, a living beast with a hunger that gnawed at our heels. As we sprinted, limbs flailing, breath ragged, I caught a glimpse of it, a hulking mass shrouded in darkness, eyes glinting like shards of broken glass. The wolf Garou, a spectre of folklore, a monster that had haunted my dreams since childhood. Flashes of tales spun in candlelight, of villagers disappearing, their screams swallowed by the night. I remembered every word, every chilling whisper. I had laughed then, dismissing it all as superstition. But now, with the creature's growl vibrating through the air, I could feel the weight of history pressing down on me, suffocating. "Keep running!" Sarah yelled again, her voice slicing through the night, but there was a tremor beneath her bravado. I knew her well enough to sense the fissures in her steel exterior. She had always been the brave one, but tonight, the walls she built were crumbling. It felt like the earth was shifting beneath us, the very fabric of reality tearing apart. The wolf Garou was more than a beast, it was a reflection of our fears, our insecurities. Why did we come here? I gasped, the question burning in my throat like bile. My mind raced, replaying our conversation hours earlier, a cruel twist of fate leading us to this moment. We had wanted to confront our fears, to face the legends that had held us captive for so long. But this was a nightmare that clawed at my sanity. Because we thought we were brave, she shouted back, defiance woven with dread. Her eyes held mine for a fleeting moment, and I saw in them the flicker of regret, of vulnerability. But bravery doesn't mean we're invincible. The underbrush crackled beneath us, branches snapping like bones, and I felt the hot breath of the Garou on my neck, a whisper of death that sent ice coursing through my veins. It was a dance of terror and exhilaration, a chase through the underworld where only shadows dared to tread. I could taste the metallic tang of fear on my tongue, each heartbeat thundering a warning that echoed in the stillness. "Do you remember the stories?" I cried out, voice trembling against the roar of the beast behind us. "The sacrifices, the blood, the ancient rituals." "Of course, I do," she screamed, her face a canvas of fear and fury. But those stories were just stories. The wolf Garou was more than a myth, it was a manifestation of every sin we hid, every regret we buried deep. The moonlight, once a comforting embrace, now illuminated our darkest secrets, throwing them into sharp relief. I remembered, oh, how I remembered, the echoes of distant laughter, of carefree days spent in the sun, ignorance a blissful cloak I wore. But now, the shadows clawed at my heels, and each second felt like an eternity. I felt the weight of the world pressing down, the burden of expectations, the dread of failure. I was supposed to be strong, to protect Sarah, but fear was a cruel mistress, and I faltered. "Sarah!" I yelled, desperation clawing at my throat as I stumbled. "What if we can't outrun it? What if we can't hide from what's inside us?" She shot back, and in that moment, I saw the truth in her eyes. The Garou was a mirror, reflecting everything we loathed about ourselves. The wind howled through the trees, a banshee's wail that rattled my bones. The shadows twisted into grotesque shapes, taunting us with visions of our failures. I saw my younger self, terrified and alone, a child who had never learned to confront the darkness. I saw Sarah, brave yet broken, a warrior forged from heartbreak and loss. We were both lost in a labyrinth of our creation, and the Garou was but a harbinger of our collective fears. And still, we ran, feet pounding against the earth, the thrum of survival surging through us like wildfire. But the chase was more than physical, it was a reckoning, a confrontation with the ghosts that haunted our souls. As we approached the clearing, the trees parted as if nature itself had conspired to reveal our fates. "Stand and fight!" I screamed, the words bursting forth like a dam breaking. The Garou emerged from the shadows, a towering figure etched in the moonlight, fur bristling like the quills of a porcupine. Its eyes locked onto mine, a hunger there that sent tremors of terror cascading through my body. But beneath that fear was something else, defiance, a burning ember ignited by our shared struggle. "Together!" Sarah shouted, and we faced the beast, not as prey but as warriors. My heart raced, each beat a battle cry, each breath a promise that we would not let fear rule us any longer. As the Garou lunged, I felt time slow, the air thick with a palpable intensity. The shadows danced around us, weaving a tapestry of our struggles, our triumphs, and our failures. I remember the weight of our histories, the scars etched into our souls. But in that moment, they faded, and all that remained was a fierce resolve. We would confront the darkness, not just of the beast before us but of ourselves. The wolf Garou was no longer a monster lurking in the shadows, it was a part of us, the embodiment of our pain and our power. And then, as the world tilted on its axis, I knew that this was just the beginning, an unending cycle of conflict and resolution, of fear transformed into strength. The night was far from over, and the echoes of our struggle would resonate long after the moon had set. The moon hung heavy in the sky, a ghostly orb casting skeletal shadows across the desolate landscape. The night was thick with the scent of pine and something darker, fear. A howl broke the silence, raw and primal, slicing through the air like a blade. I felt it in my bones, the echo of a distant memory, the whisper of tales long forgotten. I was there, running, heart racing, breath quickening, feeling the pull of an ancient sorrow that would weave into my very essence. I remember the night I stood at the edge of the forest, trembling. The distant lights of the village flickered like dying stars, their warmth a cruel reminder of safety, of humanity. But that was in the past, a world far removed from this moment. The trees whispered secrets, their branches clawed at the sky, begging for mercy, for understanding. And then, from the shadows, he emerged, a figure so hauntingly familiar. Lycaon. His eyes glowed with a feral intensity, reflecting the moonlight like twin shards of shattered glass, and I was lost in their depths. "Do you feel it?" he rasped, his voice a raspy whisper that sent shivers down my spine. The connection between man and beast. In his presence, I felt the weight of history pressing against my chest, the burden of ancient curses that had seeped into the very soil. I was drawn to him, despite the warnings echoing in my mind, the fears that cautioned against the darkness he embodied. He was a man once, like me, like you, flawed, imperfect, yet bursting with a strange, chaotic beauty. But the night had twisted him, reshaped him into something other. I remembered, how could I forget? The tales I'd been told as a child, the grotesque stories of Lycaon, who had dared to challenge the gods, who had turned to a wolf as punishment for his hubris. The irony twisted my insides. It was all a game, wasn't it? A cruel trick played by fate. But he wasn't alone. In the heart of the forest, a figure loomed behind him, Elila, a spirit so intertwined with my own, so deeply rooted in my past, that her presence ignited a storm inside me. I felt the clash of emotions, the longing and despair swirling within like a tempest. She stood there, a ghost of dreams, her hair wild like the wind, eyes shimmering with a defiance that both terrified and thrilled me. "You don't have to do this, Lycaon," she pleaded, her voice cutting through the tension like a knife, sharp and desperate. "We can find another way." But he was lost, entangled in the web of his own making, caught between the man he once was and the beast he had become. "What do you know of my pain?" he growled, a low rumble that hinted at the echo of long-buried rage. "You who dance in the light while shadows stalk me." The forest seemed to shiver at his words, the trees leaning in as if to listen, to witness the unraveling of a soul. In that moment, I felt the earth tremble beneath us, a reminder that the very ground we stood on was stained with the essence of ancient blood. The air was thick with tension, every breath a battle, every heartbeat a countdown to something inevitable. Clocks ticked in the distance, each second stretching into eternity as I watched the two of them, caught in a dance of fate. I remember the stories that framed my childhood, tales of transformation, of monsters who wore the skins of men. But this was reality, raw and unfiltered, a truth that gnawed at the edges of my sanity. I was present in a story that had begun long before my time, where the gods toyed with lives like marionettes, pulling strings and watching the chaos unfold with cruel delight. "Lycaon, please," I stepped forward, my voice trembling. "This isn't the way. You can break this curse." The words stumbled out, clumsy and desperate. I felt Lila's gaze on me, a mixture of hope and fear, a silent plea that echoed in my heart. "You don't have to bear this alone." He turned, and for a moment, the man flickered in his eyes, a dim light fighting against the encroaching darkness. "What do you know of loneliness?" he whispered, the weight of the world resting on his shoulders. "What do you know of being hunted by the shadows of your own making?" I knew nothing, nothing at all. But I felt the ache in my chest, the hollow emptiness that came from losing oneself, from standing at the precipice of madness. I reached out, desperate to bridge the chasm that had formed between us, to bring him back from the edge. I remember the warmth of laughter, the comfort of companionship. The world doesn't have to be your enemy. But the forest roared around us, a cacophony of life and death, the wind shrieking like a creature caught in despair. Lycaon shook his head, the beast within him clawing at the surface, threatening to break free. "Companionship? You think that's enough?" His voice was a growl now, the beast raging against the confines of humanity. "I was a king once. A father. And now I am a monster." With each word, he transformed before our eyes, skin stretching, bones cracking, the primal essence of his curse rising to the surface. The air thickened, suffocating, as I felt Lila's hand grip mine, a reality check, a tether to sanity. "Fight it, Lycaon," she screamed, desperation rippling through her voice like a wave crashing against the shore. "Remember who you are inside." But the night throbbed with a relentless pulse, a heartbeat that syncopated with our own. I felt my own fears rising up, clawing at my throat, drowning me in a tidal wave of darkness. Was it too late? Would we lose him to the abyss, to the relentless hunger of the beast that craved blood and vengeance? I remember the pain, hers, mine, his, a tangled web binding us together, a reminder of the fragility of humanity that flickered in the shadows. We are all monsters in our own way, I whispered into the dark, feeling the weight of my own truth. But we can choose to fight for the light. And as the moon bathed us in its cold glow, time unfurled, stretching into an eternity of uncertainty. The connection lingered, a thread that wove through our souls, binding us in an unbreakable tapestry of shared pain, shared hope. In that moment, as the wind howled and the shadows danced around us, we stood at the abyss, heart racing, breath held, daring to confront the beast within. Thunder cracked through the sky, a crackling reminder of raw power, as if nature itself were waging war against the heavens. A bolt of electricity sliced down, illuminating the forest in a moment of blinding clarity, revealing shadows in the underbrush, the trembling animals caught in a terrified stillness. Heartbeats raced, drumming against the silence, a cacophony of life poised at the brink of annihilation. Fear was woven into the very fabric of the night, thick and suffocating, and I stood there, frozen, breathless, a spectator to a tragedy unfolding. There he was, Marcus, his jaw clenched tight enough to shatter stone, eyes wild with desperation. The desperation of a man who had tried to fight a god, who had watched helplessly as the wolves turned against him, their eyes reflecting the madness of Zeus's will. I could see the tremor in his hands, a subtle quiver that betrayed a man who had faced too many demons, and for a brief moment, I wondered if he had ever truly understood the chaos he courted. The shadows of the trees loomed like sentinels, ominous and eternal, as he faced the pack, fur bristling, teeth bared, the air thick with their growls. "I remember," he murmured, voice barely above a whisper, words laced with anguish. "I remember the stories, the promises of peace. But this is not what I hoped for." He stepped forward, the crunch of leaves beneath his boots a stark reminder of the fragility of the moment. The wolves held their ground, their eyes glistening like obsidian, ancient and knowing. But what did they know that Marcus did not? What unseen strings did Zeus tug at, manipulating the dance of life and death? A bird screeched, a sharp cry that pierced the night, sending shivers down my spine. It echoed in my mind, the sound of war, the signal that the world was about to fracture. The wolves were not merely creatures of instinct, they were vessels of the god's wrath. I could sense it in the very air, a magnetic pull, an electric current that coursed through the forest, binding man and beast in an unholy alliance. We were all marionettes, dancing to the symphony of Zeus's will, and I dared to question fate as it unfurled before us. Then there was Ilara, standing a few paces behind Marcus, her hands trembling, fingers dancing nervously as she watched the scene unfold. Her heart was a restless creature, beating against her ribcage in a frantic rhythm. I could see it in her eyes, a storm brewing, a tempest of uncertainty and fear. "We can't let them go," she cried, the weight of her voice thick with desperation and defiance. "But how do you fight a god? How do you challenge the very essence of nature when you feel its breath on your skin, hot and unforgiving?" "I know what you think," she said, turning to me, her eyes pleading. "But they're not just animals anymore. They're reflections of his rage." The words hung heavy in the air, and I felt the truth of them seep into my bones. Nature under Zeus was a terrifying symphony, beautiful yet grotesque, a canvas of chaos that showed no mercy. Ilara was a woman shaped by loss, her soul a tapestry of grief woven tightly with the threads of hope. She had once believed in a world where humanity and nature danced together, but now, standing on the precipice of destruction, I could see the flicker of that belief dimming, like a candle in a storm. Marcus took another step forward, defiance etched in every line of his body. "I refuse to be a pawn in this game," he shouted into the void, a challenge aimed at the clouds that churned above. The wolves shifted, muscles coiled, and the forest itself seemed to hold its breath, as if awaiting a command from the sky. The tension dripped like rain, each drop a reminder that we were mere mortals in the shadow of Olympus. "Look at them!" Ilara cried, eyes wide with terror, her voice breaking. "Look at what he's done! They're not just hungry, they're starving for his rage." The wolves circled closer, their growls a low growl of thunder, vibrating through the ground. And I couldn't help but think, what of the animals that had once roamed free? What of the world before Zeus cast his shadow over it? The thought clawed at my mind, gnawing at the edges of my sanity. I remembered the stories, whispered by the fires, tales of how Zeus transformed the world, how he wielded his power with an iron fist, merciless and relentless. The mountains trembled under his reign, the rivers ran thick with anguish, and animals, once companions of man, became his instruments of chaos. I could feel the pulse of the earth beneath me, writing its own history, a history of suffering, of betrayal, of love twisted into something unrecognizable. In that moment, everything changed. The pack lunged forward, a fluid movement of fur and fangs, and Marcus stood his ground, fists raised, a warrior ready to face the darkness. Ilara screamed, a sound that shattered the night, pulling me into its depths, binding me to her fear. I wanted to run, to flee from the chaos, but I was anchored, bound by something deeper, kinship, empathy, a shared understanding of the fragility of this existence. Zeus! Marcus roared, voice cracking like thunder itself, daring the god to respond. And in that heartbeat, I could feel the air shift, a dark promise lingering just out of reach. It was an invocation, a challenge to the heavens, and I held my breath, caught in a vortex of emotion and impending doom. The world around us was charged with the promise of retribution, and I shivered under its weight, caught between the human spirit and the will of a god. Then there was a hush, a silence that swallowed the chaos, and I realized this was not just a battle of man and beast, but of belief, of desperation, and of the unyielding heart of nature itself. Did Zeus even care? Did he feel the echoes of their pain, the weight of their fear? Or were we simply pawns, dancing to a melody only he could hear? As the wolves charged, the air crackled with electricity, and I could see it, an ephemeral thread binding us to the wildness of the land, to the heart of every creature that roamed beneath the unforgiving gaze of Zeus. And in that moment, I knew, the story wasn't just about survival, it was about defiance, about standing against the tempest and daring to reclaim a world where spirits roamed free. In the depths of that chaos, I felt it, a flicker of hope igniting against the darkness. I could taste the salt of my own fear, yet there was something beautiful in the madness, a haunting symphony of life refusing to be extinguished. I held on to that, a lifeline amidst the storm. And in the shadows, a new chapter was waiting to unfold, the tension thickening like the air before a storm, an unending cycle of pain and rebirth, a testament to the struggle of life beneath the watchful eye of the divine. The moon hung low, heavy in the sky, a glimmering eye watching the world below, pulsing with a silver light that seemed to breathe. It painted the streets of the small town in shades of dread, shadows creeping over cobblestones like dark secrets, whispering through the alleys. Ilara stood at the edge of the forest, heart pounding with urgency, the sharp scent of pine mingling with the earthy tang of damp soil. She could feel the energy crackling in the air, a storm building within her, desperate to break free. Tonight, she remembered, was the night when the beast within her clawed at her sanity, begging for release. I remember the first time, she muttered, fingers trembling against the rough bark of a tree. The fear, the exhilaration. It felt like flying, like freedom wrapped in fur and fangs. But now, it was a chain, a curse she couldn't escape. She spun around, the sound of rustling leaves sending a chill down her spine. I don't want to be this. Her voice echoed, swallowed by the night. A few yards away, a figure emerged from the shadows. Marcus, the town's blacksmith, his broad shoulders silhouetted against the silver glow. He stepped forward, eyes ablaze with a fierce determination. Ilara, wait, he called, his voice rumbling like distant thunder. You can't go in there alone. It's too dangerous. He grabbed her wrist, his grip both reassuring and suffocating. Dangerous? Ilara laughed, but it was a hollow sound. You think I don't know danger? This is my life. The moon calls to me, Marcus. You should know what it feels like to have something inside you, something wild, something untamed. Her heartbeat echoed in her ears, a frantic drum against the silence. Marcus's face twisted with something far darker than fear. It's not a gift, Ilara. It's a curse. You're losing yourself, piece by piece. His voice dropped to a whisper, as if the trees might hear him. You're not just Ilara anymore. You're the wolf, too. And what if it doesn't let you go? She pulled away, the pain of his words cutting deeper than any knife. What if it does? What if it sets me free? She turned, facing the forest again. It loomed like a dark promise, an invitation to unleash everything she had buried. You don't understand, do you? Understand? I've watched you change. He stepped closer, the intensity in his gaze searing. You're not the same girl who used to laugh under the sun. You're becoming something else, and I'm terrified of who that might be. The word stung, and she clutched her hands into fists, nails digging into her palms. And what about you, Marcus? You think you're safe? You live in a cage of your own making. She gestured at his forge, the glow of molten metal reflecting in his eyes. You shape iron, but you've forged your own chains. A flicker of pain crossed his face, and for a moment, the rage faded. I'm trying to protect you. There's a line, Ilara, between who we are and what we become. His voice trembled with raw emotion, a crack in his iron facade. I don't want to lose you to this darkness. As if in response, the moonlight shifted, cloaking them in a deeper shadow. The air thickened, electric with anticipation. You won't lose me, she said, though the words felt hollow. You'll have to come find me. And with a sudden rush, she sprinted into the forest, the undergrowth snapping beneath her feet. The world around her blurred, the trees morphing into specters, their branches clawing at her like ghosts. She felt the power surge within her, the animalistic urge to run, to hunt, to howl at the moon. With every step, the beast stirred, awakening from its slumber, igniting a fire in her veins. The transformation began, bone shifting beneath the skin, muscle stretching and snapping, a painful ecstasy. She stumbled, falling to her knees, gasping as the change took over. She could feel it, an ancient, primal force that flooded her senses. Every sound was amplified, every scent magnified to a dizzying intensity. The forest hummed with life, a chorus of whispers sang in the night. Embrace it, she whispered to herself, as tears streaked down her cheeks. This is who you are. But the truth gnawed at her. Was it a curse or a divine transformation? She craved freedom, yet felt shackled by the very essence of what made her alive. Suddenly, a howl pierced the night, haunting and beautiful. It echoed through the trees, reverberating in her bones. Was it her? Or was it something else, something waiting in the shadows? Panic surged, twisting her stomach. Marcus, she screamed, but only the trees answered, their voices a mocking whisper. From the depths of the dark, a figure emerged, an ancient presence, towering and regal. It moved with a grace that sent shivers down her spine, eyes glowing like embers in the night. You seek the truth, child of the moon, it rasped, voice like rustling leaves. Ilara's heart raced, caught between terror and awe. What are you? She gasped, realizing it was a guardian, perhaps a harbinger. It loomed closer, and she felt the power radiating from it, a raw force that both terrified and exhilarated her. I am the shadow of your choices, it whispered, words curling around her like smoke. The duality of your existence. She shook her head, tears brimming. I don't want to choose. It's too much. Then prepare for the consequences. It stepped back, and the darkness wrapped around her like a shroud. You are not merely a wolf, nor solely human. Embrace both, or succumb to the void. As the figure faded, a chilling realization sunk in. She had to face the truth of herself, to confront the wildness within. Somewhere behind her, Marcus called her name, his voice a tether to humanity, a lifeline she couldn't ignore. The clock was ticking, and the night stretched on, heavy with possibility and dread. The beast howled again, an echo of her own conflicted heart, merging the lines between curse and calling. In that moment, as shadows danced in the moonlight, Ilara understood, this was not just a transformation, it was a reckoning, both terrifying and magnificent. She would either find her way through the darkness or be consumed by it. And somewhere in the depths of her soul, she felt the answer waiting. The moon hung low, a silver eye peering through the gnarled trees of an ancient forest, casting long shadows that danced like whispers across the ground. The rustle of leaves broke the fragile silence, a sound so slight, yet it sent icy tendrils creeping down my spine. I could feel it, something was watching, waiting. In this eerie stillness, my heart thundered like a war drum, every beat urging me to run, to scream, to hide in the folds of darkness. But I stood there, paralyzed, caught in the web of a myth that had long ago wrapped around my fate. I remember the stories, I murmured, my voice barely escaping my lips. Those old tales in the flickering light of the hearth. I couldn't shake the image of the wolf, its golden eyes glinting with an ancient hunger, its jaws dripping with the sins of humanity. These myths had slithered down the ages, from Greece's sun-drenched shores to Rome's shadowed alleyways, a chilling refrain echoing in the hearts of those who dared to listen. And I, an unwilling participant in this grim narrative, could not escape the clutches of my own life. There was Marcus, my brother, a gladiator forged in the fires of battle. He was everything I wasn't, bold, brimming with an unquenchable thirst for glory. Yet, beneath the hardened exterior lay a soul fractured by fear. Fear of failure. Fear of the night. It's just a story, Althea, he would say, dismissing the whispers of lycanthropy that haunted the taverns. A drunken man's tale. I wished he believed his own words. I wished I could believe them. But there was a truth that gnawed at the edges of my mind, a truth so grotesque and intoxicating it left a bitter taste on my tongue. I had seen the transformation once, caught in a fleeting moment of moonlight when the world felt raw and alive. The howls that split the night were not mere echoes of folklore, they were a call, a promise of power that twisted the very fabric of humanity. I had looked into the eyes of the transformed, felt the pulse of their wildness, and for a heartbeat, I envied them. That night, the moon was a predator, and I was the prey. I saw the shadows shift, felt the weight of something monstrous lurking just beyond my reach. Marcus had left for the arena, his bravado a mask for the dread that clung to him like sweat. I had begged him to stay, to heed my warnings, but he laughed, the sound hollow and devoid of humor. What's the worst that could happen, he had said, and I could only choke on my silence. The clock told midnight, its reverberations a countdown to something inevitable. I could almost taste the suspense, thick like fog, curling around my throat. I remember crouching behind a gravestone, heart racing, as the night came alive with rustling branches and distant howls. The stories were coming to life, clawing their way back into the world, and I was helpless to stop them. A figure emerged from the darkness, silhouetted against the pale orb of the moon. It had the grace of a predator, moving with fluidity that drew me in, despite the instinct screaming within me to flee. The scent of fresh earth and pine filled the air, mingling with something darker, something that clung to the atmosphere like a shroud. It was then I saw the glint of sharp teeth, the flash of fur under the moonlight, and I felt my breath hitch in my throat. Althea! The voice shattered the night, a desperate call that made my heart clench. Marcus! He was racing through the trees, a warrior lost in a world of shadows. Get back! The urgency in his voice sent shockwaves through me, but my feet felt heavy, rooted to the ground as terror coiled tighter around my chest. I remember the struggle, the conflict in his eyes as he faced the beast that had emerged from the myths. This was no mere fable. This was the embodiment of every fear, every whispered caution that had seeped into the marrow of our existence. The creature lunged, and in that split second, time twisted, stretched into an eternity of dread. I saw the glimmer of uncertainty within Marcus, saw the flicker of a man caught between bravery and the instinct to survive. The clash was violent, the sound of the beast's howler raw wound in the stillness, reverberating through the trees. I could feel the pull of the moon, the gravity of the legend drawing us closer to its heart. I was paralyzed by a torrent of emotions, fear, rage, and a sickening thrill that coursed through my veins. Marcus! I screamed, the word tearing free from my lips, a desperate plea that hung in the air like a ghost. But my voice was a mere whisper against the chaos. Marcus fought, blood and fury intertwining as he grappled with the beast, each blow echoing the age-old struggle between man and monster. It was an instinct, a primal dance of survival that felt both ancient and immediate. I remember the moment he met the beast's gaze, a terrible recognition sparking between them, a reflection of humanity caught in the wild, a glimpse of what each could become. I could not look away, could not turn from the horror unfolding before me. Time slowed, every heartbeat a reminder of the fragility of existence as the shadows closed in. The clash of flesh and fur, the growling snarls, were a symphony of despair and rage. I felt the weight of history, of centuries wrapped in the lore of lycanthropy. The stories had become flesh, and I was but a witness to the madness. And then, a moment of stillness. A heartbeat. A breath. I could feel the air shift, a tension that wrapped around us like a vice. The moon watched in silence, its light a cold spotlight illuminating the grotesque dance of fate. I could see Marcus's resolve falter as the beast lunged for him again, teeth bared, eyes glinting with a darkness that threatened to swallow us whole. And in that fleeting instant, I understood, the line between humanity and monstrosity was as thin as the shadows that clung to us. I remember the fear coiling around my heart like a serpent, tightening with each passing second. I was rooted in place, watching, waiting, hoping that the stories would remain just that. But deep down, I knew the truth. My brother was caught in a tale that had no ending, a rhythm of myth and reality that would never fully release him. The weight of it pressed upon my chest, an anchor in the storm of the night. Then I heard the howl again, primal and raw, a sound that tore through the fabric of my very being. It was not just a call, it was an invitation. An echo of lost souls, of those who had wandered too far into the darkness. Althea! Marcus roared, a fierce cry that ripped through the night, and I felt the world shudder in response. The beast turned its gaze upon me, and I was ensnared in that moment, caught between the myths of the past and the reality of the present. The moon continued to watch, indifferent, as if it knew the game we played. This was not just a story, this was our lives entwined with the darkness of legend, an unfolding tapestry of fear and courage. And in that haunting stillness, I understood one simple, terrible truth: the night was hungry, and the legends of lycanthropy had only just begun. The moon hung low, a glowing orb casting shadows that danced like specters on the cracked cobblestones of ancient Rome. I remember the chill, that biting wind, a whisper of impending doom curling around me. There, in the heart of a city that thrummed with power and ambition, I felt the pulse of fear. It was a deep, resonant thump, echoing through the alleys and the hearts of those who dared to dream, or dare to remember. I had a secret that clawed at me, stubborn and relentless. It was a legacy buried beneath layers of conquest and bloodshed, one that intertwined itself with the very fabric of our being. Marcus, my brother, stood rigid beside me, his gaze fixed on the horizon where the sun bled into the earth. A soldier, hardened by conquests and drenched in the glory of Rome's expansion, he was everything I feared and everything I adored. But that night, the weight of his armor felt suffocating, a reminder of the choices he made in the name of honor. "They say the wolves are gathering," he murmured, his voice taut with uncharacteristic worry. "In the shadows, they watch us. Or we watch them," I shot back, the edge in my tone betraying my own fear. I wanted to shake him, to jolt him from his reverie, to make him see the truth lurking behind the bravado of conquest. We were not simply conquerors, we were the hunted, a dark legacy stitched into the very soul of our lineage, gnawing at our sanity. I remembered father's stories, the tales of men who turned beneath the full moon, driven mad by the weight of their own bloodlust. "Nothing good ever came from a Roman conquest," I whispered, almost pleading. And then there was Livia, our sister, a healer with hands that could mend flesh but couldn't repair hearts. Her laughter had once filled the corners of our home, but now it was a distant echo, lost in the fog of uncertainty. She stepped into the moonlight, a specter of her former self, her eyes glistening with unspoken fears. "You both talk about wolves," she said, her breath hitching. "But what if the wolves are us?" The question hung heavy, gnashing its teeth at the fabric of our reality. It was absurd, the thought that we, the children of Rome, could embody the very demons we hunted. I remembered the old tales, the ones that crawled under the skin like 1,000 ants. They spoke of men cursed to roam the earth as beasts, driven by primal urges. I had laughed at those stories, convinced they were mere fables meant to scare children into obedience. But now, with each Roman conquest, those stories transformed. The battlefield became the arena for our darkest instincts, where blood flowed like rivers and the line between man and beast blurred. What if the power-hungry Romans had awakened something long dormant, something wild and feral? A howl pierced the night, raw and haunting. My heart raced. It echoed through my bones, resonating with some ancient part of me that craved the wildness of the night. The moon, swollen and full, loomed above us, a watchful eye, an unblinking witness. I glanced at Marcus, and in that moment, I saw the flicker of something primal beneath his soldier's armor. Was it fear? Or was it the thrill of the hunt? Do you feel it? I asked, my voice trembling. The pull? The calling? My words fell like stones, heavy with the dread of recognition. This was more than a family curse, it was the very essence of our existence, an inheritance we could neither escape nor embrace completely. The Romans had carved their empire over lands rich with myth, and in doing so, they fed the beasts that lurked in the shadows. Each sword thrust, each conquered territory, lit the fires of something ancient and terrifying. Stop it! Livia snapped, her voice a sharp blade cutting through the tension. You both sound mad. It's just a story. But I saw the cracks in her composure. Her hands trembled, revealing the truth she tried to bury. I remember the nights when you told me those tales, when we laughed under the stars. We're not monsters. But I wanted to scream. I wanted her to see that monsters wore familiar faces, that our laughter was a thin veneer over the chaos inside us. And what if we are? I said, and in that moment, I knew I had crossed a threshold. What if our bloodline is a curse meant to awaken the very beasts we fear? A silence descended, thick and suffocating. The distant howl returned, a reminder of our reality. Shadows seemed to stretch, elongating into nightmarish shapes that reached for us. I could see Marcus's jaw clench, I could feel the conflict within him. He had tasted glory, and the battlefields hummed with the echoes of fallen comrades. Did he truly believe he was untouched by the darkness? Are you prepared to fight it? Marcus asked, his eyes narrowing, a challenge in his voice. To slay the beast within. I wanted to respond, to lash out with my own fears, but the truth was a choking vine around my throat. What could we fight if the enemy lay within? The battle loomed not in distant lands but within the borders of our very souls. The weight of mortality pressed upon us, and I felt the clock ticking, each second a reminder of a world steeped in blood and betrayal. Livia, I finally whispered, my heart breaking. You have to choose. Do you stand with us as we confront this curse? Or do you remain shackled in the light, believing it will protect you? Her eyes glistened, and I saw the conflict raging within her. But before she could answer, the howl returned, piercing the veil of night, a chilling call that resonated with our deepest fears. It echoed through the streets, reverberating through the alleys of our memories, awakening the shadows that had long slumbered in the depths of our hearts. And as we stood there, caught in the suffocating grip of uncertainty, the very air around us shimmered with promise and peril. I could feel the weight of history pressing down, 1,000 stories converging in a single moment. The moon, that silent witness, bore witness to our fears, our hopes, our very souls hanging in the balance. We may be beasts, I said, my voice barely a whisper. But even beasts can choose how to fight. As the shadows closed in, the night became an echo of our shared fate, a haunting reminder that the story wasn't over, the legacy of the Roman conquest spiraling into the darkness, intertwining with the lycanthropic legends that had woven their way through our lives. And in that heartbeat of time, as the echoes of the howl faded into the night, I knew this was only the beginning. The confrontation lay ahead, lurking in the shadows, and we would have to face it together, or be consumed by the very darkness we feared. Night had cloaked Arcadia in an unsettling silence, shadows creeping like whispered secrets through the ancient groves. The air was thick with anticipation, a heartbeat of nature itself, waiting. I was there, nestled between the gnarled roots of an old oak, feeling the cool earth beneath me pulse with the memories of the past. I remember the scent of damp wood and the taste of fear as it settled on my tongue, a metallic tang that tasted like destiny. There were 3 of us, bound by fate and folly. Lycaon, the once proud king, his heart a tempest of rage and despair, caught between the remnants of his humanity and the howl of the beast clawing to break free within him. Then there was Callista, his daughter, whose luminous spirit flickered like a candle in the wind, extinguished by a truth she could neither accept nor escape. And lastly, myself, an unwilling witness, drawn into their nightmare by a thread of curiosity I should have severed long ago. I remember the night the moon hung low, a silver coin spilling eerie light across the grove, illuminating Lycaon's twisted form as he stood before the altar, a desperate sacrifice upon his lips. "What have I done?" he roared, anguish twisting his features, a mask of regret and madness. It echoed against the trees, a haunting lament that clawed at my soul. The weight of his betrayal pressed against me, suffocating. Here was a man turned wolf, his heart blackened by the blood of innocence. Callista stood apart, her face a canvas of turmoil, torn between love and horror. She was the perfect reflection of her father's tragedy, the legacy of Arcadian myth wrapped tightly around her throat like a noose. "Father, stop! You don't understand the darkness you invite." Her voice trembled, a fragile whisper against the howling wind. I wanted to shield her, to pull her away from the abyss, but her despair was a gravity all its own, dragging her deeper into the chaos of their family curse. The ground trembled beneath us, shaking with the echoes of forgotten deities and ancient rites. I could feel the earth shuddering in recognition, as though it understood the weight of Lycaon's choice, the choice to mock the gods, to offer flesh instead of faith, and to invite wrath that would echo through generations. A chill danced along my spine, a flicker of warning, the very air trembling with the promise of bloodshed, betrayal, and punishment that was yet to come. "Enough!" Lycaon's voice cracked like a whip, each syllable reverberating with fury and madness. In that moment, he was both father and beast, a creature forged from desperation and pride. I watched as his eyes glinted with an otherworldly hunger, an insatiable desire that clawed for revenge against a world that had turned its back on him. The bitter irony gnawed at me. Here he was, a king stripped of his humanity, caught in a web woven from the very myths he sought to defy. I was rooted to the spot, helpless against the tide of their emotions crashing around me. I remember Callista's eyes, wide with horror, mirroring the very essence of Arcadian myth, tragic and beautiful. "Father, please! You'll become what you fear." Her voice, a desperate plea, hung in the air, heavy with the weight of unspoken memories, of laughter turned to screams, of a family torn asunder. But Lycaon was deaf to her cries, lost in the tempest of his own making. He raised his hands to the heavens, an offering drenched in defiance. "Let the gods come. I shall make them see the truth." The words hung there, alive with reckless abandon, a challenge that resonated across time, echoing through the chambers of history like the tolling of a death knell. And then there was silence, a cacophony of silence, choking and suffocating. I could feel it wrapping around me, a shroud of inevitability. The shadows seemed to dance with delight, intoxicated by the calamity that was to unfold. I wanted to scream, to shatter the silence, but the air had turned heavy, laden with a sense of dread that made my heart pound in my chest. In that stillness, I glimpsed the ghost of Arcadia's legacy, the tales of transformation, of gods and men entwined in an eternal struggle, a cycle of death and rebirth. Lycaon's legacy was not just his own, it was a dark thread woven through the fabric of civilization, whispering to the hearts of those who dared to challenge the divine. The moon hung low, a watching eye, as the tension coiled tighter around us. I felt it, an electric pulse, a singular moment where everything hung in the balance. The cries of the past echoed in my ears. I knew then that the confrontation was not just between Lycaon and the gods, it was a battle for the very soul of humanity, a dance of shadows that would ripple through time, reaching into the hearts of cultures yet to be born. And as the world held its breath, I watched Callista step forward, defiance burning bright in her chest. "I will not let you do this, Father! You cannot sacrifice yourself for the sake of pride." Her voice sliced through the tension, a beacon of light piercing the darkness. The shadows trembled at her words, for they knew this was where myths were born, where legacies were forged. In that moment, the fate of Arcadia hung suspended, a thread ready to snap. A choice lay before us, a choice that would echo through eternity, to embrace the beast within or to cling to the flickering flame of humanity. I felt the pulse of time quicken, the universe narrowing down to this singular moment of raw emotion, heartache, and hope. What would happen in the next heartbeat? I didn't know. But I could feel it, alive, thrumming through the very marrow of my being. As shadows danced and the moon glared down, I realized we stood on the precipice of a legend, one not just of gods and kings, but of love, sacrifice, and the haunting question of what it means to be human when faced with the monster that lurks within. And in that silence, a whisper echoed through the trees, a promise that our stories, our legacies, would be written in blood, in tears, in the shattering of hearts and the forging of new destinies. There was no going back. There was only the next breath, the next heartbeat, and the inescapable pull of what was yet to come. The moon hung like a silver coin in the night sky, casting an eerie glow over the cobblestones of the narrow street. Shadows danced in the corners, twisting into shapes that made the heart race. I stood there, frozen, clutching my sketchbook, my breath hitching in my throat. Something was wrong. A chill crept through the alleyway, whispering promises of darkness, and I felt it, an urgency gnawing at my insides. I could sense the beast lurking, waiting for the perfect moment to pounce. I remember the way Elias's laughter echoed like chimes in the wind, light and reckless, just before the world turned upside down. He was my brother, my confidant, a bright spark in the gloom of our existence. But beneath that jovial exterior lay a secret that clawed at him, a truth so heavy it left imprints on his soul. I could see it etched in the lines of his smile, the fleeting glances he cast at the moon. It was there, lurking in the frayed edges of his sanity, gnawing away at the man I loved. The marketplace was alive with whispers, hushed conversations darting like mice in the shadows. The wolf takes its prey under the full moon, they said. He walks among us. I shivered, not from the cold, but from the dread that coiled around my spine. I knew what they said about the beast, the stories of transformation, the gnashing of teeth, the blood-soaked revelry. It was folklore, sure, but there was something primal that tugged at me, something that resonated deep in my bones. Elias had taken to long walks as the sun dipped below the horizon, his silhouette swallowed by twilight. "I need air," he'd say, his eyes darting to the shadows as if they were alive. A part of me wanted to chase after him, to pull him back into the warmth of our home, but fear held me hostage. What if he turned into something I couldn't recognize? What if he already had? And then there was Clara, a woman of fierce passion buried beneath layers of expectation. Her laughter was a wildflower, beautiful yet untamed, and it drew Elias like a moth to a flame. She swirled through the crowd, her auburn hair glowing in the candlelight, a tempest of emotion swirling in her wake. But beneath that vibrant exterior, she harbored her own demons. I saw it in her eyes, the flicker of uncertainty, of longing that would never be sated. She wanted freedom, but was shackled by tradition, by the weight of her family's expectations. The night of revelation came crashing down like a thunderclap. I remember the screams piercing the night, shattering the fragile veil of calm like glass. I raced through the streets, heart pounding, pulse quickening as I arrived at the edge of the forest. The moon hung high, bigger than ever, a watchful eye. The air was thick with tension, electric, pulsating. I could see the silhouettes, Elias and Clara, caught in a dance of desperation, their breaths mingling with the rustling leaves. "Elias! Clara!" I cried, but my voice was swallowed by the shadows. I stumbled forward, tripping over roots that seemed to reach out, pulling me into the darkness. "Stay back!" Clara screamed, her voice raw, a wild thing desperate for survival. She stood between us, a barrier of defiance, her eyes wide with terror. "He's not himself." But that wasn't Elias anymore. The flicker of humanity faded, and in its place lurked something feral, something hungry. I saw it in the way he moved, the grace of a predator, his gaze reflecting the moonlight with a chilling intensity. "Help me," he whispered, a plea wrapped in the growl of an animal. A sound so conflicting, it tore at my heart, rendering me paralyzed. I remember the stories, the paintings of werewolves in fine salons, the romanticization of their plight, the tragic heroes. But this was not art. This was raw and visceral, a nightmare clawing its way into reality. "Clara, run!" I shouted as I lunged forward. My body acted before my mind could catch up. The rustle of fur, the hot breath, the glint of hunger in his eyes, everything collided in a cacophony of sound and fury. The earth trembled beneath our feet, and the moon bore witness to our struggle. Caught in the whirlwind of emotions, I felt the weight of history pressing down. Werewolves had haunted our folklore for centuries, symbols of our darkest fears, our primal instincts. But here, in this moment, it was no longer a story. It was life and death, love and despair, all wrapped in fur and claw. "Elias!" I screamed, "Fight it! Fight it for us!" I clawed at my own heart, feeling the rawness of my love spill over into desperation. But the creature before me, the wolf that wore my brother's skin, was a force of nature, untamable, wild, and free. Clara's breath hitched as she grasped my arm, her eyes glistening with tears, fear splattered across her face like paint on a canvas. "I can't lose him," she whispered, and in that moment, I knew she, too, felt the pull of the moon, the call of the wild. With a sudden rush, Elias lunged, an echo of the boy I once knew hidden in the shadows of the beast. I could see it flicker within him, the humanity battling the animalistic ferocity. The air crackled with tension, and time stretched, twisting like a strand of silk, caught between what was and what could be. "Together," I said, my voice drenched in resolve. "We can save him." As the shadows danced, the forest around us seemed to pulse, alive with secrets, with stories longing to escape. The weight of the past bore down upon us, intertwining with our future, and I realized that the fight was not just for Elias, but for all of us, lost souls navigating through the darkness of our desires and fears. The confrontation loomed ahead like a storm, a tempest of emotion spiraling out of control. I could feel the heartbeat of the world thumping in my chest, reverberating through the trees, through the very fabric of existence. I was no longer a mere observer, I was part of this chaotic symphony, woven into the tapestry of life and death, love and loss, the eternal struggle between light and shadow. And just as the moon reached its zenith, illuminating the forest in a spectral glow, we were poised on the brink of something profound, a moment that felt both terrifying and beautiful, a dance with destiny that would lead us into the unknown. The shadows beckoned, and with them, the weight of every unsaid word and every unfulfilled promise lingered, pulling us further into the night. The moon hung low, a silver gash across a bruised sky, as the forest breathed an ancient sigh. Each rustle of leaves whispered secrets, tales of blood and betrayal, of man and monster entwined in a dance as old as time. I stood at the edge of that cursed wood, heart pounding like a war drum, the weight of history pressing against my chest. The chill in the air bit deep, a warning cloaked in shadow. I could hear the distant howl, a mournful wail that sent shivers racing down my spine. It felt like the very essence of despair creeping into my bones. "Do you hear it?" whispered Ilara, her voice barely above a trembling breath. Her eyes, wide and glistening, searched the darkness, pleading for reassurance. A flicker of candlelight reflected in them, the kind of light that could ignite a fire in the soul or burn it to ashes. She had always been the brave one, yet even she felt the weight of the night pressing down, heavy with the spirits of those lost to the wolf Garou. "I remember," my words faltered. "I remember the stories the old folk told. The hunts, the blood feasts, the reckoning of man and beast. Each syllable wove a spell, casting our fates into the ether where nightmares roamed free. The townsfolk, superstitious and fearful, spoke of men transformed under the moon's gaze, of their eyes glinting like shards of ice as they tore flesh from bone. Those were tales to keep children close and hearts racing, but here we were, two souls tangled in the web of that very myth." Andrei stepped forward, his silhouette a dark shadow against the flickering light. He was a man of scars, both on his skin and in his soul, each mark a reminder of battles fought against the beast within. "It's only a tale," he said, but the tremor in his voice betrayed him. "Just a story to frighten the weak." Yet, I could see the truth clawing at him, a fear so primal it threatened to unravel the very foundations of his being. I knew that he, too, felt the pull, the restless longing to join the monsters lurking just beyond the trees. "I wanted to believe that once," I replied, more to myself than to them. My memories flickered like candle flames, brief, intense, then snuffed out in an instant. I remembered my grandfather's voice, gravelly with age, recounting the night he found a wolf's head beneath the gallows. The sky was weeping, he had said. It rained blood. Absurd? Perhaps. But the weight of his words hung like a shroud in the air, suffocating, reminding me that truth is often stranger and darker than fiction. The forest beckoned, calling us into its depths, promising secrets wrapped in shadows. With each step, I felt the ground pulse, alive beneath my feet. The trees loomed like sentinels, their gnarled branches reaching out, as if to grasp at our very souls. Ilara clutched my arm, her grip iron-tight, as we moved deeper into the abyss. The howls grew louder, intertwining with the rustle of the underbrush, a symphony of terror that echoed the chaos within our hearts. Suddenly, a snap of a twig, sharp and sudden. We froze. Andre's breath hitched, a fleeting moment where time hung suspended in the air, thick with dread. The shadows danced and twisted, and I felt the weight of the unseen pressing against my back. "It's just the wind," he muttered, though his voice cracked like fragile ice beneath a heavy foot. But the wind was not what I feared. It was the stories. The bloodlust that filled the eyes of the wolf, the hunger that turned men against each other, that twisted flesh into something grotesque and unrecognizable. I thought of the villagers, their faces pale and haunted, hands shaking as they held their children close, murmuring prayers into the night. I thought of the nights I spent too close to the fire, listening to the elders spin tales that made the world feel both thrilling and terrifying. The wolf Garou, was it a curse or a gift? A transformation or a damnation? "I'm not afraid," Ilara whispered, even as her voice trembled like the leaves above us. "We can find it. We can end it." I could see the spark of determination burning in her eyes. But that spark flickered dangerously close to the edge of madness. What if the wolf was not just a beast lurking within the shadows? What if it breathed in the very souls of those who sought to confront it? What if it lived within us all? Andre scoffed, yet the tension in his jaw betrayed him. "End it," he scoffed, masking his own fear in bravado. "You think we're brave enough to confront a legend? A fable designed to scare children." But I could see the truth nestled between his bravado, a truth that gnawed at him, a truth that whispered at the back of his mind, dark and insistent. He was afraid of what lurked in the depths of his own soul, afraid of what he might find if he dared to confront the beast within. Then came the howl again, a spine-chilling sound, reverberating through the very marrow of our bones. It was a call, primal and urgent, beckoning us deeper into the madness. It echoed with a deep, throaty resonance that spoke of ancient hunger, a need to consume not just flesh but the very essence of life itself. "Do you feel that?" I breathed, a tremor in my voice. The shadows danced closer, wrapping around us, entwining our fates with the pulse of the forest. "It's alive." The weight of it settled like a shroud, heavy and oppressive. We were not merely observers, we were participants, caught in a game as old as time. "I remember," I murmured again, my heart racing. The tales told of the Garou finding their prey in the dead of night, eyes glowing with hunger. "It's more than a story, Andre. It's a warning." Ilara's grip tightened. "Then we face it," she said, and in her determination, I saw the flickering flame of hope mingling with the icy tendrils of fear. But hope has a way of dying in the dark, and as we crept forward, the shadows danced like specters mocking our resolve. I felt the creeping dread wrapping around my throat, tightening, choking the breath from my lungs. And just like that, the world cracked open. A figure emerged, a silhouette against the moonlight, a shape both man and beast, twisted and contorted, eyes glinting with a feral light. The wolf Garou had awakened, and in that moment, nothing else mattered. We stood at the precipice, hearts pounding as the darkness loomed ahead, ready to swallow us whole. It was not just a fight for survival, it was a confrontation with everything we feared within ourselves. The beast was here, and so were we, caught in the web of our own destinies, ready for the clash of desires, blood against blood, heart against heart. In this haunted night, reality blurred with the tales of old, the line between human and beast dissolving as we faced our own darkness. The moon hung low, a crooked smile in the velvet sky, its pale light spilling like spilled ink over cobblestones slick with the impending rain. In a forgotten corner of a village somewhere in Eastern Europe, shadows slithered, whispering secrets that clawed at the edges of sanity. "I remember," she murmured, her breath quickening as the chill wrapped around her throat like a lover's grip. "I remember the stories." Emilia, trapped in a tangle of emotions, clutched her lantern, its flickering flame casting distorted shapes that danced with a life of their own. Her heart raced, a trapped bird fluttering against her ribcage. The villagers had spoken of the beast, a creature that prowled when the moon was full, leaving streaks of crimson and despair in its wake. She could feel their fear, thick and suffocating, clinging to the air like the scent of damp earth after a storm. Yet, curiosity, that devilish whisper, lured her onward. Across the cobbled street, Jakob leaned against a crumbling wall, his face shadowed but his eyes gleaming like polished stones. "You shouldn't be out here, Emilia," he called, voice low, gravelly, as if the weight of the night pressed down on him. "The stories have teeth." "Why do you care?" she shot back, the sharpness of her tone surprising even herself. Beneath bravado, she felt the tug of something deeper, a bond forged in shared fear, shared whispers. "Are you scared?" Jakob swallowed hard, the past echoing in his chest like a drumbeat. He remembered the night his brother had vanished, swallowed whole by the darkness, leaving behind only eerie silence and a mother's wailing grief. "I'm not scared," he replied, but the tremor in his voice betrayed him. "I'm haunted." Emilia's heart ached. She had never seen a ghost, but the way he spoke made her think of shadows that lingered too long, of memories that refused to die. She stepped closer, the lantern flickering dangerously. "We can face it together," she whispered, daring to hope. But the night was not kind. As the wind howled through the narrow alley, it carried with it an unsettling rustle, a beckoning whisper that said, "Come. Come and see." The air thickened with dread, and the two friends exchanged a glance, a shared understanding that whatever lay ahead was not mere folklore. It was a reckoning. Every street corner held a story. The werewolves of Europe were not merely beasts but reflections of humanity's deepest fears. In France, legends told of men cursed by their lust, transforming under the moonlight into ravenous wolves, driven by primal desires that echoed through the ages. In the dark forests of Germany, the tales spoke of hunters, noble men turned savage in their thirst for blood. And in the ancient hills of Ireland, the Selkie wolves roamed, creatures of beauty and sorrow, forever longing for a home they could never return to. Jakob's breath caught in his throat. "You know the old tales, don't you?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "The ones where the wolf is just a mask for the wickedness inside." "I know them all," Emilia replied, heart pounding. "But what if there's more? What if they're a warning?" Suddenly, a rustling erupted from the depths of the alley, a sound so bone-chilling it cut through the night like a knife. The lantern flickered violently as they turned, fear gripping them like a vice. In the shadows, they saw it, a figure, tall and gaunt, a silhouette of fur and teeth, eyes gleaming like the finest silver. "Run!" Jakob yelled, but the words felt heavy, clumsy, as if they had been dragged through the mud. Emilia felt frozen, rooted in place, as the creature's gaze bore into her soul, an ancient hunger lurking just beneath the surface. She remembered her grandmother's voice, a soft lilt in the dark, warning her about the monsters that weren't just in books. But there was a deeper fear that gnawed at her, a fear of becoming what she did not understand. What if the beast was not a creature but a mirror? What if the wolf was a part of her, buried deep, unleashed through hatred, despair, and longing? Jakob grabbed her wrist, pulling her from her thoughts. "We have to go." And they ran, hearts pounding like war drums, their footsteps echoing through the narrow streets. The world around them blurred, each flickering light, each shadowy corner. They were ghosts themselves, fleeing from a nightmare that felt all too real. The creature pursued them, a predator dancing on the edge of the abyss, every breath a reminder that the darkness was alive. In that moment, Emilia understood. The legends were not just tales to frighten children, they were warnings, roots buried in history, twisted truths about humanity's struggle with its own monstrosities. "They say the only way to fight the beast is to understand it," she gasped between breaths. "But how can we understand if we're too scared to look?" Jakob's grip tightened on her wrist, his eyes reflecting a flicker of understanding. "What if we're already part of the story, Emilia? Just different characters playing out the same tragedy." The creature's growl reverberated through the night, a sound that sent shivers down their spines. They faltered, hearts pounding with the weight of realization. Were they the hunters, or merely prey? And as the moon reached its zenith, they found themselves at a crossroads, caught between the world of men and the world of beasts, the heartbeat of the earth echoing beneath their feet. Would they fight, or would they surrender to the darkness? As they stood on the precipice of choice, the night deepened, wrapping around them like an ancient cloak. Shadows whispered, and the ghost of 1,000 stories surged around them, reminding them that the line between humanity and monstrosity was as thin as the silver glint of a crescent moon. "I remember," Emilia whispered softly, "the stories never end." And with that haunting thought, they stepped into the dark, heartbeat syncing with the pulse of the night, ready to confront what lay ahead, a confrontation that would ripple through time, leaving echoes of both sorrow and salvation. The moon hung heavy in the sky, a ghostly orb casting silvered shadows over a desolate village where the air thickened with dread. A lone figure stumbled through the streets, heart racing, breathing ragged, each footfall echoing like a death knell. I was that figure, torn between the world of man and the monstrous fate that awaited me. The spectre of my transformation clawed at the edges of my sanity, a haunting reminder that in every shadow lurked the potential for evil, or perhaps, the capacity for something profoundly human. Elena stood alone by the crumbling well, her fingers tracing the surface of the stone, a vivid reminder of the water below, dark, deep, and unfathomable, much like the well of choices we find ourselves staring into. Her eyes glinted with a mixture of fear and anger, a tempest brewing beneath her fragile exterior. "You have to fight it, Marco," she cried, and her voice sliced through the night, desperate and unyielding, resonating with the urgency of a prayer forgotten. "You can't let it take you. Remember who you are." But could I remember? As the full moon rose higher, I felt the primal urge creeping up my spine, a familiar ache that spoke of freedom, of wildness, of the raw, unbridled power that could surge through me, transforming flesh into fur, humanity into monstrosity. I was a man on the precipice of a chasm, and below was a darkness that pulsed like a living thing, an abyss of blood and bone. I remember the first time I succumbed to the transformation. The pain of it was unlike anything, a violent rupture of skin, stretching and tearing until I was a creature born of nightmare. The thrill had been intoxicating, freedom had never tasted so vibrant, so alive, and yet, the brutality of what I had done haunted me in the light of day. I had ripped apart a life, a semblance of love, and in my wake left only echoes of screams that would forever be etched in my mind. Elena had seen the monster I could become. She had looked into my eyes and found a flicker of something worth saving, worth fighting for. "It's not just about you," she murmured, her voice trembling. "It's about the people you love. It's about," she faltered, swallowed by the weight of unsaid fears. "It's about the good inside you." Good. Evil. Those words hung in the air like fog, twisting and curling around us. Was I a monster because of the choices I made, or was I simply a man grappling with the darkness that lurked within? The moonlight painted her silhouette, making her appear almost ethereal, a figure caught between heaven and earth, a guardian of my soul standing at the threshold of despair. But it was not just me who wrestled with the beast within. Across town, in a ruined church, sat Marcus, a priest once revered, now a man consumed by doubt. He knelt before the altar, fingers trembling over the worn wood, whispering prayers that fell flat against the silence. "God, is it a curse or a blessing?" he asked, his voice cracking like brittle clay. "Can you hear me?" He was a man of faith, yet here he was, confronted with a reality that shattered his beliefs. Lycanthropy was more than a curse, it was a theological enigma, a manifestation of both sin and salvation. Perhaps the wolf is a reflection of our truest selves, he pondered, his mind racing through the pages of scripture, seeking solace in the familiar. Is it not written that we are all capable of darkness? But Marcus had lost faith in the very tenets he preached. He was haunted by visions of the moon, by the howls that echoed through the night and reverberated in his chest. The night I transformed, he had been the one to witness the bloodshed, the carnage that followed my rebirth. "Forgive me," I had begged him, but forgiveness felt like a bitter pill, choking on the reality of what I'd become. His heart had been shattered, and I could see it in his eyes, each flicker of light extinguished by shadows of disbelief. And as the night unfolded, tension thickened like the mist that enveloped the village. I felt the beast clawing at my consciousness, a symphony of snarls and growls crescendoing within me. The moon now loomed larger, as if mocking my struggle. I could feel my body shifting, the familiar warmth of transformation igniting every nerve, breathing life into instincts long buried. But with every heartbeat, I heard Elena's words reverberate through my mind. "You are not just the monster, you are also the man." Was that enough? Could the light ever truly vanquish the darkness? The confrontation was imminent, a clash not just of flesh and fur but of ideals, of faith and fear. I could see it in Marcus's eyes, the flickering candlelight reflecting a war raging deep within him as he grappled with the possibility that perhaps, in our shared struggle, there was a chance for redemption. "Maybe the wolf is not the enemy," he whispered, his voice barely audible over the wind. "Maybe it's the fear that drives us apart." His gaze shifted, locking onto mine, and in that moment, I felt an invisible thread drawing us together, a bond woven through pain, through regret, through the desperate yearning for something more. The clock struck midnight, and as the chime echoed through the air, the tension cracked like lightning. I could feel the monster rising, could feel the pull of the night beckoning. But this time, I wasn't alone. Elena's hand found mine, her grip fierce and unwavering, while Marcus stepped forward, a flicker of hope igniting in his chest. Together, we faced the dark, the unfathomable abyss that loomed before us. "Together," I whispered, though the word felt both like a promise and a curse. In that freezing moment, as shadows danced and the moon bore witness, I understood that the line between good and evil was as thin as a thread, as fragile as our hearts. We were not just fighting against a beast, we were confronting our very selves, and perhaps, just perhaps, the answer lay not in the battle but in the unity forged in the fire of our shared humanity. The night whispered secrets, the trees bowed under the weight of our fears, and as we stood on the precipice, staring into the void, all I could feel was the heavy thrum of my heart, echoing louder than the distant howls. The confrontation loomed, a reckoning not just with the beast within but with the truth that flickered like a candle, a truth that would ripple through the night, binding us in a journey neither of us could foresee. The howl sliced through the silence like a blade through flesh, a chilling invocation that hung in the still air of the ancient forest. I stood, frozen, heart racing, breath caught in my throat, as the night breathed back with 1,000 whispers. The moon loomed high, casting silver shadows that danced among the gnarled trees, and like a pulse, the forest thrummed with an urgency that beckoned, a warning that thrummed beneath my skin. I remember the weight of dread, each heartbeat echoing in my ears as I caught sight of him, Lysander, a man worn by the world, his eyes dark pools of fear and resolve. He was a hunter, yet tonight he was the hunted, torn between pride and desperation. His hand gripped the spear, knuckles white, knotted with the ghosts of choices he'd made. Choices that led him to this cursed night, where the moonlight unveiled more than shadows, it revealed the truth of his heart. "I can't do this," he muttered, a whisper barely audible over the rustle of leaves, but loud enough to slice through my own uncertainty. I wanted to reach out, to pull him back, but the chill in the air held me captive, paralyzed by the weight of tradition, a tradition that demanded blood, that whispered tales of honor while spitting in the face of humanity. The wolves were more than beasts, they were the embodiment of everything Lysander feared yet craved: freedom, primal instinct, the wildness that dwelled just beneath our skin. Then there was Callista, wild-haired and fierce, a woman forged in the fires of defiance. She stood beside Lysander, unyielding, her spirit a tempest. "You're not just a hunter, Lysander. You're a part of this." Her voice rang with furious conviction, yet the tremor beneath her words revealed the truth of her fear. The wolves were not monsters lurking in the dark but reflections of our own savage nature, the part of us we tried to cage, to tame. They were the whispers of forgotten gods, prowling the edges of our consciousness. "I remember our childhood," she said suddenly, her eyes glazed with memories. Running through the fields, the wolves howling in the distance, their cries a song that called to us. "We were invincible then, weren't we?" But now, her voice broke, raw and aching. "Now we're nothing but sacrifices to the very fears we let consume us." The tension crackled like thunder overhead as Lysander faced the darkness, the unknown. The forest felt alive, breathing, watching. It was an arena, the shadows shifting like phantoms. The wolves were closing in, drawn by the scent of fear, their eyes glinting like shards of glass. I felt it in my bones, the ancient pull that bound our fates to theirs, the unbreakable thread woven through the tapestry of our existence. "I remember the stories," he whispered, the words barely escaping his lips. "Of the she-wolf who suckled Romulus and Remus, the very founders of our city, how they were raised by the wild only to create civilization. But in our hearts, we are still those children, lost among the howls. His gaze flickered toward the darkness, the weight of understanding crashing down upon him as the ghosts of the past clawed at his sanity, shrieking for recognition. Callista stepped closer, her voice trembling with urgency. We can't surrender to fear. If we do, we lose everything, our humanity, our connection to the world around us. The wolves are part of us. They remind us of the wildness we buried beneath the stone of our cities. Her eyes shone with fervor, the fire of her spirit igniting a flicker of hope in the depths of his despair. But hope was a fragile thing, teetering on the precipice of madness. With every moment that passed, the howls grew nearer, a haunting chorus that pulled at the strings of our souls. The forest seemed to breathe with the rhythm of the hunt, the wolves drawing closer, their prowling shadows itching to consume. I can't face them, Lysander cried, each word a jagged edge, cutting deeper into the darkness that threatened to engulf him. What if they are right? What if the stories are true? What if we are meant to become prey? His voice trembled, and in that moment, I felt the weight of his fear clawing at my own heart, a desperate plea for reassurance, for some flicker of light in the encroaching darkness. But there was no light here, only the shadow of inevitability. The forest felt like a graveyard of dreams, a silent witness to the heartache that pulsed through the night. I wanted to scream, to shout into the void, but the air thickened with unspoken truths. Our humanity lay wrapped in the fangs of the wild, and it was a price that few could afford to pay. As the moon dipped lower, the howls crescendoed, a symphony of the forsaken. In that moment, everything fragmented into chaos, the trees swayed like specters, the night warped into a blur of shadows and dread. Lysander dropped to his knees, a man unraveling, the weight of tradition crashing down like an avalanche of despair. I saw Callista reach for him, desperation etched across her face, but the forest consumed us, its breath heavy with the scent of inevitability. Then, silence. The kind that wraps around you, thick and suffocating. A lull before the storm. Every heartbeat echoed the truth we tried to deny, that the wolves had come for us, and we had become the prey. And just like that, the darkness surged forward, a tide swallowing the flicker of hope, leaving nothing but the ghost of a howl etched into the very marrow of our souls. The confrontation was imminent, the raw, primal clash between hunter and hunted, between fear and freedom, loomed like a shadow ready to consume us whole. In that moment, as the night thickened and the woods curled in around us, I understood, the wolves were not just a threat, they were a fragment of our essence, the wildness we both craved and feared. And as the echo of their howls lingered in the air, I realized that the true battle lay not outside in the darkness, but within. The tension hung like a noose, tightening with every breath, every heartbeat, as we stood poised on the brink, and the night stretched on, vast and unyielding, a reminder that in the end, we are all part of the same haunting song. The moon hung low, a cold eye watching the chaos of the night. Screams echoed, raw and primal, slicing through the crisp darkness. I stood frozen, heart hammering, breath shallow, as the fire crackled and spat. Shadows danced like wraiths around the clearing, twisting into grotesque shapes. There was a figure, Lycaon, his face a mask of rage and despair, eyes wild and bloodshot, reflecting the flames like twin suns. He was the embodiment of the other, an outsider trapped in a world that no longer welcomed him. I remember the warmth of laughter, he shouted, voice cracking, as if the fire itself mocked him with its flickering light. I remember the taste of fresh bread, the smell of rain on dry earth. I remember when I was just a man. His hands trembled, fists clenched so tightly that knuckles turned white. This was not a mere transformation, it was a shattering, a being forged anew in anguish, a conflict raging within that threatened to consume him. Beside him, the young woman, Callista, stood rooted to the spot. Her heart ached for him, memories of their shared laughter, dreams whispered beneath starlit skies, flooded her mind like a raging river. But the man she loved was gone, replaced by this beast, this creature cursed to roam the fringes of humanity. She took a step forward, fear battling with love in her chest. Lycaon, please. You have to fight this. But the echoes of shadows mocked her plea. Fight, he echoed, laughter that was anything but joyful. What do you know of fighting? You stand in the light. I am the darkness, the horror that lurks beneath the skin. I am what they fear. Each word fell like heavy stones, sinking deep into the soil of her heart. She felt the distance grow between them, an abyss carved out by fate and fury. Callista's mind whirled. How could she reach him? She remembered the stories that haunted the village, whispers of a man who had crossed the gods, who had dared to challenge the natural order. You are still in there, Lycaon. You're not just a monster. You're my Lycaon. Her voice trembled, a thread of desperation weaving through her words, yet hope flickered, fragile and bright. But he merely stared into the flames, as if seeking solace in their chaotic dance. I was a fool to think I could be more than what I am, he murmured, an edge of bitterness in his tone. The gods have turned their backs, and now I am left with this curse. The betrayal of the divine seeped into his bones, a chill that sunk deeper than the night itself. Do you not see the truth? I am the outsider. I belong to the shadows now. Around them, the forest whispered secrets, leaves shivering as if in fear of the truth. Underneath the silvery light, Lycaon's form shifted, muscles rippling, a creature caught between worlds, a wolf in human skin, both predator and prey. His breath became ragged as memories clawed at him, the agony of a life lost to the insatiable hunger of the night. It was a haunting, a spectre that gnawed at his soul. Callista took another step closer, the heat of the fire casting an orange glow on her face, illuminating the fierce determination etched into her features. You can't give in. Don't let this consume you. Remember our dreams, she pleaded, voice breaking like glass, shattering against the weight of despair. You promised we would see the world together, that we would find our place in it. He turned sharply, those wild eyes piercing through the darkness, filled with a sorrow that could drown 1,000 ships. And what of the world that finds me? What do I bring to it? A legacy of fear and blood? I am nothing but the other, Callista, a monster born of hubris. He laughed, a sound that was both bitter and rich with anguish, echoing through the night. What use is a man without a soul? As she stood before him, the air thick with tension, memories flooded her mind, sunshine warming their cheeks, playful battles in fields of wildflowers, promises made beneath the watchful eyes of the stars. Each memory pulled at her heart, an unrelenting tide of love and loss. You are more than this. You are my heart, Lycaon. You are not just flesh and claw, you are spirit. The man I love still lives within you. For a moment, silence reigned, pregnant with possibility. The shadows seemed to hold their breath, the world around them suspended in that fragile beat. In that pause, a flicker of recognition sparked in his eyes, a fleeting glimmer of the man he once was. But then, the darkness surged. The beast within roared, a hunger that twisted his features into something grotesque. Love, he spat, bitterness lacing his words. Love is a luxury I cannot afford. It blinds you to the truth. But Callista's resolve hardened like steel. Then let me be your light. I can't, won't, give up on you. She stepped forward, arms outstretched, heart bared. Every moment you resist is a moment closer to your redemption. You are not alone. Her voice broke, a fragile note in a symphony of chaos, but her spirit soared, a flame against the encroaching dark. Lycaon faltered, a tremor running through him. You don't understand, he breathed, the weight of despair crashing over him like waves against the cliffs. The abyss knows me, and I know it. I am its keeper. The woods trembled, shadows creeping closer, eager to engulf him whole. Callista shook her head fiercely. No. You are the light in the darkness. Fight it, Lycaon. Fight for us. Her heart pounded, an echo of hope reverberating in the hollow space between them, the flickering fire illuminating the battle of will that threatened to tear apart the very fabric of their existence. And as the moon hung silent, a witness to their plight, time stretched, the moments suspended between past and future, love and despair. The confrontation loomed, electric, fraught with the weight of eternity. With every heartbeat, a whisper danced on the wind, a plea for connection, a cry to belong, echoing with the terrible beauty of the other. The moon hung like a silver dagger in the sky, casting jagged shadows across the forest floor, where the scent of damp earth mingled with the metallic tang of desperation. In that stillness, you could hear it, the soft rustle of leaves, a whisper of fate weaving through the branches, and the heavy thud of a heart pounding against its cage. Lycaon stood on the precipice, the weight of prophecy pressing down on him like a shroud, a chaotic storm raging within. I remember the day they told me I would become a beast, he whispered to the trees, but the wind swallowed his words. It was supposed to be a blessing, but blessings can morph into curses, and every breath he took was laced with the sweet poison of his fate. He could almost hear the echoes of laughter, mocking him, taunting him. The laughter of his brothers, now mere ghosts, their faces twisted in disbelief as he stood before them, no longer the beloved sibling, but the harbinger of doom. Across the clearing, a figure emerged. Callista. Her eyes shimmered like stars shattered on the ground, searching, pleading. She was not just Lycaon's sister, she was the only tether to his humanity. Lycaon. Her voice pierced the silence, raw and trembling. You can resist. Remember who you are. Each word was a lifeline that threatened to unravel in the face of his dark destiny. But the shadows whispered differently. They whispered of blood, of sacrifice, the prophecy that had wormed its way into his soul. I can't, he choked out, feeling the clawing beast within stir, hungry and relentless. He could see the reflection of his own despair in her gaze, a mirror of shared heartbreak. I can't fight this anymore. Callista stepped closer, and for a moment, the air shimmered with the weight of their unspoken fears. You're still Lycaon. You're still my brother. But even as she spoke, the forest creaked with secrets. A chill wrapped around them, a reminder of the inevitability that slithered through their lives like an unseen serpent. Frustration ignited in him. You don't understand. The oracle spoke, my fate is sealed. Do you know what it means to be forsaken? To be stripped of everything you love? I can't keep pretending. His voice cracked, and the ground felt unsteady beneath him. The prophecy loomed like a clock counting down, each tick resonating with the agony of time. He could almost see the faceless figure cloaked in shadows, the messenger of his doom. Lycaon, Callista urged, her voice breaking, don't let it win. Fight! But the battle was not between him and some external force, it was a war within his soul, a desperate struggle against the darkness that beckoned him with its seductive whispers. He could feel the beast clawing its way to the surface, a tidal wave of primal instinct, eager to shred the remnants of his humanity. What if I don't want to win? The question hung in the air, heavy and suffocating. Callista flinched, her face pale, a flicker of fear igniting in her eyes. Don't say that. You must want to fight. She stepped closer, her hands trembling as she reached for him, her warmth a fragile shield against the encroaching cold. And then the moment shattered. A howl erupted from the depths of the forest, raw and blood-curdling. It was a sound that echoed with centuries of despair, a harbinger of what Lycaon was destined to become. The trees trembled, their branches scratching at the night sky, as if trying to claw back the fate that had been written in the stars. I remember, Lycaon breathed, the memory seeping into the present. The stories my father told, of men who became beasts under the moonlight, and of the blood they spilled. His heart raced, the storyteller's words transforming into a chilling reality. I thought it was just a tale. Just a fable. But it's not. Callista shouted, desperation coloring her tone. You can change your story. You can break this cycle. Each word was an arrow aimed at the heart of despair, but the void within him threatened to swallow them whole. Prophecy is a cage, he replied, staring into her eyes, deep pools of love and fear. And I am the prisoner. In that moment, he felt the beast stir within, clawing against the bars of his soul, eager for release, for chaos. Callista's breath hitched, and for a heartbeat, the world stopped. Then let me be your key. Let me help you. Her voice trembled with fervor, and in her gaze, he saw the flicker of hope. But hope is a fragile thing, easily broken by the weight of fate. I'm scared, he admitted, vulnerability stripping away the bravado. What if I hurt you? What if I lose myself? The word spilled out, raw and jagged, as a new sound filled the air, a second howl, more guttural, closer. "You won't," she promised, stepping forward, grasping his hand. "I won't let you. We'll face it together." But even as their fingers intertwined, the shadows stretched, drawing closer, a dark tide washing over them, swallowing the warmth of the moment. The prophecy loomed like a storm cloud, thick and oppressive. "I can't escape it," he whispered, the unyielding truth sinking its teeth into his flesh. But Callista's grip tightened, and within that simple gesture, a defiance sparked. "You can, if you fight." She was unwavering, a beacon in the dark, even as the forest trembled with foreboding. And then, as if the very gods conspired against them, a thunderous roar shattered the night, and the ground shook beneath their feet. The shadows surged forward, a living entity, wrapping around Lycaon, drawing him toward the abyss. "No!" Callista screamed, and in that instant, time fragmented, past, present, and future collided in a cacophony of emotion. Lycaon felt the weight of every choice, every whispered curse, every moment of defiance, crashing against him like waves against jagged rocks. He looked into Callista's eyes, and in that gaze, he saw the flicker of something more: love, fear, and an unwavering resolve. "I remember," he breathed, the darkness closing in. "What it was like to be free. But freedom comes at a cost, and the prophecy was not finished with him yet." The shadows laughed, a cruel chorus in the night, drowning out their hopes. As the howls grew louder, Lycaon felt the beast rise, a tempest of chaos and power surging through him, pulling him toward the edge of the precipice where humanity and monstrosity lay intertwined. And in that moment, as the ground crumbled beneath him, he made a choice, not just to fight the prophecy, but to embrace the storm. The confrontation loomed ahead, a reckoning with fate, and as he surrendered to the chaos, the forest held its breath, waiting to see if love could conquer the darkness within. The moon hung low, a silver blade slicing through the black fabric of night, illuminating the forest floor with a ghostly glow. Each rustle of leaves was a whisper, a warning, perhaps. I felt it in my bones, a primal thrumming that sent my heart racing. A chill danced down my spine, and I wasn't alone. There, in the shadows, crouched Thomas, his breath shallow and rapid, eyes wide like a deer caught in headlights. He was a man on the brink, teetering between sanity and the abyss, the darkness of night drawing him into its embrace. "I can feel it, Sarah," he whispered, the words hanging heavy in the air. "It's coming. I can hear it." I glanced over my shoulder, the trees looming like ancient sentinels, their gnarled branches clawing at the sky. The world seemed to hold its breath. But it was his face, twisted with fear and something deeper, a longing, that pulled me closer. A longing for release, for transformation, and yet a terror of what that could mean. "Fight it, Thomas," I urged, though my voice trembled. "You don't have to give in." But my words felt like nothing more than smoke, dissipating into the cold night air. He was slipping, losing himself to the legend that had haunted him since childhood, a myth that had seeped into his very marrow. Lycanthropy, the notion that man could become beast, wasn't just a tale told around campfires. It was a darkness that had consumed him, twisted his reality into a grotesque reflection of what was once familiar. I remembered our childhood, the games we played under the watchful eye of the moon, the stories we spun about wolves and the wild. How innocent we were, how blissfully unaware of the shadows that lurked just beyond our laughter. Thomas had always been different. There was a wildness in him, a flicker of something untamed. I saw it then, even as we ran through fields of daisies, innocent to the weight of the world. "Do you remember, Sarah?" he continued, his eyes glazing over with memories. "The stories we read? The night spent under the stars? I thought it was just a story." His voice trembled, a mix of nostalgia and dread. "I don't want to hurt anyone. But I can feel it clawing at my insides. It wants out." He was losing the battle, and I felt it too, a sinking despair that clutched my heart like a vice. I wanted to reach out, to tether him back to reality, but how could I? How could I compete with the raw, primal call of the beast within? The moon shifted, casting a shadow that danced across his features, and in that fleeting moment, I saw it, his transformation, the flicker of fur that rippled beneath his skin, the raw power that threatened to break free. My breath caught, panic surging through me. "Thomas!" I screamed, but the sound was swallowed by the night. "You have to hold on." Fear and desperation collided within me, a tempest of emotion swirling like a storm. I could no longer recognize the boy I grew up with. He was becoming something else, something ancient and monstrous, a creature born from the depths of folklore and fear. I felt the urge to flee, to run from the darkness that had enveloped him, but my feet were rooted to the ground, tethered by love and terror. As the shadows thickened, I sensed another presence, Eva. She stepped forward, her eyes sharp, reflecting the silver light. A witch, a scholar of the arcane, she had been a confidant, a guide through the labyrinth of myth and reality. "Thomas, listen to me," she implored, her voice steady, cutting through the tension like a knife. "This isn't you. You're stronger than this, the stories are just stories." But he shook his head, rage and sorrow twisting his face. "You don't know. You don't know what it feels like. I can't just pretend this isn't happening." I saw it then, the spark of rebellion, the intoxicating allure of power coursing through him. It was more than transformation, it was liberation. The bittersweet taste of freedom laced with a poison I couldn't begin to understand. We were caught in a web of emotion, the air thick with unspoken fears and desires. Each heartbeat echoed in the silence, a countdown to an inevitable confrontation. The moon hung heavy, a reminder of our mortality, of the thin line between humanity and the beast lurking beneath. "Please," Eva's voice trembled, a thread of desperation weaving through her words. "Don't let it win. Fight it, Thomas. Remember who you are." But as the first howl pierced the night, raw and primal, I felt the ground shift beneath us. Thomas's form twisted, muscles rippling, the darkness enveloping him in a shroud of fur and fangs. It was grotesque and beautiful, a monster born of the same love that had once tied us together. And there I stood, heart racing, breath caught in my throat, torn between the boy I loved and the beast he was becoming. I wanted to believe in the light, in the stories that once brought us comfort. But the truth was a terrifying embrace, and I felt it grip me, an undeniable force of nature that pulled me into the abyss. In that moment, I realized the line between myth and reality was not just a story. It was alive, pulsing with every heartbeat, every breath, an echo of our humanity and our fears, a reminder that we are all just a step away from becoming something else entirely. And as the night deepened, I could only watch, paralyzed by my love and fear, as the boy I once knew vanished into shadows, leaving behind only a haunting howl that echoed through the stillness, a chilling reminder of what lay at the intersection of science and myth. The howl cuts through the night like a blade, slicing the silence into jagged pieces. A sound so primal it sends shivers down the spine, raw and unfiltered. I remember the first time I heard it, my heart felt like a drum in my chest, each beat a thunderous echo in the damp air. The moon hung low, swollen and luminous, casting shadows that flickered like ghosts between the trees. This was no ordinary night, this was the night the darkness grew teeth. In the stillness, I stood there, paralyzed, as my mind raced. Was it a trick of the wind? Or something more insidious? The forest whispered secrets I couldn't discern. The air was thick with an electric tension, a pulse that seemed to sync with the rhythm of my breath, quick, shallow, desperate. And then, through the veil of shadows, I saw him. Jacob! He was trembling, his body taut as a drawn bowstring. His eyes, usually warm and inviting, glinted with something feral, something that made my heart clench. "I can feel it, Myra," he gasped, each word steeped in urgency. "It's coming." I wanted to reach out, to pull him back from the brink where the wildness lived, but my feet were anchored in place. I remember how I hated myself for that moment of weakness, for the way I let fear root me to the earth. Jacob was my brother, my blood, yet here he was, teetering on the brink of becoming something other, something terrifying. "I can hear them," he murmured, his fingers clawing at his scalp as if trying to peel away the skin of his own humanity. "The voices. They're calling me." The intensity in his eyes flared, a flicker of the boy I knew, then swallowed by the beast that lurked just beneath the surface. I saw the fracture, the way he was slipping away, and the desperation clawed at my throat. "Fighting it won't work, Jacob," I pleaded. "You have to resist. Don't let it take you." But resistance was a slippery slope, and as soon as those words left my mouth, I knew the futility of them. He was a canvas painted with shadows, and I was powerless to stop the transformation, the metamorphosis that clawed at him from within, dragging him into the abyss. The moonlight framed his face, illuminating the sharp angles of his jaw and the hollowed cheeks. He looked like a predator, the way he prowled on the periphery of sanity. "I remember the dreams," he whispered, a tremor of longing in his voice. "The freedom, the power, the hunt. Those dreams, in nightmares woven with blood and bone, were his prison and his escape." I remembered, too, how he would wake, drenched in sweat, gasping for air as if he'd run a marathon in the haunting landscape of his own mind. A part of him craved the darkness, was drawn to it like a moth to flame. "Please, Jacob," I said, my voice cracking under the weight of my fear. "Come back to me." I reached for him, but he flinched, recoiling like a wild animal. The distance between us seemed insurmountable, a chasm filled with shadows and echoes of the boy who used to chase fireflies on warm summer nights. "You don't understand," he said, his voice thick with anguish. "It's not that simple. It's alive, Mara. It wants out." And then there was Lena. I could hear her breathing, shallow and frantic, somewhere in the distance, haunted by her own demons. The girl who had once danced in the moonlight now lurked in the edges of our confrontation, shadows clinging to her like a second skin. The two of them were bound by a thread of madness, a shared affliction that twisted their reality into something grotesque. "Jacob, we can fight this," she called out, her voice a desperate whisper, but it felt like a lie, a fragile hope hanging in the air between us. She was just a girl, a fierce heart caught in a storm, a fragile bird with broken wings. "Remember the stories? They're just ghosts. We can't let them win." But the stories were no longer folklore, they had become flesh and blood. Jacob's transformation was a slow unraveling. Each night pulled him deeper into a labyrinth of his own making, and I felt the walls closing in. "Can you hear them?" he snarled, a wild glint in his eyes. "They want me, no, they need me." The tension snapped like a taut line, and with it, my heart broke open. This wasn't merely about him anymore, it was about us. The weight of our shared history, the laughter, the tears, the unspeakable bond that tied us together was at stake. I stepped closer, reaching into the darkness that threatened to consume him. I remember the nights we stayed up late, the dreams we wove together. Remember the stories we told? We can still have those, Jacob. We are stronger together. For a heartbeat, I saw a flicker of recognition in his eyes, a spark of the brother I knew buried beneath the howl of the beast. But just as quickly, it slipped away, extinguished by the shadows that clung to him. "I can't," he breathed, desperation lacing his voice as the moonlight shivered with an unseen presence. "They're coming." And as the last word hung in the air, the cries echoed back, a cacophony of howls that seemed to emerge from the very soil beneath our feet. The night no longer felt safe, it was a predator, and we were the prey. This was no longer just a struggle for Jacob's soul, it was a confrontation with the darkness that thrived in the forgotten corners of our minds. I could feel it creeping in, an insidious fog that threatened to engulf us all. I knew we were at the precipice of something catastrophic, and yet I couldn't look away. The forest pulsed with anticipation, the trees witnesses to our fears and our failures. And as I watched my brother sway on the edge of becoming, I understood I was losing him, piece by piece, howl by howl. The night unfurled around us, rich with the scent of earth and decay, and I felt an overwhelming need to scream, to claw back at the shadows that threatened to swallow us whole. There was no end to this nightmare, only a continuous loop of torment and desire, the promise of forgetting mixed with the thrill of something monstrous. All I could do was stand there, a spectator in my own life, as the hourglass turned and time slipped away. The darkness had arms, and it was reaching for Jacob, for Lena, for us. And as the howls grew louder, I realized that this was just the beginning. The moon was high, the night was long, and somewhere in the distance, the shadows were waiting. The moon hung low, a silver coin tossed into the great well of night, glinting ominously against the expanse of shadows that loomed over the darkened forest. There, in the tangled limbs of ancient oaks, a figure stood, a silhouette against the pale light, trembling, heart racing. The air was thick with anticipation, a palpable tension that coiled around the throats of those who dared to listen. I remember the first howl, the sound that sliced through the silence like a knife through flesh, raw and primal, echoing like a death knell. It was the wolf Garou, a creature of myth, a nightmare incarnate. Rachel's breath hitched, her chest constricting with fear and regret. Just moments ago, she had been laughing, the warmth of her friends wrapping around her like a blanket. But now? Now, as the moonlight bathed her in a ghostly glow, all she could taste was the metallic tang of dread. "We shouldn't have come here," she whispered, her voice trembling as if the trees themselves could hear her treachery. The woods felt alive, each rustling leaf and snapping twig a warning. "It's just a story," Tom said, his bravado a flimsy facade. He laughed too loudly, an echo of confidence that rang hollow against the encroaching shadows. But I could see the flicker of doubt in his eyes, could hear the way his heartbeat thudded like a drum of war. He had always been the brave one, the protector, but even he felt the chill that crept along the nape of his neck. The forest shifted. The branches twisted, like skeletal fingers reaching out to ensnare them. "Tell me again about the curse," Lydia said, her voice barely above a whisper, an invocation, a plea to the darkness. Her eyes glimmered with a mix of fear and curiosity, an intoxicating blend that drew them deeper into the woods. She had always been fascinated by the lore, the tales that terrified and thrilled. But now, as the reality of the wolf Garou crept closer, she was just a frightened girl standing on the precipice of madness. The stories had warned them of men who transformed under the moonlight, afflicted by a curse that turned humanity into monstrosity. I remember the stories, the whispers that curled around the fires, tales of blood and betrayal, of lovers lost to the night. They were no mere stories, they were warnings. The moon was rising, and with it came the hunger. Suddenly, a rustle, a sound too close. They froze, hearts pounding as the world around them crackled with anticipation. The shadows thickened. "Did you hear that?" Rachel's breath came in quick, shallow gasps. The trees seemed to lean closer, listening, as if they too were holding their breath. Tom stepped forward, and then, the howl again, a bone-chilling lament that echoed through the forest, rising from the depths of a nightmare. It shattered the air, reverberating through their bones, curling around their hearts with icy fingers. It was the sound of a creature who had shed its humanity, a predator unleashed upon the unsuspecting world. "Run!" Lydia screamed, and the command ignited a fire in their veins. They sprinted through the underbrush, branches clawing at their skin, the chill of the night air stinging their lungs. The forest was alive with the pulse of terror, every heartbeat an echo of their fear. They stumbled upon a clearing, moonlight pouring down like a benediction, a stark contrast to the darkness that enveloped them. It was then they saw it, the wolf Garou, its eyes glowing like embers in the night, a figure of primal majesty and terror. It stood tall, muscles rippling beneath its fur, a grotesque parody of humanity. The creature was a storm of rage and sorrow, a reflection of their own darkest fears, and in that moment, they understood, this was no mindless beast, it was a soul trapped in torment, cursed to roam the shadows. I remember, Rachel's voice broke through the haze, they said it was a man once. The realization washed over them like icy water, this was not just a monster. This was a story of loss, of love twisted into something grotesque, of a broken heart turned savage. The wolf Garou was a reflection of their own struggles, a reminder of what it meant to be human, to feel pain and rage so deeply that it consumed you. Tom's resolve crumbled under the weight of that realization. "We can't fight it," he whispered, and the truth of it settled in their chests like a stone. Each of them bore scars, Rachel's heartbreak, Lydia's relentless curiosity, Tom's burden of protection. In that moment, facing the embodiment of their darkest fears, they weren't just victims, they were part of a story much older than themselves, woven into the very fabric of the night. The wolf-garou howled again, but this time it was different, less a cry of hunger, more a plea, a sorrowful echo that resonated with their own broken hearts. They felt the weight of its curse, the loneliness that gnawed at the edges of its existence. They were not so different. Is it hunting us, or is it hunting for something? Lydia pondered, her voice trembling with a mix of terror and compassion. The line between predator and prey blurred, and in that instant, they grasped the profound tragedy of the wolf-garou. It was the embodiment of their fears, yes, but also a mirror reflecting their own struggles, an invitation to confront their own darkness. Rachel stepped forward, heart pounding, drawn to the creature's pain. "What if we see it, truly see it?" she whispered, her voice trembling with an emotion she couldn't fully articulate. "What if it's not just a monster?" The moonlight illuminated the fierce beauty of the beast, revealing sorrow carved into the lines of its face, a haunting reminder of lost humanity. The world around them faded into the background, the forest a mere whisper as they stood on the precipice of understanding. What if, just what if, the wolf-garou was a reflection of their shared humanity, a tragedy waiting to be told? As fear mingled with empathy, they felt the weight of their own hearts beat in rhythm with the creature's tortured howl. And yet, the night pressed on, the shadows deepening, the tension twisting like a knife in their guts. They were not just facing a monster, but the essence of what it meant to be alive, flawed, fractured, beautiful. The confrontation was inevitable, a collision of hearts and souls, fear and understanding. The moon continued its ascent, a silent witness to their plight. Time stretched and warped, a cosmic dance of fate that would bind them to the wolf-garou forever. Not as victims, but as participants in a tragic tale of longing, loss, and the desperate need to find a way back to one another, to humanity. In that moment, beneath the haunting glow of the moon, their hearts beat louder than the howls, echoing through the night, a reminder that even in the face of monstrosity, compassion could still flourish. The night was still, a heavy blanket woven from shadows and silence, when the crack of a twig sent a shiver through the air. I stood there, breath caught in my throat, the weight of the forest pressing down like an ancient curse. The moon hung low, a pale eye watching as Lycaon prowled through the underbrush, his form flickering as if the universe itself couldn't decide what he truly was. The scent of damp earth and rusted iron filled my lungs, each breath a reminder that I was not alone. I remember the first time I saw him, or rather, what he became. It was a whisper of fur and fangs, a flicker of fear and longing that danced in the corner of my vision. My heart raced. Was it fear? Was it something else? I wanted to scream, but the sound lodged itself in my throat. Lycaon's laugh, oh, the haunting melody of it, echoed in that stillness, a mix of tragedy and madness that promised revelation yet begged for mercy. And then there was Mara, a girl with secrets woven into her very skin, shadows clinging to her like a second skin. She stood a breath away, her pulse a quiet drum, thrumming with the knowledge that she was forever entwined in this brutal dance between man and beast. I remember her eyes glinting under the moonlight, a mirror to the chaos within. "He's not just a monster," she whispered, her voice trembling. "He's a reflection of what we fear to become." But what is a monster, anyway? Is it the beast that rips through flesh or the heart that betrays itself? I could feel the tension crackle between us, a live wire connecting our fear and fascination, a silence heavy with unspoken words, drenched in the scent of impending conflict. Lycaon stalked closer, his body taut and sinewy, a predator caught between his human guise and the beast that lurked beneath the surface. I felt the pull of his duality, the dichotomy of his existence, and it left me breathless. He was not merely a wolf, he was the embodiment of every dark thought, every fleeting shadow that danced in the recesses of our minds. "Do you see?" he growled, but it wasn't a question. It was a proclamation, a guttural confession that reverberated through the clearing. We are all shapeshifters. We were different skins to survive in this world. It was then that I understood the essence of his curse. Lycaon was a reflection of all the stories I had ever heard, every monster lurking in the dark, every hero turned villain, every sinner disguised as a saint. He was the wolf in sheep's clothing of our collective nightmares, a reminder that the human heart is often more treacherous than the beasts that walk among us. In his gaze, I saw a flicker of recognition, as if he too was aware of the eternal struggle, the unending battle between our desires and our fears. Mara stepped forward, her voice a fragile thread in the storm. "You think you're alone in this, don't you?" she asked, her tone sharp yet soothing, like the edge of a knife wrapped in velvet. "You're not. You're just as lost as we are." The tension was palpable, a tightrope stretched thin between us, and I felt the weight of our unacknowledged truths pressing down, threatening to snap the silence. Lycaon's eyes flickered with something akin to hope and despair. "Lost," he echoed, each syllable a scrap of his humanity slipping away. "I am what I am, Mara. There is no going back." But there was a yearning, an ache beneath the surface, a flicker of something more profound than survival, a longing for connection, for understanding. I found myself lost in their exchange, the weight of their shared struggle pulling me closer. The forest faded away, and I was suspended in a moment that felt both infinite and fleeting, a breath caught between two worlds. And then, a rustle broke the spell. The shadows shifted, the forest erupted with a cacophony of sound, and I felt the world tilt. Something was coming, an entity drawn to the turmoil, the primal dance of despair and desire. The air grew thick with the scent of impending danger, an electric charge that ignited a primal instinct to flee. Yet we stood our ground, rooted in the collision of our realities. "I remember a time before this," I uttered, the word spilling out like a confession. "When we believed we could outrun our monsters." Mara's hand brushed against mine, a fleeting spark of warmth in the cold, dark world. "And yet, the truth always finds a way to surface," she replied softly, her voice trembling as the shadows twisted around us. Lycaon stepped forward, a silhouette against the moonlight, his form shifting, blurring the line between beast and man. "It is not the form that defines us but the choices we make, the paths we take when confronted with fear." And in that moment, I felt a rush, a wave of understanding crashing over me. The heart of the shapeshifter archetype lay not in the transformation itself but in the struggle of acceptance. To face the darkness within. To embrace the monstrous parts of ourselves that we often hide away, terrified of judgment or rejection. But the night was alive now, a tempest of emotion swirling around us. The echoes of laughter and anguish intertwined, a haunting symphony that beckoned us deeper into the heart of our fears. I could feel the shadows pressing closer, the trees whispering secrets of their own, urging us to confront what lay ahead. Lycaon glanced up, his expression a mixture of hunger and vulnerability. "You see what I have become, but do you dare look deeper?" The moon hung overhead, casting an ethereal glow that illuminated the chaos. Time slipped away, reality bending at the edges, as we stood on the precipice of revelation. The universe spun silently, a cosmic witness to our confrontation, while I felt the ground shift beneath my feet. With every heartbeat, the clash of our truths echoed louder, a relentless rhythm that begged for release. The moment stretched, coiling tightly around us, unraveling the fabric of our fears and desires, until nothing remained but the raw, aching need to understand. Here we were, standing on the edge of something profound, layered existence, the dance of beasts within and without, the choices that would carve our destinies in the dark. And when the darkness gathered to embrace us, I realized that in the end, it was not the monsters we faced that defined us, but the courage to confront our own shadows, to find light in the depths of our despair. As the tension reached its peak, I knew the story was far from over. The confrontation awaited, the echoes of what lay ahead pulsing like a heartbeat in the stillness, refusing to let go. The howl split the night like a blade, sharp and raw, slicing through the dense fog that clung to the earth, wrapping around trunks like a lover's embrace. I stood there, breathless, heart hammering against my ribs, skin prickling with a primal fear. I remember the stories told by the fire, the flickering shadows casting monstrous shapes on the ground, and the laughter that danced on the air like smoke. But this was different. This was real. The curse of the wolf Garu hung heavy over our town, and the night whispered secrets I was desperate to understand. I glanced at Tanya, her eyes wide, a storm of fright swirling in those deep brown pools. She was always the brave one, the one who dared to venture into the woods, where the stories came alive. But tonight, her courage crumbled like the brittle autumn leaves beneath our feet. "We can't stay here," she whispered, voice barely above a breath, as if the very trees had ears. There was a tremor in her voice, a crack that echoed through my soul. I wanted to respond, to comfort her, but the truth lay heavy on my tongue, a stone lodged deep in my throat. We were not alone. Beside her, Marcus shuffled anxiously, his hands trembling. He used to mock the legends, laugh them off as mere tales spun by old men, but that bravado had fled in the face of the darkness that enveloped us. The wolf-garou was not just a creature of myth, it was a reckoning, a manifestation of fear, loss, and the raw wound of history. I remembered the elders speaking in solemn tones, the flickering flames highlighting their lined faces as they recounted tales of the creatures that emerged when the moon hung low and bright. The legend of the wolf-garou originates from pain, they said. It is born from the anguish of those who have lost, who have been wronged. I could feel that pain creeping into our bones, a chill that seeped through layers of flesh and muscle. Suddenly, a snap of a twig fractured the air, a sound sharp enough to crack open the suffocating silence. Tanya gasped, and I felt her fingers squeeze mine, warmth mingling with ice. It was a reminder that we were still alive, still human, with blood coursing through veins that craved life, even amidst the fear festering around us. I remember the legend of the wolf-garou, the transformation sparked by sorrow and rage, where a man becomes a beast, a lover becomes a killer. Each story was a haunting echo, a reflection of those who had walked the earth before us, their souls intertwined with the land. I felt the weight of their grief pressing down, a ghostly hand resting on my shoulder. Were we destined to join them? To become mere whispers in the wind, tales for the next generation to tremble over by the fire? The moon hung high, a watchful eye, illuminating the forest in a silver glow, and I could see the shadows shifting, shapeshifters in their own right, melding into the night. My heart raced, every beat throbbed with the dread of what lurked beyond the trees. This was not just about the wolf-garou, it was about the echoes of our ancestors and their battles against despair. Run! Marcus shouted suddenly, and the command sliced through the air. I didn't hesitate, dragging Tanya behind me, the weight of our own stories propelling us forward. Every heartbeat drummed against the rhythm of the night, but the shadows pursued, hungry and relentless. As we fled, I could feel the breath of those who had come before us, urging us to remember. The legends were more than tales. They were warnings, woven into the fabric of our beings, begging for recognition. Each step we took carried the burden of our history, the pain of those who had been wronged, the cries of the lost, the cries of the wolf-garou itself. Why do you think they were cursed? I gasped, glancing back at Tanya. Her face was pale, but there was a fire in her eyes, a flicker of understanding. They became the very thing they feared. The realization hit like a slap, a dark truth that reverberated through my mind. The stories we had laughed at, the tales dismissed as folklore, were rooted in something ancient and profound, a reflection of our own humanity, our own flaws that could turn us into monsters. But the wolf-garou wasn't just that. It was also a protector, a guardian of those who had endured too much, standing at the crossroads of vengeance and salvation. The legends were not merely warnings, they were also calls to action. In the darkness, perhaps we could find ourselves, perhaps we could rise above the shadows that threatened to consume us. The ground beneath me felt alive, thrumming with energy and despair. I could hear the echoes of the past calling out, urging us to honor their pain, to carry it forth into the light. We were more than just frightened souls lost in the woods, we were the living embodiment of their stories. Stop! Tanya cried, and we skidded to a halt, panting, chests heaving. The forest closed in, a suffocating blanket of dread, but with it came a strange sense of power. I could feel it in my veins, the pulse of the wolf-garou thrumming alongside my own heartbeat. We stood there, caught between fear and understanding, as the shadows danced around us. In that moment, I understood, we were both predator and prey, both the haunted and the haunt. The wolf-garou wasn't just a monster lurking in the dark, it was a part of us, a manifestation of our deepest fears and our most profound truths. In the thickness of the night, we felt the weight of responsibility, our choices would shape the legends of tomorrow. And then, a howl rose from the depths of the forest, haunting and beautiful, a lament that echoed through the trees and sent shivers racing down my spine. It was a reminder that the night was alive, a living tapestry woven with pain and hope. And as we stood there, trembling in the presence of the unknown, the real battle began, not against the shadows looming in the forest, but within ourselves. We were not just participants in this tale, we were its authors, wielding our pens like swords, ready to carve out our destinies amid the ever-present pull of the wolf Garu. The moon hung low, a ghostly eye glaring down at the village, casting shadows that seemed to breathe with a life of their own. In the heart of that night, screams pierced the stillness. They knelled not just in fear, but in a primal recognition, an echo of centuries past when men transformed into beasts under the watchful gaze of the moon. I remember the boy. His name was Eli, 13, with dirt-smudged cheeks and eyes that held a spark of defiance that belied his circumstances. He stood at the edge of the forest, heart pounding like a war drum, as the shadows danced around him, a cacophony of rustling leaves and distant howls. The villagers whispered dreadfully of the werewolf, a creature that was part man, part nightmare, feeding off the chaos of desperation that had gripped their lives for generations. Eli was too young to know, but he sensed something deeper, a connection that tangled his fate with the stories that had haunted his family for years. Then there was Myra, a woman forced to wear the weight of anxiety like a shroud. Every night, as dusk bled into darkness, she would sit by the window, straining to hear the whispers of her ancestors. She was the keeper of their lore, the one who told the tales of transformation, of how men had succumbed to their darker urges, becoming beasts not just in body but in spirit. Her heart twisted with each story, a grotesque cycle of fear and ignorance, where the line between humanity and monstrosity blurred like the fog rolling in from the hills. "We are our own worst enemies," she would murmur, tracing her fingers over the ancient texts, the symbols dancing under her touch like memories refusing to die. And then there was Anton, the old hunter, a man who had once stalked the werewolf. His hands had trembled not from age, but from the weight of sins unwritten. He had carried the burden of a secret, one that gnawed at his soul like the beast he had hunted. In the flickering candlelight, he would remember the blood on his hands, the eyes of the creature, reflecting the same desperation he saw in Eli's and Myra's. "The true beast lies within," he would say, voice gravelly, haunted by the ghosts of the past, unable to escape the inevitability that he too had danced with darkness. The night tightened around them, an unseen noose. Eli, caught between the innocence of youth and the heavy expectations of tradition, felt the pulse of something primal, thrumming in his veins. As the villagers rallied together, armed with old weapons and older fears, he couldn't help but wonder if the true danger was outside, or if it lurked just beneath the skin, waiting for the moon to rise and the darkness to twist their humanity into something unrecognizable. Myra's voice rose above the chaos, a desperate plea echoing through the night. "Listen! The legends speak of choices, of the thin veil between civilization and savagery. It's not just the creature, it's us." But her words fell like stones, sinking into the mire of human instinct, where fear reigned supreme. The village swirled with talk of hunting the wolf, of vengeance and justice, while she fought against the tide, wrestling with her own lineage, the very stories that had fueled the fire of fear. Anton stood at the edge, watching the fervor rise, and he felt a pang of regret. He had been a part of this cycle, a hunter who had taken lives, convinced they were saving the world from madness. But there, in the faces of the villagers, he saw not monsters but reflections of his own darkness, mirroring back the struggles that lay in every heart. What had he wrought? What had he become? The confrontation came swiftly, a storm of emotions colliding as Eli's youthful rage ignited. "Is it not us who shape our fate? Why are we running towards violence?" he shouted into the cacophony, voice cracking like thunder. The villagers turned, the weight of their fear turning towards him as if he were the beast they sought to destroy. In their eyes, he saw the reflection of all their darkest fears. But Myra stepped forward, her hands raised, her heart pounding in rhythm with the unsteady pulse of the moon overhead. "We must break the cycle." Her voice cut through the suffocating tension, as fragile as a glass breaking in silence. "The werewolf is not just a creature, it's a mirror. A reminder of what we could become if we let our fears consume us. Are we not better than this?" The air crackled, thick with conflict, and the shadows elongated, reaching out like skeletal fingers, clawing at their humanity. In that moment, something shifted. Faces blurred as the villagers fought against their own fears, wrestling with the truth of their existence, that they too could be monstrous in their desire for retribution. The moon began to wane, and with it, The intensity of that night unfurled like a dark flower, revealing the rawness of their souls. Eli, Myra, and Anton stood entwined in a circle, 3 hearts beating as one, united against the tide of fear that threatened to drown them. Yet, even in that fragile alliance, a question lingered, haunting as the night air: would they escape the cycle? Or would the werewolf remain a part of their legacy, a reminder that the true monster lurked beneath the surface, waiting patiently for another night under the moon's watchful eye? The tension didn't resolve, it hung there, a curtain of uncertainty, leaving them caught between past and future, between the hunter and the hunted. As the shadows closed in, they found themselves spiraling into a darkness that felt achingly familiar, each heartbeat echoing the age-old cycle of fear, violence, and the desperate desire for redemption. Would they become the legends they feared? Or would they forge a new path, one illuminated by the fragile light of hope? They stood there, suspended in the moment, on the precipice of the unknown, as the wind whispered secrets through the trees, carrying with it the weight of history, a tapestry woven with blood, fear, and the haunting possibility of transformation. The moon hung low, a silver dagger piercing the darkness, casting ghostly shadows that danced along the cobblestone streets of the abandoned town. A wind whispered through the skeletal trees, the air thick with an unshakable dread. I shivered, not from the cold but from the gnawing fear that clawed at my insides, fear of what might lurk just beyond the periphery of my vision. The stories of men turning into beasts, of the primal rage of the wolf, had become more than tales told by firelight. They were alive, breathing in the spaces between the cracks of reality, waiting for their moment to emerge. Sophia stood beside me, her breath visible in the frigid air, eyes wide and luminous as she scanned the shadows. She was my anchor, yet here we were, drifting into a void where reason crumbled like ash in a flame. "I can't believe we're doing this," she whispered. But the tremble in her voice betrayed her, revealing a tempest of conflicting emotions that coursed beneath her brave facade. I wanted to reassure her, to tell her that the myths were just that, fragments of a distant past that had lost their teeth. But doubt gnawed at my heart, too. Then there was Marcus, pacing like a caged animal, tension radiating from him in waves. He gripped a rusted iron machete, its blade glimmering with a sinister promise under the moonlight. "What if they're real?" he said, his voice low, simmering with a mixture of anger and fear. "What if the legends aren't dead? What if they're waiting?" I remembered the late-night debates, our laughter echoing off the walls of our cramped apartment, where Marcus's over-the-top theories about lycanthropes had always veered into absurdity. But now, the absurd felt painfully tangible, and I felt the weight of his gaze, filled with shadows and unspoken dread. The silence grew thicker, wrapping around us like an oppressive shroud. The clocks in the town had long stopped, as if time itself had forgotten this forsaken place. I could almost hear the hearts of the departed beating in the silence, a ghostly rhythm that matched the pounding in my chest. "We should go," Sophia urged, her fingers curling around my arm. "Please." I could see the flicker of fear in her eyes, a flame that threatened to extinguish with every heartbeat. "No," Marcus snapped, his resolve hardening. "This is what we came for. We need answers." His unwavering determination ignited a spark within me, though I felt the chill of uncertainty crawl under my skin. I wanted to believe that the shadows were mere figments of imagination, remnants of old wives' tales that had lost their meaning. But deep down, something primal stirred. The streets were empty, yet they thrummed with an energy that felt alive. It was as if the town itself was watching, holding its breath, waiting for us to take the next step. I felt the air shift, a subtle warning that sent a chill down my spine. "Listen," Sophia said, her voice a fragile whisper. "Do you hear that?" A distant howl echoed through the night, a sound that wound its way into the marrow of my bones. It was a sound that pulled at the threads of sanity, haunting and beautiful, a lament of something ancient and wild. I remembered the stories my grandmother told me, her voice quivering as she recounted the tale of the beast that roamed these very paths. I had laughed at her then, dismissing the fear as outdated folklore. But here, under the moon's judgmental glare, the laughter faded into a hollow echo. Suddenly, the air was thick with tension, and reality twisted like a knife in the dark. I saw the glimmer of eyes, 2 yellow orbs glistening from the shadows, piercing through the veil of night. My heart raced, a wild drum in my chest as I turned to Marcus, who stood frozen, the machete trembling in his grasp. We were no longer just kids playing at monsters, we were on the precipice of something unspeakable. "Run!" I shouted, instinct taking hold as we broke into a sprint. The world blurred around us, trees became just streaks of shadow, the ground a treacherous blur beneath our feet. The howls grew louder, drowning out our breaths, a cacophony that reverberated in my skull. I could feel the presence behind us, a nightmare made flesh, and every instinct screamed that the legends were alive, pulsing with an energy that was both seductive and terrifying. In that chaotic moment, I stole a glance back at Marcus, whose face was a mask of determination mixed with dread. His resolve, which had led us here, now felt like a curse, binding us to this dark fate. Sophia clung to me, her fear tangible, her warmth a fragile tether to humanity in this hellscape. "We can't leave him," she cried, her voice breaking through the chaos, but I felt the truth settle over us like a heavy blanket. We had come seeking answers, but now we were just trying to survive. What answers could we find in the jaws of a beast? Time twisted and curled, seconds stretching into eternity, as I realized that this moment was a crucible. The legends flickered before me, the stories of men torn between beast and human, of a curse that whispered through the ages. But the world had changed, the myth had faded, retreating into the shadows, leaving behind echoes of doubt. Were we simply chasing ghosts? Or was it the ghosts chasing us? I remember the moon, that cold, indifferent witness to our plight, a reminder that hope and despair often walked hand in hand along the ragged edge of night. The air thickened with a palpable tension, a storm brewing on the horizon. We were caught in a time loop, the past and present colliding in a collision of fear and myth. The world felt alive, and I was terrified not just of the beast that might hunt us, but of what we might discover about ourselves in the process. And then, as we reached the edge of town, I felt it, a presence looming close, a heartbeat that resonated with my own. It was an awakening, a reminder that some stories refuse to die, that they linger in the shadows, waiting for the right moment to emerge and reclaim their power. In that dreadful embrace of fear, I understood, the decline of lycanthropy myths was perhaps a facade, a mask hiding something far more visceral, something that would never truly fade away. The howl pierced the night, a guttural sound that shattered the stillness, reverberating through the hollow trees like a ghostly echo of ancient fears. I stood there, heart racing, breath hitching in my throat, the air heavy with the scent of damp earth and dread. The moon hung high, a watchful eye in the black sky, illuminating the shadows that danced just beyond the reach of light. It was a moment caught between the mundane and the monstrous, a heartbeat away from chaos. I remember the way the leaves whispered secrets in the wind, their rustling a chorus of anticipation. Clara was beside me, her fingers trembling as she clutched the fabric of her jacket. "What if it's true?" she whispered, eyes wide, reflecting the silvery glow of the moon. Fear shone in her gaze, a stark contrast to the fierce defiance that usually radiated from her. Clara was fierce, a warrior in her own right. But now, standing on the precipice of something primal, she was just a girl caught in the storm of her own doubt. I remember, clocks ticking in the distance, the pulse of the night. It felt wrong, this sudden resurgence of legends long buried. The media had fed the flames, a resurgence of lycanthropy in film and literature that had ignited the imaginations of our generation. But what would happen when the stories leapt from the screen into reality? The lines blurred like the silhouettes of the trees against the night sky. Ethan, my best friend, stood a few paces away, his figure tense against the backdrop of the forest. There was a darkness in him that had grown in recent months, a shadow creeping over his laughter, dragging down his spirit. "You don't actually believe these stories, do you?" he called out, but his voice trembled, betraying the conviction he tried so hard to project. I knew better. Ethan had been haunted, plagued by nightmares that clawed at his sanity. His obsession with the lore of lycanthropes was more than just enthusiasm, it was desperation, a search for meaning in a world where monsters weren't merely fiction. The moonlight flickered, as if the universe itself were holding its breath, and that's when the brush crackled. My heart stopped, and the world narrowed to the sound, sharp, insistent. Clara stepped forward, her instincts firing like a shot. "Did you hear that?" Her voice trembled, a mix of courage and fear, and I felt the pull of something primal stir within me, a recognition of the hunt. "We have to go," I said, but it felt futile, a whisper against the rising tide of terror. And then, from the shadows, it emerged, a creature cloaked in fur and fury, eyes blazing with the hunger of the wild. It was no longer a tale, it was flesh and blood, and it was hungry. I remember the realization clawing at my mind. This beast wasn't just a figment of our imaginations, it was a reflection of our own demons, a manifestation of the very fears we'd buried under layers of modernity and reason. Clara screamed, the sound shattering any semblance of calm, and Ethan lunged forward, fueled by something raw and primal, a desperate need to protect, to fight. But fear is a powerful weapon, and the beast was faster, a blur of sinew and muscle. The air crackled with the electricity of impending violence, a moment stretched thin like a fragile thread ready to snap. Amidst the chaos, I caught Clara's gaze, and in that fleeting moment, I saw everything, the fear, the determination, the understanding that this was more than just survival. This was a reckoning with the darkness that thrummed within us all. The curse of lycanthropy transcended mere transformation, it was a battle against oneself, an acceptance of the wild, untamed parts of humanity that we'd been conditioned to suppress. The creature lunged, and time fragmented, the world unraveled into a series of surreal images. I remember the rush of adrenaline, the sharp tang of blood in the air, the feral growl echoing in my ears. I was no longer just an observer, I felt the weight of my ancestors, the blood that ran through my veins mingling with the earth beneath my feet, the moon a witness to my awakening. Ethan faltered, and that's when I understood, his struggle was not against the beast but against the fear that had chained him. It wasn't just about saving us, it was about confronting the beast within. I reached for him, my hand outstretched, and in that moment, I felt the energy shift. The creature hesitated, as if sensing the bond we shared, the raw, unfiltered emotions that coursed through our veins. "Together?" I shouted, my voice raw, echoing in the night. Clara, wide-eyed and fierce, joined us, her spirit igniting like a flame. We stood united against the darkness, not as victims but as warriors. The beast snarled, a warning, but we held our ground, every heartbeat synchronizing with the rhythm of the night. A flicker of doubt crossed the creature's eyes, and I felt the tide shift. The stories we'd consumed, the rituals of modern lycanthropy, the media that had sensationalized every aspect of the legend, it was all crashing together. This was our moment, a revival not just of myth, but of our own strength. As the moon glinted off razor-sharp fangs, I knew this encounter was only the beginning. The tension hung thick in the air, an electric charge palpable enough to snatch the breath from our lungs. This creature, this embodiment of our darkest fears, would not be the last. We had awakened something ancient, something that thrived in the forgotten corners of our minds and hearts. We were not just facing a monster in the woods, we were confronting the shadows within ourselves, the inner lycanthropes that howled for acknowledgement, for freedom. And as we braced ourselves against the onslaught, a surge of clarity flowed through me. This was the revival not just of a legend, but of a raw, unfiltered fight for truth. The stories were changing, our lives were changing. In that moment, as we faced a world alive with possibilities and terrors, I felt the past brush against me, a reminder of everything that had come before. The stories, the fears, the laughter, and the screams, they intertwined like roots beneath the surface, binding us in a tapestry of human experience. And with every heartbeat, the hunt was on, pulsing through the night, a relentless reminder that some legends never die, they merely wait to be reborn. The moon hung low in the sky, a sliver of silver slicing through the darkness. I could hear the rhythmic thump of my heart, loud and insistent, drowning out the whispers of the night. The wind carried with it the scent of pine and something else, something primal. I stood at the edge of the forest, the jagged trees looming like watchful sentinels. A chill crept down my spine, the air thick with tension as if the world itself held its breath, waiting. "Do you hear that?" Clara's voice, shaky and frantic, broke the silence like glass shattering on concrete. Her eyes were wild, pupils dilated, the moonlight dancing off the sweat that glistened on her brow. She gripped my arm, knuckles white, searching my face for the calm that had eluded her. "It's coming." I remembered the stories, the legends of the Garou, shapeshifters who walked the line between man and wolf, embodiments of rage and freedom. The air shimmered with their presence, electric and terrifying, a reminder of instincts buried deep within our souls. I had scoffed at those tales once, dismissing them as folklore, but now, as the shadows shifted around us, I felt something primal stirring, echoing within. "We shouldn't be here," I murmured, but the words felt hollow against the pulse of the forest. A rustle broke through the silence, low and eerie, sending a jolt of fear through me. I could feel Clara's breath quickening, a mirror of my own rising panic. "Look," she whispered, her voice trembling. And there, just beyond the tree line, a figure, the silhouette of a large wolf, watching. Eyes glowing with an ancient wisdom, shimmering like stars in the void. My heart hammered against my ribcage, a captive bird desperate to escape. "Gabriel," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "You have to promise me something. If it comes for us, we run. No matter what." "I can't promise that," I said, the words slipping from my lips like a betrayal. I could feel the weight of history pressing down on my shoulders, the echoes of the past. The wolf was more than a beast, it was a symbol, a reminder of the wildness we suppressed, the darkness we feared. It was a reflection of us, of our deepest struggles, the rage that simmered beneath the surface, the pain that twisted inside like a thorn. Clara's fingers dug into my skin, grounding me. I remember the first time we met, two souls locked in their own battles, drawn together by the gravity of fear and longing. She wore her heart on her sleeve, a patchwork of scars and hopes, each one telling a story. I was the opposite, a fortress of silence, building walls around my vulnerabilities. And yet, in this moment, we were tethered together by something greater, an understanding that transcended words. The wolf stepped forward, and I could feel Clara's pulse quickening beside me, matching the frantic rhythm of my own heart. It was then that I realized the truth. The wolf was not just a predator, it was a guardian, a sentinel of the night that beckoned us to confront our shadows. "Do you remember the night we spoke about the Garou?" Clara's voice trembled. "How they embody everything we hide from. The anger, the pain, the freedom." "I remember," I whispered, recalling those moments, the way the weight of her words hung in the air, heavy with understanding. "It's not the creature we should fear, Clara. It's what it represents inside us." Silence enveloped us again, but this time, it felt different, charged, electric. I could see the wolf now, its eyes reflecting the moonlight, a mirror of my own turmoil. I felt the darkness within me flare, the rage and despair that clawed at my insides. And then it lunged. The world erupted into chaos. Clara screamed my name, a raw, primal sound that twisted my heart, and I felt time stretch and shatter. The wolf was upon me, a whirlwind of fur and teeth, snarling, feral and beautiful. I could taste the metallic tang of fear on my tongue, but through it all, I felt something shift. The moment was fragile, a thread hanging in the ether, and in that pulse, I saw it, the face of my own demons, my regrets, the years spent running from who I was. The wolf was me. I was the wolf. In that visceral connection, I understood the duality of existence, the push and pull of light and dark. The forest roared around us, alive with energy, as if the very earth was awakening. I could feel Clara's presence, her desperation melding with my own, a fierce determination that ignited a fire within. "Fight," she cried, and I felt the urge to run, to hide, churning in my gut, but the wolf's growl reverberated through my bones, urging me to stand my ground. I lifted my chin, meeting the creature's gaze, and for a moment, it felt like an eternity. I wasn't just staring into the eyes of a beast, I was gazing into the abyss of my own soul, confronting everything I had feared. The darkness didn't consume me, it fueled me, igniting a blaze of clarity that shattered the chains I had been shackled with for far too long. I took a step forward, heart pounding in my ears, one step, then another. My fear was a river, flowing into the depths of the unknown, but it was also a bridge, a pathway to understanding, to acceptance. The wolf paused, as if sensing the shift in the air, its breath heavy with anticipation. I could hear Clara's heartbeat synchronizing with mine, a drum of courage beating against the night, the sound echoing the pulse of the universe. The wolf stood before us, an embodiment of everything we had wrestled with, and I understood now, it wasn't just about survival. It was about embracing the chaos within, acknowledging the darkness and letting it coexist with the light. As I faced the wolf, the weight of history hung heavy in the air, a reminder of the battles fought through the ages. Fear, anger, freedom, it all coalesced in this moment. I felt the past and the future collide, a cosmic dance playing out beneath the vast expanse of stars. And then, with a howl that pierced the silence of the night, the wolf turned, melting back into the shadows, leaving us trembling on the precipice of understanding. The forest quieted, but the echoes of that night reverberated within me, a siren song urging me to confront the wolf within. Clara's hand found mine, our fingers intertwining, a promise forged in the fire of shared fear. This moment, this raw, unfiltered understanding, was only the beginning. The world around us shifted, and I knew that the journey into the depths of our souls had only just begun. The wolf was not just a memory, it was a constant companion, reminding us of the beauty and the terror of what it means to be alive, to confront our shadows and dance in the dark. The moon, still watching, bore witness to our vow, a promise to embrace the wildness, to welcome the chaos, and to understand that we are all, in some way, Garu. The moon hung low, a pale orb bleeding silver across the sky, drowning the world in a haunting glow. A scream shattered the stillness, raw and desperate, echoing through the night like a warning bell. I remember that sound. I remember the way it wrapped around my heart, squeezing tight as I stumbled forward, breath hitching in my throat, the stench of fear thick in the air. Somewhere behind me, Clara stood frozen, her hands trembling at her sides. Her eyes, wide and glassy, glistened like the surface of a lake, reflecting the chaos swirling within. "We have to go, Ethan," she cried, voice nearly lost to the rustle of the trees, branches clawing at the dark like skeletal fingers. The shadows seemed to dance, alive, drawing closer, whispering secrets only they could understand. I turned, feeling the weight of the moment settle like a boulder on my chest. "But what if it's too late?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper, swallowed by the night. Clara's face twisted in pain, a mix of fear and something darker, a desperate longing to save the man she loved, even as the churning tempest of fate threatened to tear us apart. And then, like a lightning strike, the answer dropped into my mind: choice. It was always choice. The past had taught me that well. I could run. We could run, but the darkness would follow, a relentless beast hunting us down. Or I could face it, the monster that lurked in the blood of my own veins. I could embrace the truth I had tried to bury. I was more than a man, I was the beast hidden within. "Ethan," Clara breathed, stepping forward, urgency clawing at her voice. "You can't, but I could. I had to." The weight of my heritage pressed down on me like the cold hand of death. I was walking the line between worlds, the human and the beast, each step more agonizing than the last. I could hear the voices of my ancestors whispering in the wind, urging me to remember. "I remember my father," I said, the words spilling out, raw and unrefined. He used to tell me stories about the moon, about how it possessed the power to draw out the wolf. He said it was a gift and a curse, a legacy that could either bind us or set us free. I could feel Clara's gaze on me, a mix of admiration and fear. And there, in that moment, I saw the ghost of my mother, her eyes shimmering like the moonlight, full of love yet shadowed by something darker. I remembered how she warned me to run from my family's legacy, how she feared the monster lurking within. "Don't become what you were born to be, Ethan," she had said, her voice a haunting melody that played on repeat in my mind. But what if running led to only more running? What if embracing that darkness was the only way to finally stop? I could feel the energy crackling in the air, the tension coiling tighter and tighter, like a spring ready to snap. "Clara," I said, almost pleading, "the legends talk about the transformation, the pain, the loss. But they also speak of power, of a freedom that comes with acceptance. I can't live in fear anymore." The shadows flickered and shrieked around us, and Clara's face paled. I could see the battle waging within her, the instinct to protect versus the desire to let me become who I truly was. "Ethan, please," her voice trembled, a fragile thread in the storm. And then, the world shifted. A howl pierced the night, primal and haunting, echoing with a despair that sent chills racing down my spine. It was a call to the wild, an invitation to embrace the chaos. The air thickened with a strange electricity, a promise of what was to come. I remember the first time I felt it, I whispered, my heart racing, memories unfurling like petals in the dark. It was a dream where I ran through the forest, the moon guiding me, the grass beneath my feet alive and vibrant. I was free. The thought sent a shiver of longing down my spine. Stop! Clara cried, her voice cutting through my reverie, laced with desperation. You can't change. Not now. Not like this. But I was already slipping away, the pull of the moon too strong, the promise of power too intoxicating. I felt my body shifting, bones cracking, muscles stretching, and the fear melted into something exhilarating, something primal. The beast within me stirred, awakening from a long slumber, hungry for freedom, for the chase. The world was blurred colors and shapes, vibrant and electric. I could sense Clara's fear, her heart pounding like a war drum, and yet I felt something else, a connection, a tether. The moon pulsed, a heartbeat in the sky, and I knew I had to leap. Trust me, I whispered, feeling the words slip from my lips as I surrendered to the transformation. It wasn't just about me anymore, it was about us. Clara and I, bound by blood and legend, two souls dancing on the edge of the abyss, ready to plunge into the unknown. And as I let go of my humanity, I saw the shadows shift, felt the darkness swirl around us like a cloak, and I knew this was only the beginning. The future of lycanthropy was not just a trend or a myth, it was a living, breathing force, a surge of power that would ripple through culture, through time, through us. In that moment, I chose to embrace the legacy of fear and power, the haunting melodies of history. I felt Clara's warmth at my side, her hand gripping mine tightly, even as we stood on the precipice of an unimaginable storm. There was no turning back now, we were bound together by the chaos of our choices. The night unfurled before us, endless and alive, the future stretching out like a dark, inviting horizon. And as the howl echoed once again, a harbinger of what was to come, I couldn't help but feel a rush of exhilaration, a heart-pounding thrill of the unknown awaiting us as we plunged into the depths of our shared fate. The moon hung like a silent witness in the blackened sky, a cold, silver eye surveying the chaos below. Shadows danced like whispered secrets among the trees, each rustle a reminder of the wildness lurking just beyond sight. I stood there, heart pounding, the chill of night seeping into my bones, the air thick with the scent of damp earth and something more primal. The forest felt alive, thrumming with energy, shadows shifting at the edges of my vision, teasing my senses with the promise of something ancient and terrifying. Lycaon! The scream sliced through the darkness, raw and desperate, shattering the stillness like glass. It was a voice I knew, filled with panic and despair. His son, the cause of this madness, was lost somewhere in the dark, and I was tethered to that sound, a lifeline thrown into the abyss. I remember the day I first met Lycaon, a man whose charm was as intoxicating as the wine he poured with careless abandon. He wore his power like a cloak, but beneath it lurked shadows, ancient and unyielding. He was a king, a ruler of men, yet even kings can fall. His laughter echoed still, hollow and haunting, a reminder of the man who had once danced with the gods. Now, he was a broken figure, teetering on the brink of madness. "Father, please!" A voice trembled, thick with emotion, dragging me back to the present. I could see him now, his son, Callistus, frantically searching, eyes glistening with unshed tears, desperation clawing at his throat. "You don't have to do this. You can fight it." But Lycaon was lost to a darkness that had seeped into his very soul. The legends had whispered of his transformation, the night he feasted on flesh, dared the gods to take him, believing himself above their wrath. But arrogance is a brittle thing, shattering under the weight of consequences. He stood before us, twisted, contorted, a nightmarish silhouette against the moonlit backdrop. The air thickened with dread, an electric charge that sent shivers skittering down my spine. His body rippled, fur sprouting in patches where human skin once held sway. It was grotesque, a macabre ballet of flesh and fur, each twitch a reminder of the humanity slipping away. I remember the warmth of the sun, the laughter, the taste of sweet honey on raspberries, he growled, voice a guttural echo of the man he once was. But now, I am the beast. I am the hunger. Every heartbeat echoed in my chest as I stared into his eyes, those once bright orbs now clouded with madness. They glinted with a predatory light, a feral spark that sent panic racing through me. I could see Callistus wavering, torn between duty and love, a boy unwilling to let go of his father, yet terrified of the monster he had become. "Father!" Callistus shouted again, voice cracking, "This isn't you." But the darkness had wrapped its tendrils around Lycaon like a serpent, squeezing until the last vestiges of humanity slipped away. I could feel the sorrow radiating from Callistus, a sorrow so deep it threatened to swallow us whole. It was a pain every child fears, the moment when the protector becomes the threat, the monster lurks within the very person who should shield them. "Run!" I yelled, unable to contain the urgency that ignited within me. "Get out of here! It'll destroy you!" My voice trembled, the words raw and desperate, laced with the knowledge that love can sometimes be a knife, and the one you love can become the very blade that cuts you. But Callistus was rooted, anchored by an invisible tether of love and loss. "No! I won't leave him!" His fists tightened, knuckles white against the backdrop of swirling shadows. I could see the conflict on his face, the internal battle raging like a storm. It was the kind of conflict that gnawed at the soul, where hope and despair twisted together in a grotesque waltz, leaving only heartbreak in their wake. The transformation escalated, snarls erupting from Lycaon like thunder, the ferocity of a wild beast unleashed. The forest seemed to mourn with us, branches creaking and moaning in the rising wind, a mournful symphony for a father lost to darkness. "I see you, son," Lycaon rasped, voice breaking, "but there is no coming back. The hunger, it consumes me." Time stretched around us, fragile as a spider's web, each moment pregnant with terror. The shadows grew deeper, thicker, wrapping around Callistus until he was nearly swallowed whole. I could feel it, the weight of inevitability pressing down on our hearts, the knowledge that this confrontation would end in tragedy. The moon bore witness, a silent, unforgiving God watching as we lingered on the precipice of fate. "Fight it!" Callistus cried, tears streaming down his face, the truth spilling forth like blood from a wound. "I believe in you. The man you were is still inside. I can feel him." For a fleeting moment, I saw Lycaon hesitate, the beast within him falter at the call of love. But then the shadow surged, a tide of darkness swallowing the fleeting glimmer of hope. "Callistus!" I shouted, panic clawing at my throat. I had to make a choice, save the boy or witness the monster destroy all that I held dear. I took a step forward, heart racing, the ground trembling beneath the weight of destiny. And in that moment, time fractured. I saw flashes of history, the cursed transformations of men into beasts, the shadows of legends past. The echoes of those who had dared to defy the gods, each tale woven with the thread of despair, loss, and a yearning for redemption that never came. We were caught in a web, not just of fate but of every myth, every story that had come before. It was a lineage of shape-shifting horrors, a dance of tragedy that linked us all. Each heartbeat, each breath, pulled us deeper into the abyss, where light flickered like a dying star. "Father! Please!" Callistus' voice broke, a wail that pierced the night, and I stood frozen, gripped by the terrible beauty of it all. The agony in his voice echoed in the silent hollows of my own heart, a reminder of what was at stake. This was the moment. The culmination of every myth, every transformation, every soul lost to the shadows. And it would be our choice, whether to fight against the inevitable or surrender to the darkness that beckoned with its seductive whispers. The air crackled with tension, the very fabric of reality trembling as we stood on the brink, and I knew then that destiny was not a straight path. It twisted and turned like the shadows that surrounded us, a labyrinth of fear and despair, but also of love that could pierce even the blackest night. As I braced for the storm, the moon lingered above, a silent guardian of our fate. Time blurred around us, the past, present, and future entwining, and with each breath, each heartbeat, something primal stirred within us, an echo of the legends we embodied, the choices we faced, and the consequences that awaited. In the shadows, we were all shapeshifters, bending and twisting, battling against the darkness that sought to claim us. We were not just fighting for survival, we were fighting for the essence of who we were, or who we could still be. The night pulsed with promise and peril, and as the confrontation loomed, every thread of fate wove tighter, pulling us into the storm of our making, of our own myth. The moon hung low, a ghostly orb draped in a shroud of clouds, casting long shadows that seemed to whisper secrets to those brave enough to listen. In the heart of the abandoned town, a chill crept through the air, tightening around the throats of three souls entwined by desperation and darkness. The echoes of their breaths came sharp, slicing through the stillness, each exhalation a testament to their turmoil. Fear clawed at their insides, every heartbeat reverberating with the weight of unspoken truths. Elena stood rigid, her fingers trembling as they curled around the cold steel of a flashlight. She had spent countless nights spinning tales of the moonlit beast, of her childhood nightmares laced with rusted fangs and glowing eyes. But standing here, amid the ruins of what was once a vibrant community, she felt the jagged edge of reality pierce through her fantasies. "I can't believe we're doing this," she whispered, her voice reminiscent of the wind swirling through the cracked windows, fragile and hollow. What had begun as a mission to debunk myth had turned into a haunting pilgrimage, her heart pounded with the anticipation of the unknown. Beside her, Marcus shifted, his broad shoulders hunched under the weight of a past he could not escape. The scars on his arms told stories of battles fought, not just against the dark but within himself. "We have to face it," he breathed, the edge of his voice trembling with a mixture of bravado and fear. "If we don't, the stories will consume us." The tension between them crackled, a wild electric pulse, the kind that ignites when love is tethered to grief, when hope is stifled by regret. He was both their protector and their prisoner, caught in a web of his own making, the weight of expectation heavy on his chest. Then there was Theo, the skeptic, the one who had insisted on this madness. His laughter echoed through the desolate streets, brash and bold against the silence. "It's just a disease, guys. A symptom of hysteria." He scoffed, but even he couldn't hide the flicker of uncertainty in his eyes. Theo, with his charm and bravado, was a storm at sea, hiding the tremors of doubt beneath a wave of sarcasm. "Besides, you can't possibly believe that stories can hurt us." "Right." But in the depths of his bravado lay a trembling heart, one that feared the truth as much as it craved it. In this moment, they were ensnared by the night, a cacophony of shadows swirling like ghosts, their presence suffocating yet exhilarating. It was then they heard it, a howl that pierced through the stillness, raw and primal, echoing through the hollow streets. Time seemed to stretch, each second an eternity as the sound wrapped around them like a noose. I remember the taste of fear, metallic and bitter, rising in my throat as I caught Elena's wide-eyed gaze. "What was that?" she gasped, her grip tightening on the flashlight. I remember, the words escaped Theo's lips, shaken and uncertain. "The legends say it's a warning." The air thickened with tension, pressing down on them as if the world itself held its breath, waiting for the next act in this sinister play. They inched forward, the beam of light illuminating fragments of a lifelong extinguished, crumbling bricks, shattered glass, the remnants of laughter now silenced. Each step echoed like a heartbeat, a rhythm that thrummed against the backdrop of their fears. They pressed on, clinging to the hope that reason would prevail, that the myths could be unraveled beneath the lens of modern science. But deep inside, the ancient stories clawed back to the surface, whispering of transformations and bloodlust. Marcus halted, eyes wide, staring at something in the distance. "Do you feel that?" he breathed, his voice low, almost reverent. A chill skittered along Elena's spine, like icy fingers tracing the contours of her fear. "Like something's watching us." The darkness shifted, morphing into a tangible presence, and she felt the urge to flee, yet she was rooted to the spot, torn between dread and an insatiable curiosity. Theo scoffed again, but the bravado faltered. "Come on, there's no such thing." The words trailed off into silence, swallowed by the night. The howl returned, louder, closer, reverberating through the marrow of their bones. A cacophony of panic surged within them. "We need to go," Elena urged, her voice rising in pitch, panic threading through her pulse. "Now!" But Marcus stood still, his eyes wide, as if the allure of the shadow had woven itself into his soul. "But what if it's real?" he whispered, the question hanging heavy in the air, a dark specter of doubt. "What if this is more than myth?" The truth slapped them in the face, sharp and unforgiving. They weren't merely seeking answers, they were grappling with their own demons. Each one of them bore scars, Elena with her fears, Marcus with his regrets, and Theo with his denial. Each heartbeat echoed their collective pain, drawing them deeper into a chasm they could not escape. And then, the shadows converged, a figure emerging from the depths, shifting, contorting, a grotesque blend of man and beast, the embodiment of their nightmares. The moonlight glinted off snarling teeth, illuminating the raw, primal fury that glowed through its eyes. A shiver coursed through Elena, a fusion of horror and awe, pulling her closer to the brink of understanding, the terrifying balance of belief and disbelief teetering on a knife's edge. In that moment, all was still, the world waiting for their response, the air thick with anticipation. The beast stood before them, a haunting reminder of the myths that had once wrapped around their lives, suffocating yet liberating. The moon bore witness, casting its light on the grotesque dance of reality and folklore, and they stood transfixed, hearts racing, breaths shallow. And as the howl echoed once more, pulling them into its depths, they knew this was no longer just about legends. It was about confronting the shadows within themselves, the unrelenting force of truth that would tear through the veil of myth, leaving them exposed, vulnerable, and irrevocably changed. The wind howled through the shattered remnants of a once magnificent castle, each gust a mournful wail, echoing the ghostly tales of yore. I stood in the ruins, heart pounding like a war drum, the air thick with the specters of legends long forgotten. Shadows danced on the crumbled stone walls, twisting into shapes that spoke of betrayal, love, and the weight of myth. It was here that the stories began to seep into my bones, a chilling reminder of the power they held, even in death. Mara, a fierce fighter yet hopelessly lost, stood beside me, her breath visible in the creeping chill. Her eyes, bright with unshed tears, reflected the weight of 1,000 burdens. The legends of the past gnawed at her, haunted her. "Do you think they ever found peace?" she whispered, her voice trembling. I could feel the tremor in her words, each syllable a battle waged against doubt. The castle, once a symbol of strength, was now a mausoleum of uncertainty. I remember the way she clenched her fists, as if trying to grasp the threads of her own story amidst the chaos of intertwining fables. "These myths shape us," she continued, her voice growing stronger, more defiant. "But at what cost?" The question hung heavy in the stillness, a stark contrast to the memories swirling around us. Legends of heroes and monsters, of love that transcended time, and betrayals that echoed through the ages. They wrapped around us like a shroud, intoxicating yet suffocating. Across the crumbled courtyard, a figure emerged from the shadows, Felix, a man whose heart was as fractured as the stones beneath our feet. Once a scholar of myths, he had become ensnared in their web, an unwilling puppet in their play. "Mara," he called, desperation lacing his voice. "They're not just stories. They breathe. They twist our truths." I could see the chaos in his gaze, the conflict that raged within him like a tempest. The tales he sought to uncover had turned against him, gnashing their teeth with every revelation. "Mara!" He lunged forward, his fingers brushing the edge of her cloak. "You must understand. The legends, they consume us. We are nothing but echoes of their desires." The struggle in his chest was palpable, a visceral reminder of the toll that stories exacted on our souls. I felt it, too, the relentless pull of the past, the ghosts of those who had come before, looming over us like a dark cloud. I remember the first time I heard the tale of the forgotten king, I interjected, the memory flooding back with startling clarity. He ruled with a heart of fire, but his reign ended in shadows. The people whispered his name, and it became a curse. Mara and Felix turned to me, their eyes alight with curiosity and disbelief. But in our fear, we turned him into a monster. A warning. A lesson. To become a lesson, Mara murmured, her brow furrowing. "What does that make us?" The question sliced through the air, sharp and unforgiving. It echoed in the ruins, reverberating off the stone like the tolling of a distant bell, each chime a reminder of our own insignificance. The stories surrounded us, an impending storm of emotions. We were trapped in a web spun by our ancestors, characters in a play with no clear author. I could see it in Felix's eyes, the realization that every legend bore a truth, yet each truth was a double-edged sword. "These myths," he said, voice strained, they've created a reality we can't escape. They define love, loss, even our fears. We're but shadows of their narratives. What if we refuse to be defined? Mara shot back, anger and determination coursing through her veins. What if we reshape the tales? The fire in her voice ignited something within me. The legends we clung to could be rewritten, but at what cost? Every heartbeat echoed the weight of that decision, raw, electric, and terrifying. The castle groaned, a living entity shuddering under the strain of our conversation. Are we ready to face the consequences? I asked, my pulse quickening. To challenge the very foundations upon which these myths stand. The shadows twisted, taunting us, whispering of the chaos that awaited beyond our fragile resolve. Felix's laughter was bitter, a jagged edge in the night. Confrontation? Or surrender to the tales? Each choice binds us tighter to their legacy. The flickering torchlight caught the glint of something sharp in his hand, a dagger, a symbol of the finality that lay ahead. We could be the architects of our fate, Mara breathed, stepping closer to him, her voice a delicate thread woven with hope and fear. But we have to choose. The air crackled with the weight of our decisions, the silence punctuated by the distant sound of thunder, a reminder that the storm was brewing, and we stood at its eye. I felt the tension swell around us, like the silence before an explosion. Each breath was heavy with anticipation, each heartbeat a countdown to a confrontation that felt inevitable. The past, with its legends and haunting whispers, loomed over us like a specter. What will it take? I asked, my voice barely a whisper, for the answer felt too monumental to bear. Mara held Felix's gaze, their emotions clashing like titans. We forge new myths, she said, conviction threading through her words. Legends that honor the truth of our pain, our joy, our humanity. But as the shadows writhed, I couldn't shake the feeling that the legends were alive, watching, waiting for us to stumble. Would we emerge unscathed, or would we become the very stories we sought to change? The clock ticked, each second a haunting reminder that time waits for no one. The legends, vibrant and undying, hungered for our choices, wrapping us in their embrace, as we stood on the precipice of something vast and unknowable. I remember feeling the weight of that moment, a pulse of raw emotion that vibrated through the air. The winds howled louder, the castle creaked around us, and I understood then, the legends weren't just tales, they were a mirror reflecting our darkest fears and our brightest hopes, a storm that would break upon us at any moment, leaving nothing unchanged. The moon hung low, a silver knife slicing through the black silk of night, as Lycaon crouched in the shadows, his heart a wild drum in his chest. Every breath he took was a whisper of dread, a promise of violence lurking just beneath his skin. He could feel the tremor in the air, the electric tension that crackled as if the very world was holding its breath, waiting for chaos to unfurl like a storm. The trees stood as watchful sentinels, their gnarled branches clawing at the sky, and somewhere in the dark, an owl hooted, a harbinger of fate. Lycaon, king of Arcadia, was no stranger to the hunger that gnawed at his insides. It was a gnawing hollow that feasted on his doubts, his fears, and the dark allure of power. He could almost taste it, metallic and bitter, as he thought of the fateful night that had brought him here, poised on the precipice between man and beast. The flickering shadows danced around him, taunting, whispering secrets he could scarcely comprehend. And then there was Zeus, the thunderer, the father of gods and men, who strode into the scene like a tempest, his presence a maelstrom of glory and terror. Lycaon could see the fury in his eyes, a storm brewing behind those inscrutable orbs, a promise of retribution that sent a shiver down Lycaon's spine. Zeus was a force of nature, vast and relentless, and as he approached, the air thickened with the scent of lightning. "You dare," he thundered, his voice echoing like the crack of a whip, "to mock the divine." Lycaon's heart pounded, each beat a reminder of his defiance. "It was a test! A test of your divinity," he shouted, his voice trembling yet defiant, the words spilling from him like blood from a wound. He could feel the edges of his humanity fraying, his mind racing back to the banquet laid before the gods, the slaughtered flesh of a child, his own twisted offering. He had wanted to prove a point, to challenge the omnipotence of Olympus, but now he stood naked in the face of divine wrath. Zeus's eyes narrowed, glinting with the ferocity of a tempest. "You sought to mock me. The air crackled. Lycaon could taste the ozone on his tongue, sharp and bitter, a reminder of the storm that was about to break. The weight of his arrogance crashed over him like a wave, drowning him in the realization that he had crossed a line drawn in the cosmos, one that should never have been crossed. A moment stretched into eternity, a heartbeat echoing like a distant thunderclap. Time warped, bending under the weight of their confrontation, the world around them fading into a quiet void. Lycaon could feel the primal energy crackling between them, a dance of life and death, as clear as the moonlight pouring through the branches. "Do you know what it means to be a god, Lycaon?" Zeus roared, the sky trembling under the weight of his voice. "To bear the burden of creation, to watch over mortals who would sink into darkness? I gave you life, and you repay me with blood." Lycaon's breath caught in his throat, a mixture of fear and madness swirling within him. Memories whipped through him, the laughter of his children, the warmth of their small hands in his, the fleeting innocence of a world untouched by his dark ambition. I remember the taste of their joy, the light in their eyes," he said, his voice cracking like the fragile glass of a cherished memory. "But you sit on your throne, blind to our suffering." Zeus stepped closer, shadows pooling around him like dark water. "A king who cannot see the weight of his actions is no king at all," he said, a cold finality in his tone, the echoes of his judgment hanging heavy in the air. Lycaon felt his heart thrum in his chest, a metronome counting down to his doom. Then the world exploded into chaos. Lightning split the sky, and in a blinding flash, Zeus unleashed his wrath. The ground trembled beneath Lycaon's feet, the air igniting with the heat of divine fury. He stumbled back, panic flooding his veins, but deep within the chaos, he felt something primal awaken, a beast clawing its way to the surface. Lycaon had always felt the pull of the wild, the ancient call of the forest whispering sweetly in his ear. It was intoxicating, like the heady scent of earth after rain, and now it roared within him, a dark promise of transformation. He was no longer just a man, he was something more, something raw and untamed. The change broke free from his bones, a visceral ripping of flesh and sinew, howls echoing through the night as he surrendered to the darkness within. Lycaon fell to the ground, writhing, and when he rose again, he was no longer a king but a wolf, fur bristling under the moonlight. The world shifted and twisted, and in that moment, he felt both freedom and despair, an echo of the man he once was, now a shadow flitting through the underbrush. Zeus's eyes widened in shock, yet behind that shock lay something almost tender, a recognition of the tragic. "You've made your choice," he murmured, a hint of sorrow escaping his lips. "You embrace the beast, but you forsake your humanity." The air was thick with tension, the night alive with the cries of creatures stirred by the unfolding drama. Lycaon, now both hunter and hunted, felt an insatiable rage build within him. No longer shackled by the weight of expectations and morality, he prowled in the shadows, a ghost of his former self. And yet, somewhere in the depths of his wolfish heart, flickered a spark of remorse, a reminder of what he had lost. Time twisted, wrapping around them like a noose, each moment stretching into infinity, each heartbeat thundering with the weight of choices made and paths taken. And amidst the chaos of transformation, a lingering question hovered in the air. What would it mean to live forever, a creature of night and shadow, forever haunted by the specters of his past? Lycaon howled into the night, a lamentation of loss, echoing against the barren trees, a haunting melody that would reverberate through the annals of history, a legacy carved in blood and bone. As the echoes faded into the abyss, he understood, he was not just a king forsaken but a symbol, a warning etched in the hearts of men, a testament to ambition unchecked. And as the moon continued its silent vigil overhead, the world turned, unfurling into an eternity of dreams and nightmares, bearing witness to the dance of gods and monsters, fates intertwined, unbroken, forever spinning in the dark tapestry of mythology.